Okay. I think we're all good to go on YouTube. I think we're live on YouTube. Let me just get the TikTok live going as well. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that should be up and running. Got chat pulled up. Let's see. Bear with me for 1 second so I can make sure this is all running smoothly. There's that. If y'all are hopping on right now on TikTok or YouTube, just let me know in the chat real quick if you can hear me okay before I get going. Let's try this. Bit of a different format I'm going to do for stream. We're going to see how this works. It's not necessarily set in stone. But okay. Perfect. Okay. What's up, Max? So I have a call-in number now for debates as well. So we're not just going to be relying on TikTok live debate requests. We have a call-in number, which if anyone's watching on YouTube, you can let me know whether you're seeing that. What's up, Santana? If anyone wants to head on over to YouTube and let me know. Our call-in number for debates, 312-834-3216. Any conservatives who want to call in for debates, and I'll get this up on TikTok at some point too. I don't have a fax. That's next on the list. 312-834-3216. It's going good, Santana. It's good to see you in the chat. It's been a minute. I haven't gone live in a while, but that's why you see Minecraft up on the screen, everyone, is I figured if I'm doing something to keep me occupied and not bored, then even if the live is going slow and there's no guest requests, I can just casually play Minecraft and 10 people can watch me and ask me random political questions. And then at least you're getting some content, because I know I've been a little bit less frequent. Who do you think Jay Epstein really was? A spy? I don't know. I don't know if he was a spy. I wouldn't be surprised if he had connections to certain intelligence services, but the definition of those connections is the question. Like, what exactly were they? What was the nature of them? So I don't want to speculate on that without evidence. But where's YouTube chat? Can someone head on over to YouTube and just let me know if the audio is working okay and you can see the chat and the... What's up, Debate Doc? The chat and the call-in number on YouTube. And maybe drop something in the YouTube chat. LA this weekend? I don't think so, but soon. I need to do more Jubilee shit for sure. It's been a while. And an update on the video I'm working on for YouTube, by the way. It should be coming soon. I know I've been saying that, but I've been really locked in on this one with research and scripting. And things are getting consolidated over on that end pretty quickly. So that should be coming soon. I'm going to try to do lives here and there. I do see the call-in number. Probably make the text more bolded, but I see it. Okay. Let's make sure it's showing up on chat. Okay, perfect. It is showing up on chat. Let's go. Why do I feel like I'm missing something? Proud of Michigan? Yeah, I mean, we'll see how proud we are of Michigan in November. If you are just hopping on, make sure you guys are double tapping the screen. We are still going to be doing debates as usual. If you have any political related questions about current events or something else, you can still let me know in the chat and I'll respond. But now I have something to keep me occupied because I tend to get bored a little bit easily. I have Minecraft up on the screen. I got a capture card, so we got my PlayStation connected. You've been MIA? No. You gotta go over to YouTube. I'm switching over to video essays more so, quality over quantity. So you're going to see less frequency from me in terms of uploads, but way higher quality. If you saw my Ben Shapiro video that I dropped like a month ago, that's kind of preview of what's to come in terms of the. I'm being a lot more, I think, intentional and planned out on what I'm posting. But I'm trying to still keep lives going here and there to keep people fed in the meantime. What are your thoughts on socialism? Depends how you define that. Because you can ask 5 different people what socialism means, you're going to get 10 different answers. And if you feel like you haven't seen content from me in a while and you have not seen my recent YouTube stuff, just go watch the Ben Shapiro video on YouTube if you haven't yet. And once you see that and you see the views on that, you'll understand why I'm pivoting. Okay, it's just a better platform. The ideology. I mean, listen, I ultimately am not a Marxist. I wouldn't say I'm like married to capitalism, but as of now, to me, it seems like well-regulated capitalism with heavy state intervention and markets still being in place is probably the best system we can have. If that changes, then I'll change my views as well. Thoughts on people crying over The Odyssey? It's so ridiculous. The Odyssey was such a good movie. And I managed to get tickets it's like in 2 weeks maybe for IMAX 70mm. Because I saw it in normal IMAX, like I think laser, but I'm about to see it in 70mm IMAX in a couple weeks. I'm excited for that. The Odyssey was amazing. It was such a good movie. The right was complaining that there's like black people in The Odyssey. That's fucking stupid, by the way. That's just dumb. Like why? I've never understood. Oh, I was watching this movie and I liked it, but then I saw a black person. Why would that matter? Like, I've never understood that, genuinely. Because, by the way, it's like they're like, oh, it's not historically accurate. I don't know if you think that Greek people looked like Matt Damon. Matt Damon also doesn't look Greek. He's like a white dude, right? So, exactly. Cyclops are real. They casted the Cyclops really well, but, you know, the race of the actors was wrong, apparently. It's silly. It's all silly to me. What am I missing? And by the way, if you're hopping on, I don't go live very often. I'm not favored in the TikTok live algorithm. If you want to see me go live more often, double tap the screen. It costs you nothing, okay? If you don't want to donate, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, it's free to just double tap the screen the whole time. Share the live, repost the live. If you have any friends or family you might want to watch, send to them as well. It's the least you can do, okay? But regardless, I'm going to be on here for at least a little bit today. What is a liberal progressive? I believe fundamentally in liberal values, but when it comes to specifically like fiscal policy, I'm more progressive, right? So I believe in like pluralistic democracy and free expression and individual rights. But I also then believe that government has a role to intervene in the economy to ensure you don't have market failures and you're able to raise the floor for people so that you don't have people going bankrupt from medical costs and people able to access quality education regardless of what zip code they're born into. Okay, I think everything's... Can everyone hear the Minecraft music in the background, or is that not working? If that's all set, then we're going to... I haven't played Minecraft in a very long time, by the way, so this could be really embarrassing for me. I used to play all the time, maybe like 5-6 years ago, but it's been a while. I know they've added a lot of shit to the game, so we'll see how that goes. But I'm just doing a normal survival world, and then we'll take debates as they come. Can't hear the music? Well, it's not very loud, to be fair. Hold on. Let's just create the world and see. Music was on earlier? Okay. Why not do Java? I'm playing off my PlayStation. I want to be able to use my PS5 controller. Okay, let's see. That's working on YouTube. That's working on TikTok. Call-in number is there. Chat is pulled up. Okay. And let's bring these up here. And let's bring Google Voice down here. Bring up the chat. Okay, we got Google Voice pulled up. So now again, if you want to debate, we're taking requests on both TikTok, or you can call the call-in number. That's 312-834-3216. I said this already. I just want to establish I'm not good at this game, so I don't want to hear any shit about you're supposed to do this that way. Do you think life expectancy is a good confoundable metric of how good healthcare systems are? No, I mean it can be indicative of how good healthcare systems are, but I don't think it's impossible, first of all, to isolate variables in the real world when you're looking at these things. So what you'd want to do is find countries that have very similar variables across other domains of whatever it is, culture and the birth rate and everything else, and then you can compare life expectancy and get some semblance of that. But it's always going to be hard to judge a country's healthcare system quality off of just one metric. And I'd more so want to see things like reimbursement rates, wait times, I mean, causes of bankruptcy, like in the United States, when you see medical costs being the leading cause of bankruptcy, I mean, that's a metric to look at that is very clear cut because in socialized medicine countries, you just don't really see that happening. No mod packs? No, dude. I need to make a house. I'm just playing vanilla, normal Minecraft, okay? It doesn't need to be anything serious. See, this is nice because now I don't have to constantly hope someone's going to say something in chat. Okay. What do I need? How was Dallas? Dallas was good. I met the liberal himself, David. Mike Nellis, he was super cool. Parker, not Parker get a job. Parker, I think Grissom is his last name. He's part of Unfuck America with David. It was fun. It should be coming out. It should be coming out in a month or so. They didn't give us an exact date, but. And the stream's chill for now. We'll see if it's chill once we start getting guest requests. If we get any. If we get any. Y'all need to ask me controversial political questions so I say something that pisses someone off and they hop in my request and get all angry at me. What is going on here? Why am I moving like this? What is this? Bro. Hello? What is this? I didn't. Wait. Why can't I move? Hello? Am I just gonna die? Dig? What is that gonna do? Oh. Wait, what was that? I want to be clear. I have not played Minecraft since, like, properly since, like, 2015. It's been, like, 10 years since I last played Minecraft. I know they've added new fucking... Okay. Deep snow. I don't know what that means, but okay. I'll just dig out of here, then? I guess I can just live in this hole if I find some coal. Oh, there we go. Oh no. Can do. Do you have the same argument for Trump being an illegitimate president? Yeah. I would say a better way of saying it is just that Trump is not the president in any real substantive sense, right? Essentially the same thing, but. Is the snow thing that just happened to me, is that just what happens when you're in a snow biome now? That's like the new thing? I don't know how much has changed in this game since 2015. I'm assuming a lot. Because I'm not used to that. Whatever that was. You support packing the court? I think 13 justices makes sense. Add 4. Then it would match the number of, what is it, like federal district courts or whatever? Question now is, do I go look for a place to build a house or do I just live in this hole for now and figure that out tomorrow? Because, hold on. You know what else I need to figure out, at least on the YouTube end? I need to figure out TTS. I feel like that'd be cool. Also incentivizes super chats and shit. I've seen that Kamala's been saying a lot of progressive stuff. I don't know whether it's a gimmick. I think she's just strongly considering running in 2028. And I see this idea has now been revived. People are saying, oh, like she gets to say, I told you so. Which I guess that's an angle. She can run. We'll see if she wins. I doubt she would win. But then again, I hesitate to say, if you lost a general, you should never run again, because it's kind of where Trump 2 came from, right? What the fuck is happening if we don't have a president? I would say that the republic founded on Declaration of Independence, Constitution, that republic is dead. The United States is now a different country, operated in an authoritarian, autocratic legalism system. So there is still a country here, but I just wouldn't say this is the United States in any real substantive way. I don't know how we could argue that, given how that's defined in the Constitution. Let's do that. Let's go. Did we get a consensus on if I'm living in this hole or if I'm going to build a house somewhere? Do you think progressive values are fully compatible with capitalism? It depends how you're defining those things. Again, it could be, it couldn't be. If someone asks a question and I don't get to it, make sure you ask it again in the chat, because that's the one downside of this setup, is I might miss some stuff as it's said when I'm looking at this. Live in the hole? Okay, based, I agree. How do spawn points work again now? Is it like I'll always spawn around here, or do you spawn in a random coordinate? Because that might be another good reason to stick with the hole. This is fine for now, I guess. Hold on, chat. One sec. How do you make a door? That's the other nice thing about the fucking console version, is I don't have to know how to make shit. Although that seems pretty intuitive, actually. There we go. Bro really is that chill guy. I know, right? Hassan Piker a net good? No, I don't think so. Will there be mayhem if Tallarico wins? Yeah, I don't know if they seat Tallarico. I don't know if they swear him in. That's my big concern, is how hard do Republicans go on trying to RIG the midterms? Is Trump just lazy and doesn't really give a fuck? He's like, I don't care who wins majorities, because I'm just going to start ignoring Congress even more if Democrats win. Or are we dealing with what they did to Adelita Grijalva, right, where they just don't swear you in if they don't fuck with you, right? Remember, Adelita Grijalva wasn't seated in her seat for 2 or 3 weeks because they didn't want her to vote on the Epstein files. You can envision Democrats winning a House and Senate majority, and then Johnson and Vance are like, we're not going to swear you into the House and Senate because there's claims of fraud that are being investigated. And especially I could see that happening with someone like Tallarico, because I have a hard time envisioning Ken Paxton conceding this election and Donald Trump conceding that he lost fucking Texas. That'd be the first time since, the 80s that a Democrat won a statewide race in Texas. The idea they would just let that slide, I find that hard to believe. But why aren't you a democratic socialist? Again, if when you say democratic socialist, you mean it in the Bernie Sanders sense, which is just a social democrat, then many people would call me that. Although I think socialism would imply you're collectivizing or socializing a means of production through worker cooperatives or maybe some kind of state intervention to take ownership stakes. I think markets work. I mean, hold on. I think we have a guest request. What the fuck?
Yep.
And hold on, just waiting on someone over on YouTube. You know what? Actually, just go ahead, start making your argument.
All right, so I'm a moderate Democrat, but I feel like obviously the establishment has done pretty as bad as our country. All they do, and this is just for everyone, all they do is just blame Trump, right? obviously Trump has some type of part of, obviously he knows what he's doing. Wait.
Okay.
But like we need to focus more on the middle class. Like instead of us running on Trump, we need to run on like, the working families and that. But we do need to, Trump plays a big part in this. And I feel like that Kamala Harris essentially she just ran on Trump instead of, her policies
Sure.
anymore.
So I mean, there's one question. I mean, I think we have to do both. I don't like
Hmm.
when people say we shouldn't talk about the authoritarianism. We
The
should just
sports
talk about
edits.
kitchen table issues. I don't buy
Right.
that. I think the reason that the threat to democracy stuff didn't resonate in 2024 is
Hmm.
not because it's not true. I think people just have a short memory and no one was really thinking about stuff like January
Exactly.
6th. I think that
Exactly.
the anti-Trump messaging works a lot better come 2028 and I mean even now in
Oh, of course.
2026 than it did in 2024 because people are now remembering what Trump is. In 2024 he was like this past thing in people's memory. So I think we should run on the anti-Trump stuff. I mean, we can also run on
Well,
kitchen
of
table
course.
economic issues, but I
Well,
think we
I'm
should be
like,
running on that.
yeah, I'm like an Andy Bashir type guy.
Okay.
And when it comes to foreign policy, I am libertarian. Like when libertarian leaning
Okay.
on foreign.
Can you explain like you just want like full non-interventionism, I guess?
For the most part, no. Yeah, for the most part, yes. We
So
should
how,
help out our
what would you like us
allies.
to do in regards to like Middle East stuff?
We should get out of there completely. Cut ties completely.
So does that even mean not applying pressure on, for example, Israel to
I
um
think we should help, you know, the Western Bank, but I think we should get out there and focus on Americans and Americans only. But yes, we should help out. Like you, should,
okay.
I support Ukraine.
Because I
I
guess
just
if when you say libertarian on foreign policy, what you mean
Mhm.
is you don't want us to be going in militarily into other countries.
Correct,
That
like
I'd agree
Bosnia.
with, but I would
Correct.
still like the United States to have a leadership role on the world stage in some regard,
Well,
using soft power
mm,
and diplomacy,
true.
because the alternative is like China and Russia doing that.
And we need to cut our military funding. We both agree, correct?
I think if we need to, yeah, I would want to do a
We we
proper,
spend
I'd want to do an
we s-
audit properly on the Department of Defense before we make any
we
decisions.
spend so much money on our military. We have no major enemy, Adam. Who is our enemy?
Enemy in what regard? I mean, there's China, there's
What
Russia,
what
there's
what has
Iran.
China done to us lately? What has China done to us lately?
The risk of China right now is if they go into Taiwan, then we lose a lot
True,
of our access to microchips, and
true.
that would kill our economy very quickly. Now, I'd rather not have us get caught in a hot war with China. And
Of
I'm not
course.
saying we shouldn't cut military spending. I'm just saying how much we cut it would be a function of doing an audit on the Department of Defense, and I'm sure we are
Well,
overspending.
well, I'm
But
sure we can cut some of it and
yeah,
use it for
I'm sure we
safety
can.
needs.
I sure we don't need to be spending as much as we are, but I'm not someone who just arbitrarily says let's cut it by half because we need to
Correct.
figure out how much we need to cut it first.
And we do need to help Ukraine because if we get out of Ukraine, we don't help them out. Then if Russia takes over, we're
Yeah,
screwed.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree
So
with
we
that.
both agree that.
Yes.
Um. Obviously, I'm gonna be voting Democrats in the midterms. Question about this. Um. What do you think of the Fed? Do you think we obviously I think we should have the Fed, but what do you think of the Fed and NATO? Like, do you think we should reform NATO?
Do I think we should reform NATO? I mean,
Like,
I think we should have brought Ukraine into NATO.
correct. I agree. I agree.
I think probably after Trump leaves, we're gonna have to re-examine U.S. foreign policy because Trump has really
Yeah.
destroyed a lot of the United States leverage and goodwill, especially
He's
with
a
our Western allies. So we're gonna have to take probably somewhat more of a
well,
backseat.
he's a neocon. I'm not
Trump?
surprised. He's a neocon.
I think he governs in neocon ways. I don't think he's ideologically a neocon, but he is stupid, and neocons have a easy access to him. So, for all
Yeah.
intents and purposes, I guess he is one.
Yeah, and I don't know why a lot of Republicans are saying that Trump is actually a liberal. Like based off his policy, he's not a liberal. I mean, sure he isn't as pro-life as they want him to be, but Trump would just he flip-flops. He does whatever's popular. If the
Yeah.
Democrats are popular, Trump would run as a Democrat. He has no true
He used to
values.
be a Democrat way back in
Yep,
like
he
I don't know
did.
early 2000s or 90s. So
Correct. Correct. He did.
yeah,
And that's when everyone quote unquote liked them, but he just runs on whatever is popular.
yeah.
But so
Is there
yeah, I
anything
think
you think we disagree on that you'd want to debate? And real quick before you answer that, Zachariah S and Dobby the House Elf, let me know in the chat what topics y'all wanted to debate, so I know what you
hmm,
want to talk about. But
it was Biden had some type of part in Kamala's 2024 lost.
yeah, he should never have sought re-election.
Okay.
Biden should never have run for a second term. We should have had an open Democratic primary.
She me basically. All right. I denounce the Democratic Socialist of America. I disagree with a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, I have a bit more of a complicated view on that just because when someone tells me they're a democratic socialist,
Mm.
there are about 10 different things that could mean.
Yep, no jails or safety nets and like Bernie
True, in
Sanders.
terms of maybe some in the leadership class or loud people on Twitter, but I would assume the average viewer of political content who calls himself a democratic socialist
Mhm.
is just a social democrat who wants like
Correct.
single payer healthcare, which is
Do
why
you
I try not to alienate those people because we probably
correct?
agree on a lot of stuff.
Do you believe in affordable healthcare or free healthcare for all?
I mean, there's no such thing as free healthcare. The question is who's financing it, the state or individual premium
Cut.
payers.
We have some abuse. We can cut some funding for some certain programs,
I
certain
think we need
things.
single payer health insurance. Um,
Yeah,
I think you can
that's
start with a public option to start building up the infrastructure, but I think you need to be
correct.
moving towards single payer. Um,
Correct. Immigration. Okay. When it comes to immigration, have a 2008 Hillary Clinton type of immigration. If you come here illegally, you have to pay a stiff fine and you have to work. We both agree.
Say it again.
I have a 2008 Hillary Clinton take. If you come here illegally, you have to work and you have to pay a stiff fine.
I think we need to narrow down what we mean by illegal immigrants because if
Uh,
someone comes here to seek asylum, they get
yeah, that's
labeled
fine.
illegal for some reason right now, which is
Yeah,
stupid.
that's
If you're
yeah,
talking about gotaways, like people that sneak past the border,
yeah,
if
yeah,
they've been
yeah.
here for like over 5 years or whatever, and they've been paying taxes and they have no
That's
criminal
fine. That's
record,
yeah, that's
then I would
fine.
say, yeah, just as long as I wouldn't even charge them a fine. As long as you've
Of
been
course
paying
not.
your taxes,
Of
we're
course.
gonna offer you free English lessons, and then you can get a green
Correct.
card.
Yeah, we totally agree on that. Okay,
Yeah.
so I would consider you as like a moderate for what about social issues?
I don't know if I'm a moderate because most moderates think that public option or expansion of the ACA is good enough for healthcare. I think we need complete single payer government health insurance. I think we need a massive, probably like $2 or $3 trillion infrastructure bill. I
Hmm.
mean, I would say ideologically, I'm somewhere between like Pete Buttigieg and Elizabeth Warren on fiscal policy.
Hmm.
So I'm not all the way in Bernie land, but I'm also not like
Correct.
a Chuck Schumer Democrat or
So
anything.
if Bernie Sanders won the 2016 Democratic nomination for president, do you think he would have beaten Trump? That's what everyone's talking about. Do you think he really would have beaten Trump? Because they were both like, we're gonna stop this. They were both anti-establishment, kind of.
I don't know. I think he would have won in 2020. I think most Democrats would have won in 2020.
Yeah, even Kamala.
2016, I think it's a toss up between Bernie and Trump. I don't know.
Yeah, because
Because I'd
Bernie.
want to know how Bernie would do with like suburban voters and what kind of
Correct.
turnout you'd have. It's hard to, the counterfactuals are always hard to figure out. I don't know.
Yeah, Bernie's just a chill guy. Honestly, I feel
He is
like
for
me
real.
and him
I fuck with
agree,
Bernie. I like Bernie.
especially his foreign policy for
Okay.
sure.
I'm going to let up Zachariah now. Thank you for hopping on.
Of course.
Appreciate the conversation. This
All
guy
right.
seems like a Trump supporter,
All right.
but take care, man. Hey, how old are you? Okay. I hear scary things happening outside. Even though I think it's day, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna get some food and maybe get some armor or some shit. Opinion on maps, like in Minecraft, I have a fucking map. And this is someone asked this hardcore. I don't know what the fuck you think this is. No, it's not hardcore. I haven't played Minecraft since 2015, bro. It's a normal standard Minecraft. Best block, Obsidian. I fuck with Obsidian. Dobby the House Elf. I see you in the guest requests. What do you want to debate? If you're watching again, make sure y'all are double tapping the screen. I play the baby level. Well, the baby level is like. What is that noise? What is that? Okay. Okay, I'm in the top left corner of the map. That's easy enough to remember. You to find some fucking cow. Okay, so can someone explain the frost thing to me so I don't start freezing to death again? How does that work? What are the mechanics of that? Oh, and I should kill that sheep too. Let's make a bed or some shit. Play Java, dude. Who cares? Is this something people will care about? Java versus what is this called? Bedrock. I want to play on my PS5, bro. I'm not a fucking PC gamer. I'm sorry. So sorry. Was this guy on Jubilee or am I tripping? I don't know if you're tripping or not, but I was on Jubilee. Why do you not believe the workers should control the means of production? I think there needs to be a balance. So I believe in very strong unions to ensure that employers and owners are not abusing disproportionate market power. But it depends what you mean. Like, are you talking about making private ownership of companies illegal and requiring worker cooperatives? Or are you talking about the state taking ownership stakes in all private enterprise? I don't even know what it really means to socialize the means of production because there's multiple ways to do that. I don't see any cows. Can you die from hunger in like standard Minecraft? Communists don't know how to do that either. And wait, did someone explain the snow thing? How do I just not step on snow and I'm chilling? And can I eat rabbits? Is that a thing? I don't want to needlessly kill this rabbit. Can I eat it? What is this? Oh, I have this. I can just cook this. Hold on. You can eat rabbits, okay. You can step on snow with leather boots, okay. So that's why I'm looking for a cow. Okay, where did I come from? Am I stupid? Where's my house? Is it here? Did I actually just lose my house? No, it's... There it is. I'm dumb. Where's the person who asked why I don't support owning the means of production? I'd love to answer that if I could get some specificity on what they're asking. See, there's this idea right now of like the radical left versus the moderate left or whatever. And I usually just prefer discussion and conversation before jumping straight to like why you're evil and wrong or whatever. So if there's any people who watch me who are more socialist or communist aligned, you can just ask me why I disagree with you. We can get down to the bottom of it instead of like assuming I'm some fucking landlord lover or something. There we go. Ooh, I got iron. Okay. Are you still doing debates? Yeah, I got Meatwad and I got Dobby the house elf. What do you guys want to chat about? Okay, Dobby, I see you. Immigration, probably not going to disagree much. Meatwad, do you think you're going to disagree with me more than Dobby is? Whoever's the bigger disagreeer gets to come up. Nice. Okay, is it already dark out again? How much wool do I need for a bed? Is it 3 and I have 1 only? Damn. Damn. We got 5 iron. See, this is where I need to ask people who play Minecraft regularly, like, do I make tools first or do I make iron armor first? I don't identify as a leftist, no. But again, that's another term that I've realized you can ask 5 people what it means, you're going to get 10 answers. So make tools first. Do you debate whether it's unethical to eat animals in Minecraft? No, the fuck I don't, bro. No, I don't believe we should continue to allow corporations to socialize losses and privatize gains. I think we need to have a strong government intervention in the economy to ensure you don't have market failures and to ensure you're maximizing social welfare, right? So subsidizing education, subsidizing health insurance, expanding infrastructure, basically things that are good for people like healthy food and mental health help and doctors and clean air and roads and bridges and public transit and a place to live. The government should intervene to help ensure that people have access to those things. And then when it comes to more consumer goods, then I think that, yeah, let the market handle that more or less and still have regulation over safety and labor standards and all that stuff. Why wouldn't you call yourself a leftist? Just not a label I've ever really identified with. I call myself a progressive. People who I've spoken to that call themselves leftists just tend to be a lot more to my left. Now, I could call myself a leftist and just define it differently, but that's why I just don't like labels in general, honestly. I put progressive liberal up here because it's like the closest match for what I am, but you watch the NBA, not really. You're just a centrist. No. It says liberal progressive. So how are you going to call yourself a liberal progressive if you only support establishment Democrats? Can someone remind me when I said I only support establishment Democrats? Maybe it's because I'm playing Minecraft. I'm not paying attention to what I'm saying. When did I say that, y'all? Let me know. What do I need? Shovel. That's cheap enough. Let's make some of these. What do we got? Yeah, 3 iron. Pickaxe or sword? Lock in. Pickaxe or sword? Yeah, I said liberal progressive. When I say liberal, I mean classically liberal. Like I believe in individual rights and democratic pluralism, free expression, negative liberties essentially. And then progressive has to do with what kind of actual discretionary spending I want, like fiscal policy I would want, which is more like social democracy. Those are words addressing different things. I'm not going to occupy a village. I'm going to have free trade with the villagers, okay? It's going to be mutually beneficial. Liberals are actually right-wing, so true. You're very well-spoken, thank you. What do you think about DSA? I don't know what that means. The organization, the platform, normal people who call themselves DSA. If you give me a vague noun and ask for my opinion on it, and I just give you my thoughts without thinking it through, what is this? I don't even know what I was saying. Thanks. Thank you so much to whoever that was. That really just brightened my day. Thank you. Thank you. Why do I have all these snowballs? Can I throw these snowballs and hurt people? Or not people, bad guys. No civilians, I promise. Why the fuck do you have that? Dude, I'm in a snow biome. I didn't know snow could fucking kill you, so I had to start shoveling that shit. Wait, I don't know if I didn't decide yet, did I? Iron sword or iron pickaxe? I have 4 iron ingots left. I don't like Israel. I think the United States should cut off all military support to Israel and apply every lever of diplomatic pressure to stop the genocide. And not just stop the genocide, but stop the expansion and push for proper Palestinian sovereignty and statehood. And again, people on the right would call me a leftist. I just don't call them. And these labels, again, it's like you could find me and someone else who calls himself a leftist, and we could technically agree on every single policy thing, but because they make that noise with their vocal cords leftist, and because I don't, there's somehow like a difference now here between these two people. Pickaxe and get some diamonds. I don't know, man. It's dangerous out there. Why can't I? Lee, you've been here long enough for me to explain that liberal progressive is the closest label I can use, but even that's not perfect for me. It's like the best I can do, right? I don't know if we're being bad faith or we're not paying attention or if we're being pedantic. Do you think Al-Said will win? I hope.
Nut on my head, nut on my nose, nut in my mouth. Crunch, crunch, oh!
What just happened? Oh my god. Oh my god. I just unplugged my PlayStation. Did I just lose all my progress? Fuck. It autosaves on PlayStation 5, I hope. Thoughts on Obama? Not a fan of his foreign policy. I mean, I like the Iran nuclear deal. I like that he tried normalizing relations with, was it Cuba? But broadly speaking, I'm not a fan of his foreign policy. His domestic policy was not bad, but could have been better. I think he was too conciliatory towards Republicans. So I think Obama should have pushed harder on some things. But I think the ACA was a massive win. I think Dodd-Frank was good. I think DACA was good. So I would differentiate domestic and foreign policy pretty significantly there. At least in modern history, he was relatively speaking the most anti-Israel president, which is not saying much in the context of American foreign policy. But, I mean, he pissed off Netanyahu enough that Netanyahu fucking flew on down to Washington, D.C. to give a speech in the Capitol building, yelling and screaming about the Iran nuclear deal. And Obama just did that shit anyways and mocked him, so that was based. But Libya, not good, although I need to read more about that. I think he didn't handle Syria the best. There's a whole host of things there, so... WACAW DACA, true. Iraq with... Okay, true. Yeah, Obama, it's been a while. I'd have to go back and look at some of the specifics in his record. Yeah, Netanyahu hated Obama. If you were online and autosaved, I don't know if I was. Do guests include... Yeah, I'll debate anything. I'll debate whatever. I don't even care, bro. And you know what? We're doing pickaxe. And we're sticking with... Hold on, let me reorganize this. What am I doing here? There we go. Do I not have a wooden axe? Or stone axe? Let's do that. What else do I need? Okay, that's everything. Should the Nether be untouched and established as a natural reservation in Minecraft? I don't know. That's a new one. I've never... You think Trump will actually try to run again? I actually don't think so. And people are surprised when I say that, because if anyone sounds the alarm about Trump, it's me. I just think Trump's too lazy. I think the one thing that's been shown to curb Trump's authoritarianism is his own lack of willpower. But you never know. Maybe he gets super triggered after the Republican loses in 28 and then he just says, fuck it, I'm going to stay or something. I don't know. There's a lot that can happen, but I'd be more worried about Trump intervening in the 2028 election to help the Republican nominee than him actually running in 2028. Nether needs a data center. I have not debated at you, Mitch. I have not. That'd be super cool, though. Okay, Markle Selkid? Never mind, you unrequested. I was going to ask if you wanted to debate something. Oh, do you want to debate something? Actually, I'm going to finish using my stone pickaxe. Just need to find some more iron, and I'll start going out. What do you think of Tiki Tiki Funk? I don't know. Don't know. On whether we should have voted Kamala and also DSA? Hey, how
what's
old
up?
are you?
I'm 23 years old.
Okay. Let me just check. YouTube, let me know if you guys can hear him. Yeah, what did you want to chat about?
Yeah, I wanted to chat about, I know it's a little bit of a tired topic, but whether we should have voted for Kamala, and then more of a contemporary topic about DSA, since I know that Destiny and that kind of lib ecosystem is kind of starting a campaign of containment.
Okay.
I think.
Sure.
So for the first Kamala, I guess you would not vote for Kamala because she's not sufficiently in close proximity to your values.
I would vote for Kamala. I did vote for her in 2024. I'd vote for pretty much any mainstream Democrat who could win the nomination.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what if that included like unconditional aid to Israel?
What mainstream Democrat is pushing for that right now? I feel like the party has shifted significantly when you have over half of Dems in the Senate voting to cut off at least offensive weapons. I'd be surprised if someone ran on that.
Oh yeah, but we're talking about the political environment back in 2024, right? When Kamala Harris was running.
You're asking still about the 2024 election? Okay.
Yeah.
What is the question about Israel? Would I vote for a Democrat who supports like basically what Kamala supported in 2024?
Yeah.
The answer is yes, because whatever that would be a million times worse than Trump, who has given carte blanche to Netanyahu pretty much. And I wouldn't expect a Democrat like Harris or Biden to back up Netanyahu on a war with Iran, which would further destabilize the region.
Okay, but isn't that like bargaining over?
Policy.
Yeah, but on some level, isn't that like bargaining over? Like you're saying, okay, so we'd get a genocide with Kamala, but we wouldn't get a war with Iran. And it's like, okay, I mean,
we'd probably also get more aid towards Palestinians. You'd get more pushback on Netanyahu. Now, that'd be marginal pushback. I think we need categorically different policy. But again, I'm obviously just going to vote for who the better candidate is. So on domestic policy, it's not even close. When you're weighing foreign policy, I'm looking at who is going to be more hawkish. And it's clear by far Republicans are the more hawkish party. And I think Democrats are more pushable on the Gaza issue, as we've seen demonstrated since 2024, where more than half of Democrats in the Senate have come around to cutting off at least some weapons and making them conditional.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that would occur if Kamala had won. I don't think that this mass realignment is occurring. This political realignment, on terms of the Democrat stance on Gaza.
So,
they would have
Kamala Harris would have had similarly bad policy on Gaza as Donald Trump?
As Joe Biden, absolutely.
Okay, but
There's an
then even
interview
Joe
where,
Biden compared to Donald Trump. What are you saying? That's the same thing?
well, in my view, it's sort of both are past the Rubicon that I wouldn't support and I wouldn't want to enable. I wouldn't want to validate.
So you have no preference between those two then?
Well, I wouldn't. Of course, there's a
Because at that point, I'm just thinking like,
preference,
how
I
do I
suppose, but-
minimize the number of innocent people that are dying?
what? No, but that's not the only option in front of you, right?
What's the
You
other
can-
option if you have a, let's say, general election? Let's say Biden didn't drop out and you have Biden versus Trump 2024. What is my other option to like fix everything?
Yeah, the other option to fix everything is to contribute to organizations who are building up electoral capacity, like the DSA. Right back in 2024,
They still wouldn't have
you-
won the election in 2024. Or like, what is the hypothetical you're presenting me with?
well, yeah, I mean, you could say that
Because then you'd be saying, okay, vote
they
for
would-
DSA down ballot or something, which is a different conversation than who I'm voting for the top of the ticket.
No, I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking about
So you just think I shouldn't
your
vote?
political activity. No, I'm saying that you're saying that your political action is going to be maximized to reduce the amount of life suffering, right?
Yeah, so that's going to be multifaceted. It's going to be through, I mean, things I could do as a political commentator, through activism. It's going to be through my power to vote as a U.S. citizen. There's multiple levers of power I can exhaust there. And if I can vote, I'm going to use that power to vote and put in place the candidate who I think is less bad and more malleable, which is Biden.
Yeah, but I would say that normally that's fine rationale, but given that you're kind of getting a genocide both ways, then it calls for a different type of political activity, which voting would be detrimental to, which is
Well,
obviously
you're implying there
organized.
again that like I should be indifferent between a Joe Biden presidency and a Donald Trump presidency, even as it pertains to the issue of Gaza, which to me would imply that I'm saying, okay, I don't really care how many people die because either way, it's in the category of genocide.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the, Hitler versus Himmler. Like, Hitler's going to do 6, Himmler will do 4. Am I going to
think
vote
they're
in this election?
That's a meaningfully different comparison where Hitler is like actively, openly pushing a genocide, whereas Biden is facilitating and allowing one and letting Netanyahu walk all over him and being weak and not pushing back enough. But the fact that Biden even stopped that one tiny fucking insignificant shipment of bombs that he did, which I think is still insignificant, that signals something in terms of his commitments on foreign policy. And I
What?
also,
No, that was for the election only. That was like during October for
right,
the
and
election.
would a Republican do that if an election was coming up? Like, clearly there's an
Probably
incentive
not,
structure
but-
at play for center-left candidates, even if they're pro-Israel, that is just not at play at all with Republicans.
Okay, well, look, let me ask you this. Like, in my view, the function is the same, regardless of whether Biden was weaker.
I guess I want to
mean, he's
first
still-
make sure we're on the same page, just factually
Okay.
speaking. Do you think things would be all else equal, like on a net basis, better under a Biden presidency than a Trump one?
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Okay,
yeah,
so we'll just pause there for a second. You agree, yes. And the question is, should we not just prefer things that are better to things that are worse?
I think there's a limit, right? I think the
What would be
Himmler,
the
Hitler.
limit where we would then become indifferent between better and worse?
Yeah, I mean, so it depends on its proximity to your values, your core values. And so, in my view, Joe Biden supporting the genocide was Jake Sullivan and the national security, his national
So I
security
can tell
advisor.
you, in the case of, like, let's say Biden's the nominee for 2024, then I'm pushing hard in Democratic primaries to ensure that we're getting senators and Congress people who are going to pass legislation that is more friendly towards Gaza, whether that's increasing the aid that Gazan people are getting or putting further restrictions on the arms deals to Israel, which Biden is going to sign, whatever legislation his party is signing in that regard, even if it's to his left. So that would be the real operative place where I can exert power in that regard. But I wouldn't say that it would make any sense to say, okay, well, I'm not voting for president, though, because both of them are bad, when clearly one is way, way, way worse, right? I mean, Biden was never talking about opening a Trump resort in Gaza.
Yeah, but what was Biden doing? Is he was publicly
You're not going to, hold on,
saying
I want to
that
be clear, I'm
gesturing
not going to
support
sit
for
here and
ceasefire.
defend Biden's Gaza policy, if you think that's what I'm going to do. I think we probably agree on that. But
Okay.
this is a relative argument between all else equal, you have either Biden or you have Trump. And then you're just saying, well, it doesn't matter who it is. I think it actually does matter, right? There are people who would die under Trump that would not die under Biden. I think their lives matter. Doesn't make genocide okay, but as someone with the ability to choose that, I'm obviously going to choose the thing that's less bad.
Okay, well, I think you have to kind of bite the bullet on, the Germany 1930s example, where you would be voting for Himmler because he's doing 4 million, and that's
Would
the lesser
Himmler
evil.
be signing aid bills that would go to the Jewish people And would Hitler?
Let's say he does that
and would
symbolically,
Hitler be
like, one
putting
time.
and would Himmler be putting even rhetorical statements out against the Holocaust?
Let's say he
Those
does.
aren't comparable.
Oh, look, let's just say he does put rhetorical
Okay,
statements
so you're
out.
saying let's say
What-
Himmler wasn't Himmler.
No,
These
no.
are,
Let's
these are
say
like
he followed through with 4
ideological
million, but
Nazis.
just had
These
rhetorical
are like
statements.
ideological Nazis who are not just passively allowing a genocide to take place, but are orchestrating, and they're like they want the genocide.
Yeah, well,
I think a lot of
it might
Biden's
be
issue with
whether you
Netanyahu
want
is that
or-
Biden is someone who is extremely. He was a pushover. He let Netanyahu do whatever the fuck he wanted. The most he would do is kind of give him a stern talking to on the phone. And he's someone who grew up in a time when he was, I think, ideologically a lot more committed to whatever naive, idealistic version of Zionism he grew up with. That is different than someone who is actively happy about facilitating and planning a genocide.
Yeah, but for me, I'm not voting on like, oh, are you happy that you're committing a genocide, or are you, quiet
Hold
about
on.
your committing
The
a
way they
genocide?
feel
Like,
about it is going to impact how they deal with it, right?
no, but
That's
turns
why I
out
just
that's not
reject
true.
the Himmler example.
But I mean, that's my point is that if it's
Wait, how
only
is that
if
not
your
true? You don't
opposition
think
is
Biden would
rhetorical only-
facilitate more aid to Gaza than Trump would?
No, I'm saying that
Wait,
if
do you
your
agree that he would?
opposition is only well, hold on, let me finish. I'm
You
saying if
can
your
finish, but I
opposition
don't
is
want you to skip
rhetorical,
over what I've been saying.
I'm not trying to skip over what you've been saying.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm saying what my position is that yes, there would be a difference. Obviously, we can say it would be better for Biden's policy versus Trump's or whatever. But in my view, they're still crossed the Rubicon, right? In terms of the effect.
Why would that change? That one is better and one is worse?
Okay, well, I'm saying that just like let's say like Himmler was a pushover, and he's not an ideological, but hey, he just has to appease some
And
base or
Himmler would
something.
be okay with signing bills that actively restrain the Nazi Party and give aid to the Palestinians or the Jews, I guess, if we're doing the analog to Nazi Germany.
Yeah, let's say that. Let's say there was like some
I
meager
want to be
restraint.
clear. Are you saying that there's a comparison to be drawn between Hitler versus Himmler? Is the same comparison? What the? That's crazy.
Rip.
I know. Is there a comparison between Himmler versus Hitler is the same as Biden versus Trump?
Well, I'm saying the comparison is to draw out the underlying principles of the matter, which is the lesser evil voting, which I'm critiquing right now.
I
I'm
mean,
saying
that would be more analogous to maybe you're giving me two different leaders of Israel, the country that's actively doing the genocide, versus the United States, which is facilitating it.
Okay, well, I think the reason that you're asking me these general questions, trying to find if I believe there's a symmetry breaker without finding your own symmetry breaker, I think it's because it's uncomfortable to say you would vote for Himmler. And I don't think
I just
there's
don't
actually
think it's
a way.
analogous.
Okay, what is the, what's the principal difference?
It's that Himmler and Hitler were both part of the Nazi Party, and they were actively orchestrating and planning and changing the status quo to conduct a genocide. Whereas with Biden, you have someone who is basically giving Israel a lot more latitude than they should have, not properly utilizing the diplomatic leverage of the United States to either put sanctions on Israel or at the very least make aid conditional on certain civilian death numbers or whatever it may be. Those are just not the same type of thing. I don't know why you would
Okay, well,
disagree with
okay,
that.
then we can simply edit the analogy to imagine that, Himmler is part of the, I don't know, like moderate conservative party.
Well, if you're saying Himmler, there's a certain stigma attached to him where no matter what modifier you put on Himmler, people are still thinking Himmler, which is why on a visceral
Okay.
level, like if you want
Okay,
to
look,
come up with
is there a
more
different name,
analogous
a German name
example-
that? I
Yeah,
think
there
it's
is
fair
a different
to
name.
use
The name is
German
Joe
names.
Biden and Donald Trump. Why can't we just stick to the actual thing?
Well, because I think the principle is absurd, and I think it led you to absurd conclusions with relation to Gaza,
I think
where
the
you ended up
principle
voting
that
for
once the
genocide.
Rubicon is passed, we can no longer prefer something that's better to something that's worse is the absurd
We
principle.
can vote, right? But that's what I'm saying.
Well,
The
voting
political
is a
action
way
which
of
you take
enacting
is
your
voting.
preferences using political power, right?
No, there's other options on the menu.
Right,
It's not
but they're
just
not
voting.
mutually exclusive. I can vote and do other stuff too. So whatever things you want to tell me to do instead of
Mm-hmm.
voting, I could do those, and I could also vote.
In my view,
Because
they are
you're not just,
parasitic
hold on.
each
You're
other.
not just making the argument that I should do something other than voting. You're making the active argument that I should not vote on top of whatever
Yes.
else it is you want me to do. So why should I not
Yeah.
vote? Why should I not pick between less people dying and more people dying? That actually seems like a very
You should
unintuitive
not
position.
vote because, you should not vote because you would want to avoid affirming either candidate.
So
just
if
in the same way
I
that
mean, this is a very simple sort of trolley problem. If I give you a button and I say, okay, 10,000 people are going to die, and if you push this button, 5,000 will die, and if you push the other button, 20,000 will die. Or rather, no, 10,000 will die. The default will happen. Are you going to say, well, people are going to die regardless, so I'm not pushing a button?
Well, in my view, there are different. So the symmetry breakers there would be there's more actions you could take to impair the trolley, as opposed to just a lever. And so that's
Just before
my view.
adding other qualifiers and details, just taking only my hypothetical on the grounds I gave it to you, would you just say that you're not going to push the button, or would you push it?
Well, for me, I don't know if it. I think it no longer correlates to our discussion because I think there's principal differences. I can answer
Sure.
your question.
So first,
though.
you can answer
I
the
would-
question, and you can tell me why you think it's not analogous.
Okay, sure. So there's a button in front of me, and if I don't push the button, 10,000, and if I do push the button, 4,000.
Yeah, or 5, whatever. Yeah, less than 10.
Okay, I think in that scenario, I would. I'm torn between causing 4,000 people to die versus passivity. So for me, I guess I would do 4,000. I haven't thought about it too much.
Okay, so then how would you think that analogy is not? It's not an analog to the Biden scenario we've been discussing.
Because I think there's more options on the table to affect how many people in the trolley, in this trolley problem, how many people
Okay,
are
so
dying, as
cool.
opposed to just.
What could I have done in 2024 to, I guess, stop this genocide?
Yeah, what you could have done in 2024 is to contribute to the electoral organizing efforts of,
The DSA?
anti-genocide activists. And those people,
And what would
I
that
think
have
they had a
done?
good vision. The uncommitted movement who refused to vote for Kamala unless she added this to her platform. And what that actually resulted in is it resulted in a massive sea change with senators noticing that Kamala lost, and this has become a albatross
I'm
on
not
your
getting an answer
House
to my
platform.
question, or maybe I didn't hear you properly. So, like, how would that have changed the number of people that died in Gaza if I, what do you say, like, support DSA candidates or something?
Yeah. This it's not a that would I think that would affect the amount of people who are dying in Gaza because you would revoke or
So by what mechanism
what is
would it
it?
affect
Revoke
it?
the aid to Israel.
Oh my God.
You would support bills
By
that would
what
revoke the aid to
mechanism? So
Israel.
let's say I don't vote. I say this is, we've crossed the Rubicon. I'm not voting for the president. And then Donald Trump wins the presidential election, but I guess DSA has clout now. What is materially different for the people in Gaza?
Yeah, the policy agenda, which I believe is the Block the Bombs Act, is now more popular, has more
Wait,
signatures,
but
and is more
what
likely
does
to
that have
pass.
to do with people in Gaza dying, whether it's popular? Donald Trump's the president in
Yeah.
this scenario.
I know. That's what I'm saying is that if the Block the Bombs Act is passed, it will reduce the amount of Gazans who are dying. And this is Block the Bombs Act is what
Why would
everyone is
Donald
campaigning.
Trump sign that act?
Yeah, I'm not saying Donald Trump under his presidency would
You
sign this
told
act,
me
but
that my 4,000 versus 10,000 example is not analogous to Biden versus Trump because you think that there are things that could have been done to reduce the number without voting for Biden. You haven't demonstrated that though.
no, I think I have though. In that
Okay, what's the
the Block the
mechanism by
Bombs Act
which
has
we
more
would-
sponsors in the Senate.
Okay, but an act having sponsors doesn't mean that act becomes law. So that's just a paper with words on it.
Dude, if the more sponsors an act has, the more likelihood it passes, right?
When you
And
have a
we can acknowledge that
Democratic
under Trump.
president in office, maybe
Okay, yeah,
Right?
with the
So
Democratic,
then
obviously.
we have to
Obviously.
wait till 2028 to save Gaza.
Yeah, I mean,
So then
it is
how
a
would
long.
that,
I
how
don't
would that
think.
be harm
I don't
reduction
think
then?
this
You'd
would.
be admitting actually that less people would die under Biden if you vote for him in 2024. And then
No,
then
because I
maybe
don't think Block the Bombs Act would have been passed under Biden at all.
even if it
I
wasn't,
think
there
they
was
would
no
have.
Block the Bombs Act under Biden's first term, but I think you'd still agree that if you compare Biden's first term to Trump's second term, relatively speaking, one is better for Gaza and one is worse for Gaza.
Yeah, but I guess like for me, it's like in Germany, like who's better for the Jews? Is it
Wait, can we not
losing
leave
2 million
that
or losing
example?
6 million? I don't know. Like you keep using these lesser evil, but
Dude,
I
I'm
feel like
addressing specifically the thing you gave me, and you haven't answered by what mechanism would things be different? Like, what would be the
Yeah, I mean,
mechanism
US
through which
legislation.
less people? Okay, but legislation has to be passed into law, and we both agreed that's not happening until 2028 under your scenario. So,
and I don't think that would happen under 2028 in the event that Kamala wins either.
okay, but
Like, we can
before
imagine
pivot
that
again to
Democrats
now
will be
another
anti-Israel,
hypothetical,
but-
we're interrogating your ideal scenario here.
I know, and I'm saying that we have more progress has occurred, right, in terms of
But
getting an
just to
arms
bring it
embargo on
back,
Israel.
you're saying this wasn't analogous because there are ways to. You remember the 4,000 versus 10,000 thing, right? So then that
Yeah.
is analogous to what I was saying. You're not even disputing that that's analogous anymore. It seems like.
No, because on a local level as well, you can get like local. I think like not on our Dime Act.
I guess just
in the
by
state
what
assemblies.
mechanism would we save any Palestinian lives or have any kind of reigning in of Israel under Trump's second term in your hypothetical?
Yeah, I mean, in America, our mechanism is boycotts. That's like primarily what we can do. And so I'm telling you various legislative acts which
You mean like people
solidify
boycotting
boycotts.
stuff?
Yeah, and I'm also talking
Well,
about
they
government
could do
government
that
contracts.
even if Biden won.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they would be less likely to because the position would not be as popular.
Why would it not be as popular? I'm pretty sure that the polling
Because
on
Biden
Gaza
won on
showed
supporting
that
Israel.
Israel was losing favorability like within 2024 before the election even happened. The genocide has
Yeah,
not
but
been
if
popular
Kamala
with broad
Harris,
swaths of Americans.
yeah, I know. If Kamala Harris had won the presidential election on her platform, which is a continuation of Biden's, that's not a like anti-genocide platform.
I never
And
said
I
it
don't
was, but it's better than Trump's Gaza platform, no?
no, but I think the point is that she would not have popularized the kind of boycotts that I'm telling
Well,
you
you
about.
don't need
Right?
the president to popularize that stuff, right?
No, what I'm saying is she would have prevented the popularization of that
You
kind
think
of stuff
she would have
because
actively railed against it?
I think she does oppose
And
BDS.
wait,
Yes.
I don't want to leave this topic because you still have not demonstrated to me why I'd be better off not voting for president.
Well, I told you that if you did not, because Kamala Harris lost, it made Palestine and arbitrage or Israel support arbitrage issue around the necks of every single Democrat senator, and that's why we've kind of seen a sea change. And
Okay, again,
what it resulted in, the material change, is that it resulted in a support for boycotts in America, which is our lever of change. So that's what we can do. And I think I've demonstrated a through line there. But I guess we can move on to the other
it's just
topic.
you called into question the lesser of two evils logic, but then you never actually grappled with it. You just kind of said, "Nuh-uh."
No, I think I showed okay, well, look, let me ask you, analogy is a little bit new, but would you vote like in your local
Wait,
Republican
why are we
race?
switching from the topic at hand? We don't need analogies when we can just talk about Biden versus Trump.
I know, but the lesser of two, I just thought of this, that I would never vote in my local Republican race, even if it's Republican dominated, right? And it's because I'm not a Republican and their values are too far away from mine.
I think the issue with these analogies is they bring a lot of extra baggage that isn't necessarily going to be the case with a Biden versus Trump 2024 election. So can we just stick to like, why would it not make sense to vote for Biden over Trump in 2024? Because that is the argument you're making.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to vote for Kamala over Trump in 2024 because they both have a position which is, I think, crossed the Rubicon, so to speak, but I think it's a cardinal
you
sin.
can cross the Rubicon and things can still be relatively better than other things.
I know, but I also draw a
You
through
have
line
to tell
that
me
because
why I
Kamala Harris
shouldn't care
lost.
about better.
I know, and I told you that because Kamala Harris lost, we actually are we're more likely to enact like boycotts in America against Israel, and that's our primary method of change.
That's worth it to you for however many more innocent people are going to die in the Middle East after Trump winning?
I think that to stop all of that from occurring, to stop the cycle.
Already, not to mention how much harder has Israel gone, and not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Lebanon, because Trump says do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Oh, I don't think that Israel would have changed its behavior under Kamala Harris. I don't think she would have been sufficiently coercive. So I don't regard.
I think Israel would have kept doing what it was doing under Harris, that it was under Biden, but it changed what it was doing under Trump, and it became more aggressive under Trump. So you're arguing that I shouldn't care about Israel becoming more aggressive under Trump.
No, what I'm saying is that Israel would have adopted the same aggressive posture under both presidents, right? It's national security doctrine.
You don't think that Israel became more hawkish because Donald Trump enabled them to do so?
No, I think Israel became more hawkish because America enables them to do so, and it would have continued under Kamala Harris. And that Israel's national security doctrine became more aggressive.
You're saying that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would have the same Middle East foreign policy?
No, I'm saying that Israel's domestic aggressive foreign policy towards its Palestinians would have been equally as aggressive because its national security doctrine after October 7th was like, what is it called? I was hearing an Israeli NatSec guy saying that it is like preemptive violence is what they're
Donald Trump has said that we should, like, he's openly just said we should just ethnically cleanse Gaza and kick everyone out and build
what is the evidence
Trump
that Israel
hotel.
would excuse me, what is the evidence Israel would reduce its aggressiveness under Kamala? Like, where's this coming from?
The evidence is that they got more aggressive when Trump won compared to how they were under Biden. If you look at what they're doing in Lebanon and Iran, and I mean what they've done in the West Bank, I mean you understand
why
that
is this correlated?
You understand that Joe Biden put sanctions on West Bank settlements, and Trump removed those sanctions, right? So just that alone, does that not change the incentive structure to expand settlements in the West Bank?
No, dude. Settlements have always been expanding in the West Bank under every single American president.
I understand that, but you just didn't answer my question.
The answer is no.
I give you a harm reduction example, and you're like, okay, but things wouldn't be perfect under Biden. It's like, I never argued that, though. I'm arguing that it'd be better.
No,
so
but
do we first agree descriptively, before we say whether or not it's okay, that things would be significantly better under a Democrat than under Donald Trump as it pertains to Middle East foreign policy?
As it pertains to the Iran war, we would not have gone into the Iran war. I agree with you. As it pertains to Israel, Palestine,
what about even towards Gaza?
oh, I don't think so. And I think that you're going to
But
be,
hold on,
if you
you're just
are
wrong.
making the argument,
Donald Trump ended the sanctions against West Bank settlers that Joe Biden instituted.
yeah,
Should
what
we
we're
not
wondering is what
sanction
effect
West
is
Bank
this happening?
settlements?
Yeah, I'm asking what effect is this happening on West Bank settler expansion, right? And what is this happening with I believe it is
Well, they've gotten a
not
lot more
Ben-Gvir,
aggressive
but
in the West. Oh my God.
Smoltrich. Yeah, I mean Smoltrich is the national security minister, I believe, or he's the finance minister who's overseeing the
I'm
West
just
Bank
gonna ask
settlements.
you, do you have a preference between there being sanctions on West Bank settlements and there not being sanctions on West Bank settlements?
Well, my
Just
decision
get a
for
yes
that
or no on
matters
one
since-
question, dude.
Okay, look, I do prefer there be sanctions, but if
Okay,
it's
so
it
we
needs to be
agree that those
consequential.
sanctions are going to be there under a Democrat and not under Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'm saying that you said significant, right? Significant change. And so when you say sanctions, I think you're
First of
benefiting
all,
from
significant is a subjective question. And second, if I have to pick between 100 people dying and 101 people dying, I'm going to pick 100. Like, each human life is valuable.
Okay, well, when you say settlers were sanctioned, I think what you're benefiting from is the belief and the inference that the West Bank settlement
Maybe
expansion
I'm
reduced.
having like a short attention span. Did
significantly.
I get a yes or no answer on would you prefer settlement, what do you call it, settlement sanctions over no settlement sanctions?
Yes. yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
so
there-
that's
there
one
obviously
thing.
is
Yes, you
preference.
prefer sanctions over no sanctions. Two, would you
Yes,
prefer
of
less
course.
people dying over more people dying in terms of
Oh,
civilians?
yeah, of course. I prefer the good things to occur.
Okay, so both of those are going to be the case under a Democrat and not under Donald Trump.
Yeah, what is decisive in your vote is whether it is consequential, right? And whether it significantly
I think
impairs
human
the settler
lives
expansion that
and
occurs.
sanctions on illegal settlements in the West Bank are pretty consequential.
Yeah, but okay, then prove that, right? Prove that this West Bank settlement stopped when these.
Is that not
sanctions were-
self-evident to you that that's better?
No, dude, bro.
It's not
The
self-evident.
finance minister
I thought
who is-
you just said you'd prefer the sanctions. Now you're saying, well, what difference do sanctions make? So then you don't prefer the sanctions.
No, look, we're not debating about whether there's a difference being made. We're debating about whether there's a
It's
significant
not a difference.
such
It's a
that it would
difference in
motivate a
terms of
decisive
a
vote.
relative difference. Is one better than the other? And you're arguing it doesn't matter if one's better because there's some third option actually that's better than everything.
No, look, hold on. Initially, we were talking about whether there was a significant difference, okay? And I said there was
No,
difference.
I said
There's-
there is a difference.
Okay. Well, in my
That's
view,
what the whole thing. The operative words have been better and worse. Better and worse. Hot take. I think better is better than worse.
Okay. Well, I guess if we're not talking about whether the West Bank sanctions significantly impaired the settler movement, and that's a reason to support them, or that's a decisive reason.
Significant is
to
also a
avert-
relative question. It's like you're asking a question of like how much does it inhibit it, or are you arguing it doesn't make any difference?
No, I'm asking a question of how much is it inhibited.
Okay, sure, and that's a secondary question. I'm saying even if it changes it by 0.1%, that's still a number that still exists, right? I don't know why we would throw our hands up and say I don't care if it's 1% better. Why? That's like real people's lives.
Yeah, but if it's because that, in
And
other
to
words,
me, it actually
shows the policy
dehumanizes.
is not-
To me, it actually dehumanizes the lives of civilians to say whether 10,000 people die or 20,000 people die. People are dying either way, so fuck it. That's crazy to me.
No, dude. You said that Joe Biden, these are his bona fides for being pro-Palestinian, and these are served to reduce, or I guess like buffer his Israel support, and it serves as a counterweight that should justify this not being in the cardinal sin territory.
So
He
is
said
the
he did stuff
counterweight
like-
that there's some benefit we get from letting Donald Trump win the election in 2024 that is going to outweigh that more civilians are going to die and Israel is going to expand? Because that better be heavy
Yeah,
as fuck to outweigh all of that. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, and in my view, and I think if you're going to claim otherwise, I think you have to show with Israeli national security doctrine.
If I have to
under
claim
Biden,
otherwise of what?
that Israel would have behaved differently in terms of Lebanon, in terms of
I
West
think you're
Bank,
disagreeing
under-
that they would have behaved very differently, but you agree they would have behaved somewhat differently, no?
Oh, okay. Sure.
And
There's
would
like
they have
we're
behaved
talking about 1%
a
difference.
little bit better under Democrats and Republicans, even if you think it's 0.1% better?
Yeah, but for me, that doesn't move it out of the Rubicon. It doesn't
Okay,
move it
sure,
back.
it
into
doesn't
the
move it
realm
out of the
normal voting.
Rubicon, but that 0.1%, that 1% could be like a kid and his family.
Yeah, but think about
So
like, in 5
why
years,
are we
would
just
not
saying
have,
that kid and his family can be part of some DSA chess game we're playing?
Well, it's not about a chess game, dude. It's
or
like
some
simple.
strategy 10,000 IQ strategy thing. Like, I think that there are ways, which is what I said, is if you're stuck in a shitty situation where you're voting Biden versus Trump in the 2024 election, then my main focus is electing super progressive Democrats to the House and Senate, so they're passing appropriations bills that are reigning in Israel. Biden's probably going to sign those even if he's to the right of those, right?
I mean, I would love to see a Democrat president do that. And so
Wait,
that would be
you
evidence.
agree that broadly speaking, if Democrats in Congress pass something, then the Democrat president's probably going to sign it?
Sure.
So that's
But
why
I
I'm
think
saying
it's on you
if
to
I'm stuck
demonstrate
between
that.
Biden and Trump, now my question is, Biden is worse, is better than Trump in this regard. How can I do the most harm reduction possible? That's going to mean putting people in positions of power in the Democratic Party on the creator, influencer, and media side, and then also in Washington, D.C., where I'm going to want to elect more progressive pro-Palestine Democrats to the House and Senate who can influence Biden.
Yeah, but this is my point: is that the massive pro-Palestinian sea change we've seen occur. I don't think
That
you
started
can
before the
take for granted this.
2024 election.
Oh, okay, look, I'm saying that I don't think you could take it for granted that if Kamala won, that would have still occurred. Like, in my view, I don't. I think
The
that's like
genocide
a
wouldn't have stopped if Kamala won, and a lot of the sentiment against Palestine is not coming from our elected officials. It's coming from media and social media.
Yeah, I'm saying that the politics which succeed, right, and
And by the
demonstrate
way,
electoral
Kamala
viability.
Harris, if she wins 2024, if Joe Biden wins 2024, what is their biggest political incentive? I have to keep my majority in the 2026 midterms. And if my base is super, super focused on Gaza and I want to win these midterms, I can't just ignore Democrats.
Yeah, but look,
So there's
they
actually
didn't do
an
that for the
incentive there
presidential.
for them to cater to the Democratic
Okay.
base. Trump has zero incentive to cater to the Democratic base.
Okay, but we have a lot of reason to believe that they would not, capitulate to those incentives. Given that to
You
win the
think
presidency,
Kamala
they need to
Harris
capitulate.
would just be okay with losing the 2026 midterms if she won 2024?
Yes, she lost the election. Like she was okay with
Wait,
losing
you
the
think
election,
she,
and
no. You think Kamala Harris lost the election because she wanted to lose or because she ran a bad campaign?
no, Kamala Harris lost the election because she wasn't responsive to her base. And
Hold on,
I think
you
that
didn't
she
answer
was
my
okay.
question.
What? What's up?
Did she just not run a good winning campaign, or do you think that she ran but she just said, I don't want to win the election?
I think she decided that she did not want to access the support of the Palestinian crowd, and she would prefer to win without that. And so she
I'm
decided
going
not
to
to.
ask you,
go with
Kamala
that.
Harris wanted to win the election, right?
Yeah, I think she preferred to win.
And if she became president in 2024, like all presidents, she would want a majority through her entire term, right? So she'd care about the midterms in 26. And if her party
Yeah.
was shifting strongly in favor of Gaza and she wants to win those midterms, why the fuck would she not take that into account if it would be a decision maker in the midterms? Because
Yeah, well,
clearly,
one of
as we can both agree, right now Democrats are shifting in a more pro-Gaza direction.
Yeah, but
And they're
I'm saying
doing
that,
so
Adam, one of
why?
the-
Because they want to win in 2028. So if anything, they'd have an even stronger incentive if Kamala won, because now their next big election is 2026 and they have a president in office.
Yeah, Adam, what I'm saying is that there is obviously reasons to support Israel in the electoral campaign, which is, you get a lot of funding from pro-Israel groups, and so that supplies needed campaign contributions.
That
which
funding
sustain
goes
your
towards
staffing.
campaign ads, and those campaign ads are supposed to convince voters to vote for you.
Yeah, by the way, under this thesis that Kamala Harris would have moderated in the midterm and adopted a pro-Palestinian stance because she wanted to retain the majority, this is completely belied by the fact that, and how do you explain
When I
this?
say she
that
would have
Kamala Harris
adopted a pro-Palestinian stance, I mean that you probably would see Democrats winning primaries and Senate seats and House seats that are pro-Palestine, which means then when you pass military appropriate or foreign spending bills, that the bills Kamala Harris is getting brought to her desk are going to be more pro-Palestine and more anti-Israel. And as a Democrat, she's going to sign legislation from her party. So I don't need her to have some big come to Jesus moment and say, I love Gaza now. I just need her to get legislation on her desk from her party that is better for Gaza. And then I think she's probably going to sign that.
Okay, well, I guess there's my hesitation is that I don't believe that with the Kamala Harris presidency, where she's leading the party as president does, setting the vision, setting the tone, setting the policy agenda, I don't think that pro-Palestinian Democrats would be winning as easily as they are now. I think it would be very tough, and I don't think there would be a
Didn't a
significant amount
vast
of
majority of
pro-Palestinian wins.
Democrats oppose the genocide before the 2024 election even happened? That's the people you have to win in the midterms.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know why we think that people opposed the genocide only because Donald Trump won when this was the polling showed people opposed it before the election even happened in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, it has to do with electability, right? It's not just about poll sentiments. So if Kamala Harris had won, it would have demonstrated that it's a pro-Israel vision, is electable, and we could say even a liberal Zionist
Wait,
vision.
why would that not
And
be
therefore,
demonstrated if Trump won when Trump is way more pro-Israel? Took like $200
it
million
would be
from
for the
what's her
Democrat
name?
base.
Mary Madelson.
Oh, okay, what I'm saying is it would be demonstrated during a genocide
Just
that you
hold
could be a
on.
liberal Zionist. And
Whatever you
no,
think Kamala Harris winning would demonstrate about being pro-Israel would be demonstrated more by Donald Trump winning, who is the relatively more pro-Israel candidate.
No, not to the same base. So there's a principal
No,
difference
to the
in that
country
there's
overall.
different
You're
bases.
talking about electability. We're not talking about primaries. We're talking about general elections.
I know, in the general election as well, right? The general election is a turnout game with some independents up for grabs. And so your
Wow.
base would,
I'm just saying,
your base,
in what world would Donald Trump winning give the message that people like hate Israel?
well, it would not affirm the message that liberal Zionism, is a successful electoral strategy in the Democrat Party.
I'm just saying,
And so,
insofar as it would say anything about Zionism, it would be more in favor of Zionism than if Kamala won, because Trump is more pro-Israel than Kamala is.
okay, well, I feel like your summary is lacking nuanced analysis of the, base makeup. And that clearly, it wouldn't,
Okay,
Trump
then give
winning
us
did not
the
demonstrate.
nuance, because so far I feel like we've changed our argument a few times. But
No, I honestly, I don't think we've changed the argument. I think that I've made a
sure,
few
what
different
am I
points
missing
in the
about
current point.
the base?
Okay, I think that in the base would not have been how do I say this, that if Kamala Harris had won, it would prove to the base that a liberal Zionist vision is the electable, serious, quote unquote, serious vision.
Why would
and
that
it
be
would show
proven to
that
the
this is where the
base?
leaders. Say again?
Why would that prove that to the base? You mean the Democratic Party base?
Yeah, the Democrat Party base.
You're saying Kamala Harris wins, Democrats get the message that Zionism is awesome?
Yeah, Democrats, elected officials, all of the sort of the officials who staff Democrat administrations, they would view Zionism as something that is the electable alternative to like a Palestinian extremist, where you get someone like Abdullah al-Sayed who's saying he doesn't recognize offensive or defensive. If Kamala Harris was president right now, she would admonish him, right? He would be admonished for saying such a far out thing. Whereas
Wait, you
he
think
would have
Kamala
to.
Harris would be admonished for endorsing Abdul?
No, Kamala Harris, if she had won, if she was president, she would not be supporting Abdul, saying that he doesn't recognize the difference.
Well, she would still be endorsing him. We agree, right?
I
he's the Democratic
think it would be
nominee?
conditional. It would be conditional.
Again, just
he is in
she
a swing
would
state,
endorse
so
him
maybe.
because he's the Democratic nominee, right? We've
I
seen
actually don't think so. Mamdani demonstrated that. Local officials, especially like local Democrat institutions,
the
do not actually
DNC endorsed Mamdani as soon as he won the nomination.
What about the other officials, like the people who staff
Okay,
the
so
DCC?
now you're talking about individual elected officials. I'm talking about the party apparatus.
Yeah, like Hakeem Jeffries,
Okay, so
Chuck
now we're just
Schumer,
talking about a
like
totally
Senator
different
Gillibrand.
person.
No, dude, these are the party. These are like the elites of the party. They run the DSCC.
But you're
who
arguing that
chooses
the
Senate candidates from
Democratic
Congress.
president of the United States would not endorse the Democratic nominee for a Senate race in a midterm year where she wants to keep a majority in the Senate? Why would she?
Yeah, 'cause
want
these
to
are the
lose
senior most-
Senate majority exactly.
Because of differences over Israel, right? And these
so
senior,
she would
and by the way,
therefore
Hakeem
just
Jeffries,
say
Chuck Schumer.
vote for Mike Rogers.
No, she wouldn't say vote for Mike Rogers. I'm saying that if an endorsement was to occur, I think it would be conditional, obviously.
What do
And
you
if she
mean by
had
that?
Kamala Harris had won, as in there would be stipulations, just like with Mamdani and Hakeem
Like she'd
Jeffries,
give
where they
stipulations
before
to
the endorsement
Abdul?
came. Of course,
Like
Hakeem
what?
Jeffries gave stipulations. Yeah, like for example, with Hakeem Jeffries and Mamdani. Mamdani was initially talking about like a very radical message on opposing funding for Israel, saying he'll arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, etc.
Well, Mamdani doesn't
And
have
they
the
met-
legal authority to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu.
Okay, that's not pertinent.
Why?
They met Hakeem Jeffries. I'm saying Hakeem Jeffries and Zohar Mamdani met multiple times about this view
It
and how
seems
it's
like you're
affecting.
arguing
independent-
that a concession that Mamdani had to make to Jeffries for his endorsement was I won't arrest Netanyahu, which he just can't do that.
No, I'm saying that
regardless.
these are examples. No, these are examples of his anti-Israel radicalism, which obviously prompted Hakeem Jeffries not to endorse him
Well,
instantly.
that was an
And it-
example of like virtue signaling in a primary for something that he just doesn't have the power to do.
Dude, I'm sure we can look up like in the early days of the New York mayor's primary, we can look up like what Mamdani's positions
Yeah,
on Israel
Mamdani
were.
said
They were
things
like
to
very radical.
excite his base in a primary, and then when you're actually governing, you're like, oh wait, there's like rules to this.
Okay, no, Adam, what we're talking about is whether there would be stipulations to the endorsement. And I gave an example of Hakeem Jeffries, who
A
was, by the way, the
stipulation you
senior
gave
most
me
leader.
is that
in the-
Mamdani promised he wouldn't arrest Netanyahu to get Hakeem Jeffries' endorsement.
No, that was one of the collage of his anti-Israel statements, which prompted multiple meetings, a sequence of meetings between Hakeem Jeffries
Yeah,
and Mamdani
but what does that have to do with
to
arresting
occur. And this was in
Netanyahu?
discussion with his. No, I'm saying that this was in discussion with his, Israel critical platform, which was offending a lot of the community, Jewish community specifically. And in response to this, Hakeem Jeffries reached out, and they had multiple meetings, and it was moderation meetings. Okay, it was
Yeah,
conditional.
when
His
people win
endorsement was
primaries,
conditional.
they're going to meet other elected officials the same way Biden met with the Bernie campaign after he won the 2020 nomination and brought Bernie onto an advisory board to help push for more progressive fiscal policy, which is another reason I prefer Democrats over Republicans. But this, you're tying this to
Okay, look.
you're tying this to the arrest Netanyahu thing. That was just never going to happen, no matter who had what meeting.
No, dude, I gave the arrest Netanyahu thing as one of the like more extreme positions that Jordan Mamdani
That
had,
was
just as an
rhetoric. That
example.
was rhetoric. It wasn't a position that I think Mamdani ever seriously thought he was going to be able to make good on. That was
Oh no,
rhetoric to
I agree
excite
with
the
you. I don't
base.
think. Sure, I'm just giving an example as something that was alarming and prompted obviously Hakeem Jeffries to withhold his endorsement. And so that's what I'm saying is that
Mamdani
in the
didn't
event that
backtrack on that when Hakeem Jeffries endorsed him. He was saying as recently as last month that we're looking into our options or whatever.
yeah, I'm saying that there are things which he did backtrack. We can look him up. I believe that he committed to supplying like 10xing the hate crime response budget, which is just like money which goes to like various Jewish institutions, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it seems like
Wait, we should.
this
I
is
mean,
coming
to
out of
the
nowhere.
extent that the city government is spending money to fight hate crimes, that should include hate crimes against Jews, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm
So
saying
what are
that
we-
it clearly
what are
was
we
a
talking
concession.
about here?
Yeah, I'm saying that it clearly was a concession, and that amount of money is like obviously excessive. Like
Well,
it's not.
there's been a rise in anti-Semitism, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's like a.
So
well,
what's you're acting? There's something nefarious about Mamdani wanting to spend more on preventing hate crimes against Jewish people.
yeah, I mean the rise against anti-Semitism. I think it is questionable because most of the purveyors of this claim is people like the ADL, and all of their data sets which they use to substantiate always, like literally always includes like anti-Israel comments,
Well,
anti-Zionism.
obviously, I'm
Um,
against stopping people from saying anti-Zionist stuff, but this now feels like we're talking about something a little different.
No, that's what I'm saying is that I think in this like
You're saying that a
slush fund, I think it
concession
was
that Mamdani had
pretext.
to make to these Zionist Democrats in order for their support is to promise to fund hate crime prevention against Jewish people.
No, it's like what they're doing is you're giving grants to various Jewish security organizations, and so that's what it is in the form of.
Wait, and that's a bad thing?
Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It also must be
Well, you
something
framed it
which
as a
is prompted
concession
and
that
required.
Mamdani had to make to Zionists. He had to kiss the ring
Yeah,
in a
and
sense.
in my view, that all of this extra funding was not necessary to combat anti-Semitism, since I don't think that there was such an insane rise of anti-Semitism
Well, there's
as is being constantly
clearly been a
promulgated.
big rise in anti-Semitism. Nick Fuentes is way more popular than he's ever been historically. Yeah, I'm pretty sure hate
No.
crimes are up against Jewish Americans and Muslim Americans. So
Yeah, but that's not how we measure discrimination. Not in Nick
well,
Fuentes'
when
viewership.
there's
Like
an increase in anti-Semitic media figures' popularity, and there's an increase in the number of anti-Jewish hate crimes, why is it so crazy, or why does it have to be framed as some kind of concession to the Zionists to just say you want to fund like anti-hate crime stuff more?
Yeah, because I don't think this is just in my view, and I'm open to being wrong here, so it's not something I'm
I just want
totally
to make sure
firm
you're
in, but
not doing some dog whistling stuff right now, right?
no,
Okay, go ahead.
no, yeah, that's just look, it just is in my view that a lot of the anti-Semitism crime bills or anti-Semitism funding it's sort of like a pretext for Jewish institutions
Oh, for sure.
to just
Anything that's
receive more funds.
defining anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, I think, is fucking stupid, and it's been used by the Trump administration, actually, more than anyone, as an excuse to infringe on free speech and civil liberties. So we didn't even talk about this. Under Kamala Harris, Mahmoud Khalil is not getting detained for protesting Israel. Neither is Ramesa Ozturk. or all the other
Uh,
students who
I don't
have
think that's
been
true.
detained?
I really don't think that's true because the campus protests occurred under Biden in October 2023, and he shut that shit down. Like he was
Biden shut it down, or
hardcore.
the local mayor and governor did?
Yeah, the entire Democrat Party,
Well, hold
like
on. Those are
local all the
very,
way
very.
up.
First of all, Donald Trump, we agree.
Like we can look this
hold
up.
on.
Like he was.
We agree that
brutal.
Donald Trump is a lot more authoritarian than like Biden and Harris, right?
Not with the campus stuff.
Okay.
Maybe like
can
there's
you
an
give,
extra step of
great,
reporting.
great. So just to be clear, a judge ruled that the Donald Trump administration explicitly targeted pro-Palestinian students on the account of their pro-Palestinian speech to detain and deport them. And this was a direct order given from Donald Trump and Marco Rubio. What evidence do you have of Joe Biden giving, I guess, Blinken, I guess, of Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken giving direct orders to arrest pro-Palestinian students? Not just some vague, like, oh, they're Democrats and this one New York guy was a Democrat. So
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
working together.
So there was
What orders
yeah.
were
So
given
the
by Biden?
the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights launched dozens of Title V investigations into universities across the country, and that they
not
maintained a
what I
hostile
just asked
environment for.
you.
No, this is
I'm
exact.
talking
This is
about
literally
giving
exactly what
direct
I'm.
orders to detain people, meaning put them in handcuffs and drag them away from their home for protesting against Israel and committing no crimes.
Yeah,
not
well,
even
it's
being
coercive
charged of a
against the
crime,
universities.
not even being investigated for a crime.
Okay. What are we talking about here? Like
You
free
know who
speech
Mahmoud
protests
Khalil
were
is,
disrupted, universities were funds withheld.
You know who
But
Mahmoud
you're like,
Khalil
okay,
is,
well,
right?
at least, yeah, of course I know who Mahmoud Khalil is.
Who?
It's like, dude, you don't understand that
You know
Biden
who is?
like crushed the campus protest?
Wait, you know who is?
Mahmoud Khalil.
Mahmoud Khalil, yeah, he was. What happened to him? There was not just some title or whatever investigation launched. He was, by executive fiat, by the orders of the president, masked thugs showed up to his apartment and dragged him away. No due process, no indictment, no investigation, no accusation of a crime. He was detained because Donald Trump signed an executive order saying if you have anti-American views, you have to be detained. And then Marco Rubio authorized a masked, I think it was Department of State agents to go and just arrest him. And a judge said, oh, this is like a blatant historic free speech violation. I asked you, you're saying the same is going to happen under Biden. For the same to happen under Biden, let's be apples to apples. Who did Joe Biden give direct orders to go and address on account of their First Amendment protected speech?
Yeah, I don't think that Biden would weaponize deportation against against the Palestinian organizers. I think the same outcome,
so then
which is a prevention
You
of.
concede that point?
No, dude,
You said that Biden would
we're
be the
bargaining
same on
over
that.
like 1% here again.
Hold on.
Like,
It's
are we doing?
1% for the United States government to start arresting people for saying words they don't like?
dude, that's what was occurring on the universities. All of the fund, like
Okay,
the
then give
federal
me an
funds were being
example
withheld.
of the president sending his masked thugs to go and arrest someone for saying words he doesn't like. Not, oh, this guy was a Democrat in a local New York thing, and this governor of this one state did this thing, so I'm going to blame Joe Biden for it. Donald Trump explicitly gave these orders. He talked about it in a public press conference. The executive order is there saying un-American people have to be arrested. This has been adjudicated in court. What's the apples to apples comparison under Biden?
Yeah, I mean the apples to apples comparison. We can go through the amount of protesters which were arrested at these October 7th encampments.
That Biden gave orders
under-
to arrest?
Well, does Biden give orders to arrest, or is it like the entire like
You
party
understand
he's
how
leading?
unprecedented it is for the president to be giving orders to arrest people on account of their political speech, right?
Sure, I guess, but
Well,
what we're
hold on,
talking
we're not
about here
glossing.
is
What
like
do you mean you guess? Is this something you
because
think
dude,
was
the
just
outcome is the
happening?
same. Like
Is this something that was just happening? Is just a normal part of American life that if you just, not even you're accused of vandalism or some kind of crime, because remember, Mahmoud Khalil was not even accused of a crime. They didn't even lie and said you commit a crime. They said, no, he didn't commit a crime. He just said was critical of Israel, so he's dangerous. So when did Biden say and
like,
Anthony Blinken say, you are critical of Israel, you got to go?
yeah, I think that what they did is they said you're critical of Israel. We're going to cut off your funding. We're going to investigate you. And he's talking to
Sure,
institutions.
when did Biden say that?
Yeah, when did?
Or
yeah, we
was
can
it,
look it
or
up.
was
What
it
they actually
Democrats
did.
that said that?
As the party, okay, so it was Democrat officials like Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania who had like multiple people arrested. It was
Okay, so now
yeah. I
this
mean,
is
I
a
guess
different
like
thing.
we can. Okay, we're just going to ignore the party, the
The
administration.
only
who
person
leads the
ignoring
party.
things here is you're ignoring how insane and unhinged and unprecedented it is how Donald Trump has cracked down on anti-Zionist speech using
Okay,
the
wait,
federal
before-
government.
Okay, hold on. Do we both agree that Joe Biden crushed and really suppressed Palestinian organizing in the wake of October 7th.
Depends what you mean by that, because now I don't know what you mean when you say crushed, because it seems like you're downplaying direct orders to arrest people, but you care about like Title V investigations more than that. So what do you mean by that?
No,
when
so
you say
what I'm
crushed?
saying is that both, yeah. So by crush, I mean that he ordered the universities to shut down these protests, to arrest, and gave
Joe
a
Biden
permissive atmosphere. Yeah,
Okay, and he ordered them to arrest people who were not accused of crimes just because they were pro-Palestine?
yeah, I do believe so. Yeah,
Sure, I just would need to look that up.
yeah, 100%.
What's
And
evidence
I
for
believe
that?
the venue that this was being done on is blocking
This
traffic
would
for Jewish
probably be a
students.
court
And so,
case, so was there a First Amendment challenge here?
yeah, dude, 100%.
Yeah, what's the
Like multiple
case?
people have been arrested under.
I
Yeah,
have my
let's look it
computer
up.
with me.
Yeah. Uh,
Yo, anyone watching, y'all remember where I dropped all my shit when I died, or do I have to fucking start from scratch with this shit, bro? And I want to be clear while he's looking that up so we're not changing the goalposts, that he's about to provide us evidence of Joe Biden personally directing that someone face federal consequences, not on suspicion of any crime or anything else, but just because they were anti-Zionist. And that there's some kind of court case on this free speech or First Amendment infringement, I guess, which if that didn't
Yeah.
happen, it'd be super illegal.
So at UCLA, there was a Palestine solidarity encampment
Mhm.
where students established barriers, and then these barriers were dismantled under the guise of, you're impairing the walkway for Jewish students. And obviously that's not true. No one was being discriminated against in these barriers, but that was the reason because discrimination was happening. And so, yeah, there's another example here.
Wait, that's not an
of-
example.
Yeah, that's an example of universities responding to incentives
What
from the federal
orders did
government.
Biden give there?
Is this like what we're pinching on? Is like
No, I
Biden
literally
ordered the
established the
universities and ordered them
parameters.
to
I
enforce.
established the parameters of what you're looking up because I had a feeling you were going to change the goalposts as soon as you found something that's different than what you said you were going to find. People who are watching can rewind like 30 seconds, which is exactly what I said. You are now giving me an example of something different, which is categorically and severity-wise much different than what Donald Trump is doing. And I don't know why we'd even argue this. I didn't know this was something that DSA people believed. Maybe not all of them do. That Biden was like equally censoring free speech when it comes to anti-Zionism as Donald Trump is. When Donald Trump has, I mean, just by the sheer number of court cases, clearly been unprecedented in how much he's cracked down on free speech against progressives.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I think that if Biden withholds funding from the universities, investigates them for Title VII violations, I believe, and orders them to protect their Jewish students, I think clearly and by the way, there was negotiations with the universities, and I think we could probably look it up, there are specific demands.
Title
for this
VII
kind of thing to be
violation occurs
enforced.
when an employer discriminates against an applicant or worker based on race, color, religion, sex, and gender identity or national origin. That seems like probably a good thing. So I guess you'd have to show me evidence that this was like a false pretext and there was legitimate political speech that was being targeted here. And again,
Yeah,
what's the evidence
of
that Biden gave these orders versus it was done by some lower level official? Because so far,
Yeah, so-
I urge people to just watch the entire course of this conversation. I feel like you've
Absolutely,
made
me
a
too.
lot of claims and then you don't really back them up and you just kind of change the subject a little bit.
Okay, I've made a lot of claims. I feel like I've been able to back up every single claim I've made.
Well, we never
and if you can
established
look
the 4,000 versus 10,000 thing. We never are establishing here that Biden gave orders to censor free expression on account of political views that are protected by the First Amendment. We talked about the settlement difference in terms of sanctions on West Bank settlers, and I haven't got any really good answers on this so far. Maybe you think I'm missing
Yeah.
something in your argument that you want to restate, or you have an example here that's actually going to satisfy the criteria we established.
Yeah, of course. I guess with regard to the settlement, I know that we're relitigating past topics, but I think that
Not
I
even
would,
relitigating, just
evaluate.
litigating, because I feel like they never really got litigated to begin with.
Yeah, but we're interrupting a topic now.
No, we can finish
and-
that topic first. Go ahead. What's your example of Biden giving the orders?
Okay, yeah. So I don't believe for Biden giving orders. In my view, it's okay if we qualify his DOJ investigating all of these universities for anti-Zionist activity on campus.
I highly
protests.
disagree because Biden's DOJ was extremely independent from Joe Biden. That's why they investigated Biden and they investigated his son, right? I mean, if Biden was controlling the DOJ, don't think they would have indicted Hunter. I don't think he would have ordered them to go after his son.
Dude,
So-
what is this like? Okay, so I guess Biden, I think he has to write it down on paper for you to blame Biden for anything.
I mean,
we can't like
when
acknowledge
when Trump gives orders to his executive agencies, we get reporting on it. It's not like I'm asking you to read his mind. There's reporting on these things. There's journalists that exist. There are executive orders that exist that Donald Trump has signed. So you could point me to an executive order that Joe Biden is instructing us to go after free speech like Donald Trump has. I'm not asking you to read anyone's mind. It just seems like you're unhappy with specifics because you want to be able to draw like these vague associations to make some kind of argument about why we shouldn't care that it would be worse if Donald Trump won.
Look, dude, these are not vague associations. The president, you vote for the president and also his administration, like the cohort of staffers he brings in to, staff all of these relevant agencies. And as well,
Yeah.
the president leads the party.
So
Like,
again,
what are we talking about here? If
you
you
agree
oppose
or
this,
disagree
where's
that
voting?
Joe Biden's Department of Justice was very independent from him?
I would agree from Biden, yeah.
Okay. So then when you say his DOJ did this and that proves that he's just as bad as Donald Trump, who controls his DOJ in a way that Biden never did and actively tells all of his executive branch agencies to hunt people down who are pro-Palestine. And again,
No, look, you're voting for
this
the
is why I
DOJ
asked you
too.
for a court case with the Trump stuff. I'm not saying I read Donald Trump's mind and I found this piece of paper he wrote his secret evil instructions on. Ronald Reagan appointed conservative judge said, hey man, you signed this executive order which says that people who have anti-American views should be arrested. That's like illegal as fuck. What is anti-American views? It's obviously against the First Amendment. And then you have Marco Rubio and Kristi Noem who were part of this. And the judge found that you specifically targeted people who were pro-Palestine for detention and deportation. And specifically the plan you had put in place was you wanted to do a chilling effect on anti-Zionism and scare progressives and basically scare them out of protesting Israel. So I'm just asking, like, okay, when did Biden do something like that? There should be a paper trail there because there is for Trump.
Yeah, and when
It's
we
not
say
unreasonable. That's
Biden
just
do
not
something,
unreasonable. You're acting like I'm asking for some crazy thing. It's a totally reasonable question.
okay, well, I think just to address something you said earlier is that I think when you're voting for Biden, you're voting for his cohort, like all of the administrative staff who are going to be.
Well, you're voting for
ushered in
everything
there.
on balance. You're voting for the net impact of a Joe Biden presidency, right?
Oh, okay, look, the DOJ is part of what you're voting for, so that actually does impact your reason for supporting whether you support Biden or not. Okay,
Yeah,
and his
I
behavior
support
is.
independent DOJ over a Donald Trump DOJ.
Oh, okay, look, I don't support a DOJ who's going to crush and like investigate anti-Zionist protests under false pretenses
Sure,
and then arrest mass
So
arrest.
first of all, we've at least established that Biden's not giving the orders. Now, what's the case where the DOJ?
Dude, that is not exonerating.
I'm
That
not
is
saying
not
it is. Let
exonerating.
me finish my sentence. I'm saying, okay, now where did the DOJ engage in misconduct, which we both established was independent of Biden? But regardless, even if it's independent, what misconduct did the DOJ engage in under Joe Biden as it pertains to anti-Zionism?
All right, okay, gotcha. Let me get the court cases for that.
Chat, I realize my PS5 has become unplugged multiple times now. I just switched the outlet because that was just going to keep happening. I guess the outlet was loose. Oh, I have not been looking at chat at all. Let's see. Who did Guest vote for? I think Guest didn't vote for anyone in the presidential. That's what it sounds like. Also, this guy said all rhetoric, no substance, typical pro-Palestinian. I'd push back on that. I would call myself pro-Palestinian. I don't think that's a pro-Palestine thing. I think it's just a him thing.
Okay, yeah. So I have a few. The court cases, I'm not actually quite sure the specific website link, but I've got a lot of articles which reference these court cases and describe them. If that's going to be okay.
Yeah, just give me one that I can look it up on Google, and I can probably find the court case from there.
Okay, yeah. So UC reaches agreement with Education Department over Title VII investigations. And that's going to be by Daily Bruin and also by The Guardian, US DOJ to investigate University of California over alleged anti-Semitism.
Is it under this? Is it from March? Wait, that's 2025. Hold on. This is 20. Okay, is it the December 2024?
Yeah.
Okay. UC reaches voluntary agreement. Hold on, I can just show this actually. And let me just bring this up on OBS 1 sec. Okay. The U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights received complaints of discrimination based on actual or perceived shared ancestry pertaining to the UC Davis, UCLA, UC San Diego, UC Santa Barbara, and UC Santa Cruz campuses. I am writing to share that the university has reached a voluntary agreement with OCR to resolve these complaints. The university agrees to provide for OC... What is OCR here? Office for Civil Rights. Okay, it's the Department of Justice or Department of Education. Okay. Approval on any proposed revisions to university's system-wide anti-discrimination policies, procedures, and guidelines that it uses to address its compliance with Title 6? Any proposed revisions to the university's policies, procedures, and guidelines will include a statement addressing university law enforcement responses, related protests and demonstrations. Boom. What was that?
Boom, bro. Like
boom where?
That right there. That is the
which thing?
Nail in the coffin. Like the university's policies will be harsher and more connected with police.
What does it say? Harsher?
Well, it says more.
Any proposed revisions to the university's policies, procedures, and guidelines will include a statement addressing university law enforcement responses related to protests and demonstrations, and ensuring that such responses are applied equitably and in a manner that complies with the Title VI prohibition on discrimination based on actual or perceived national origin, including actual or perceived shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. The university will ensure these policies and procedures include a description of non-discriminatory factors. The university will consider prior to making each decision: 1, requesting the university's law enforcement respond to a protest or demonstration, whether ongoing or anticipated; 2, inviting members of non-university law enforcement onto university property in response to a protest or demonstration, whether ongoing or anticipated; and 3, as applicable, submitting proposed charges to prosecutors' offices. Where does it say we're going to be harsher?
Yeah, so
it says we're going to coordinate with police to ensure we're following the law of non-discrimination.
Yeah, and that's clearly that's clearly an affirmation to the reference alleged violations of those, Title V or Title VII rather. Okay, and what they're talking about is like we were insufficiently, calling the police in the past. And by the way, with this lawsuit, with this lawsuit, what they're talking about is like
what is your claim about what this lawsuit is?
Okay, yeah, with this lawsuit and the settlement here, my claim is clearly that they settled and capitulated over events that were anti-Zionist.
Capitulated to what?
To the DOJ. That's why there's a settlement.
On some unjust request, you're saying, right?
Yes, dude.
So what
all of the incidents
was the request? Which school is this? We can look this up in detail. This is U.S. Department of Education received complaints of discrimination based on actual perceived. Hold on.
Yeah, I believe there's like a variety of citations which that substantiated the claim of the
campus
DOJ.
Protest and encampments reports included threatening or violent speech, unauthorized doxing, unwanted filming, and physical altercations. We agreed that if any of this was happening, that would be illegal, right?
Unwanted filming, no.
Unauthorized in some states, it depends on if it's I think it's like single party consent state or what. So it depends on the state.
Yeah, and unauthorized doxing. I don't
know what authorized doxing is, to be fair, but you'd oppose doxing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I oppose doxing, but oftentimes language is expanded, and so words like this, like doxing, oftentimes just means like identifying a counter protester who's being very disruptive.
Sure, so I'd want to see an example of that, because the difference here is with Mahmoud Khalil, we know specifically what he was accused of. This is so dangerous, is he was just facilitating negotiations between campus protesters and campus faculty during the pro-Palestine protests. And we have all the documentation, we have all the court case that he was targeted specifically, not because he was suspected of a crime, accused of a crime, investigated for a crime, because the speech he engaged in was anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, and the Trump administration is anti-Zionist, and they violated his free speech rights to have him detained and threatened to deport him. Here, we have what seems like, okay, to the extent that there's violence or doxing happening or physical altercations, this would make sense for the federal government and the DOJ to say, hey, let's make sure this doesn't happen. There's obviously
Look, none of that occurred. This is
that
complete.
occurred?
Look, yeah. Oftentimes, when you look at these settlements, you will find that it's a complete distortion of what actually
Sure,
occurred.
so
And I believe that.
what was the
I believe that.
what was
for
the thing that they referenced?
Intifada chants? Those were deemed as like creating a hostile work environment, or a hostile environment, as well as, so there's Intifada chants.
Like
There
pro-intifada chants?
Yeah, like Intifada now type chants. That was considered targeted verbal harassment.
What is your
as
understanding
well as
of what's
video.
happened in the intifadas that have taken place before?
No, dude. For Palestinians who are chanting that, it
I didn't
doesn't
ask
mean
you a
that
yes
we're
or
going
no.
to
I'm
immediately
just
commit
asking, like,
violence.
what is your understanding of what the intifadas were, the ones that have taken place?
I don't know if that. Me being the appraiser is not relevant, right? It
I'm
depends on
just asking
me.
you a question. We're having a conversation.
Okay, sure. With the Intifada, I'm not too familiar with the first Intifada.
Was
I
there
imagine it was violent,
perhaps
but-
violence against civilians in the intifada?
Probably.
Okay. And when someone says we should do an intifada now, is it
Yeah, I mean,
crazy?
I'm
is
really
it
not informed
maybe
on-
you disagree, but is it crazy to see that as a call for violence?
Yeah, I mean, given the surrounding context, and given that we're both acknowledging that, I'm acknowledging at least that I don't know too much about the Intifada or Palestinian internal.
I mean, there were suicide
discussions about
bombings
it.
that took place. That was a primary thing in cafes and stuff.
Yeah, but in contemporary Palestinian language, how is this interpreted? Like, is Intifada, oh, we're going to kill someone immediately? Is that like a signal for
there
immediate
were
violence?
these things called the first and second intifadas that took place in Israel, right? We agree that those things happened. And if someone says
Yeah.
about intifada now, is it crazy to assume that they would mean part 3 of the thing that's already happened twice?
Yeah, I think that's pretty crazy given that it was a peaceful
Really?
protest that was occurring. Yeah, dude. I don't think, and
How
given
is
that
that?
no violence occurred,
Okay.
yeah, I don't, and look, as well, given that I'm going to be very humble in that I'm not an Arab. I don't, know what the internal community understanding of Intifada is, especially at these protest environments.
Sure, I'm not saying that
so-
people that even said it necessarily meant it in a violent way. I'm asking, is it reasonable to interpret that as being a call to violence?
I don't know,
Because
dude, 'cause I'm not well informed.
language can have different meanings to different people depending on their history and their identity, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
just
but
I'm
look,
not
I'm not
seeing a
well-informed on the
Mahmoud
subject.
Khalil level violation here. If you have a specific example of like, here's this one guy who did nothing
Dude,
wrong
200
and
protesters.
he was arrested.
Dude, it's like hundreds of people who were arrested.
Okay, so then you should be able to give me at least one example of those hundreds of someone who clearly committed no crime and they were detained.
Yeah. Usually it's like just commentary about the event that occurred. It doesn't really get into one subject, at least with the UC that I'm seeing here. And so I don't know if that's
It's
even
just, I
needed,
feel
to
like
be
we're
honest.
now in such a different world than the stuff that's happening under Donald Trump, and we're still trying to act like these are comparable. Like, I think we can agree at this point that there's nothing comparable to what happened to Mahmoud Khalil that happened under Joe Biden. Or do you really want to die on this hill?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think deportations would have occurred under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So
Okay,
yes,
because earlier
yes.
it
But
seemed
that's
like
not-
you disagreed when I said that Mahmoud Khalil would be a free man walking if Harris or Biden won 2024.
the only
Missed
reason
the
I'm
birth of his first child because he was rotting in a fucking cell for no reason.
Yeah, well, I don't know. These universities would have continued their, oppressive atmosphere.
Again,
towards
that's a question for
anti-Israel organizing.
universities, and we're talking about a
Oh, okay,
presidential
look, I don't know what
election.
universities would have done. Look, universities had the task of stopping pro-Palestine protests, so I don't know what they would have done in that pursuit. And that was a task that was forcibly given to them.
What I'm talking about under Trump is not something a university did. It's something that the federal government did on the express orders of the president of the United States specifically. And then Trump gave
Yeah,
a
but
speech.
you
And then
asked
Trump gave
whether
a
he would be
speech the
arrested.
next day saying that guy said a lot of nasty stuff. We have to get him the hell out of the country. He openly said, "Let's violate this guy's First Amendment rights because he's a nasty anti-Zionist."
Yeah, I mean,
There's
you said whether
no
he would be
parallel
arrested or
for
not.
that under Biden or Harris. I don't know where you're getting that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but look, I agree with you that in the sense of like there's a different administrative route which Biden took versus Trump is taking to stop the Palestine protests from occurring and the encampments from occurring, and Trump's is
It's
far
not
less
just different in the
considerate for the
method.
law.
The method
But
is qualitatively different in that it's subject to authoritarian abuse.
okay, but dude, what is your position here? That like, oh, Trump illegally oppressed the Palestine protesters. Biden would have done that legally. Like, what? Really? Like, that's what we're
Wait,
negotiating
who
on?
did he oppress?
These 200 students, like all of the university.
I'm
and we
asking
can
you
go
for
through
an
many more
example
examples.
of, well, number one, you wouldn't say Biden oppressed them. You'd say his DOJ did because you've conceded that Biden's DOJ was independent of Biden's orders. But then who did the Biden DOJ oppress? Because, again,
Yeah,
the definition
we
we're
can-
using of oppression here is that when they went after Mahmoud Khalil, they didn't accuse anyone of a crime. They just said, you can't be mean to Israel. We're going to arrest you. You're saying, oh, well, under Biden's DOJ, certain protesters were accused of crimes, and you just expect me to believe that all of those crimes never happened and they were all innocent. And I'm not even saying you're wrong there. I'm just saying, okay, give me some examples of people that never committed any crimes, but they were just arbitrarily targeted by the Biden DOJ. And you're saying, oh,
Okay,
well,
yeah,
there was
like-
hundreds of cases, and okay, give me one.
Okay, well, I can look up another case now, if you'd like me to.
And you give me a case from the thing we were just looking at with the UC schools and the Title VII shit, or the Title VI.
Okay, I can give you a case of another university.
And you can
with
even
the
use
UC.
AI if you want. I'm not trying to do some gotcha game here. I know it takes time to find these names, but so far it seems like we're really stretching ourselves to make it seem like there's an equivalency here when there clearly is not an equivalency here.
No, okay. Look, do you want me to respond or should I look it up?
It's up to you.
Okay, I'll look it up.
If y'all are enjoying the live, make sure double tapping the screen. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo are all in the link tree in my bio. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description. Where's YouTube chat at, though? Oh, shit, I'm still on my screen share. Switch back to Minecraft, so sorry. And by the way, if anyone's still watching from before, I want to find my old stuff, bro. I just lost so much iron when I died at the beginning of this conversation. I don't know how Minecraft works. Do dropped items just despawn if you don't pick them up quick enough? And then if not, anyone want to guide me to my items? See, this is what's nice about Minecraft. This guy, he has his time to research, and we're not waiting on it because we can play Minecraft in the meantime. That's the pros of this. I like this new setup we're doing. Them things gone? Damn. Damn. I'm cooked. Okay, bro.
Okay, yeah. So I've got a few cases here. One at UCLA, where it's 35 students, faculties, community members versus the regents of the University of California, et al. And then
Is this a court
you know,
case? Is this
quick-
a name of someone?
I believe it's the name of the lawsuit. I believe.
Sure, what's the name? Hold on.
Yeah, 35 students, faculty, and community members versus the regents of the University of California. And then there's
What is it? 35
multiple
students, faculty, and what?
students, faculty, and community members
Against who?
against the regents of the University of California. So REGENTS.
A civil rights lawsuit filed in March 2025. That's Trump. Wait, maybe
Yeah, it
this
was
is
so
2024 though. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
Brought by 35 students, faculty, community members, reporters, and legal observers, the action addresses alleged civil rights violations and violence related to the spring 2024 Palestine Solidarity Encampment. Let's see. Or there's actually a what is this? Not UCLA. What is it? ACLU article? Or no, this is UCLA. Never mind. Attorneys and pro-Palestinian activists announced on Thursday they had filed a civil rights lawsuit against. Well, this isn't against a DOJ. This is against the UC.
Yeah, but UC's actions were clearly coerced. Like, obviously.
Is that in this?
Like, we could talk about how they were. Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
can't
we
just
can.
say obviously without it being obvious. But
Dude, their funding was revoked. Okay, we can look into their funding and we can infer that their behavior
did
and
the
treatment of
UC
these
sue
protesters.
the government?
Yeah, I believe the DOJ investigated UCLA for anti-Semitism.
No. I'm
can
asking if the
pull
UC sued them back for violations.
The UCLA sued back the government for what would they sue for violations of the First Amendment? For I'm not sure what you're asking me.
1 sec, I'm looking this up.
Okay.
Wait, there hasn't even been a final ruling on this case.
Yeah, but these are court cases, and as well, I think we can infer, given that there was a funding withdrawal. And I believe the federal funding from the UCLA was withheld, and so these actions, I assume, would not be taken in sober mind, right, by the university officials. So
Why do
we
you
can
assume
imagine
that? I mean, I'm not even
Because they
saying
were
you're
under
wrong,
coercion.
but why are we just assuming that as the default?
because they were under coercion, right? And these were the specific actions which they wanted to change, right?
Okay, let's see.
And I can look up, yeah.
The University of California did not allege federal coercion in the Students Against Racial Discrimination admissions lawsuit.
Okay, yeah. So with the UCLA, the mechanism of coercion was not withholding funds, like I was previously saying. I was wrong there. It was
I'm not even
instead-
saying anything about fun. I'm just saying
Title
that the UC didn't say that they were coerced to do this.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't. Why would they say that? Right?
I mean, now when Trump coerces them, they
entered-
do say we were coerced to do this. So I think when they're coerced, they tend to not like that usually. And if it's
Do they
something, if it's something they
okay.
just wanted to do anyways, then you wouldn't need to coerce them.
Yeah. Well, I think that they were investigated under civil rights investigations, and so this is, in my view, this is behavior changing. So
Well, if I
I'm
was,
not sure if you consider that.
if they're facing a lawsuit for discrimination, and you're saying that, well, they're facing the lawsuit, but the actions they took, which constituted the lawsuit, they only did those actions because the federal government coerced them, then I would expect the university to say, hey guys, sue the federal government, not us. They coerced us to do this. Or more likely, the UC would sue the federal government themselves, as they do currently under, I don't know about UC, but like Harvard and other schools have sued the Trump administration for these sorts of violations of withholding
Okay,
funding on
well-
free speech grounds. I mean, this is one of the rulings against the Trump admin, is withholding federal funds from colleges on account of First Amendment protected speech.
Okay, then I guess with UCLA, given that we found out that the mechanism of coercion was not withholding federal funds, and it was instead a Title VII investigation, what would they sue for? Like, you investigated us, and
Are we talking about the lawsuit against UC now, or are you talking about the federal government?
the UCLA is the specific example. You said that if the UCLA
You
was
mean
under
the case
coercion,
you
we would
just brought
expect
up,
them
the
to say that.
admissions one?
No, I'm saying that the most recent example that we just reviewed,
Yeah.
which is the UCLA, and I claimed that they were under coercion when they made these erroneous mistakes, in my view.
The mistakes they
And
were
you said,
sued
okay,
for,
well,
right?
Yeah, and
Okay.
you said, okay, well, we would expect them to say this if the university
Or
was
sue
under
back
coercion,
the
they would say
federal
that.
government or something, yeah.
Okay. And so when we talk about these lawsuits which have been initiated by other universities, maybe there's been one about investigations. I'm not sure. I haven't heard of it. But typically it's about funding, right? And so given that they did not experience a funding withdrawal, withholding, maybe they would not.
I'm
be,
sorry. What are you arguing right now?
I'm saying that there's a different fundamental situation, which is they did not have the same circumstances, which is they did not have their funds withheld.
I'm the one arguing that this is not the same circumstances, and it seems like you're kind of saying that it'd be the same shit under a Democrat right now as it is under Trump.
No, I'm saying that the reason that we should not expect them to say they were under coercion through a lawsuit is because they did not have their funds withheld. So who would they sue, right? What is the possibility for a
Say
lawsuit?
that again?
So you said that given that the university was coerced, if you were,
No,
you
I'm
know,
saying
if you were
you're
correct,
claiming
you would
they were
expect them.
coerced. So I'm saying if I
Okay, and you said
wanted
that.
evidence of coercion, these are the types of things I'd expect to see.
Okay, and I'm giving you reasons that we would not expect this of UCLA.
You wouldn't
And so that's
expect
what
that
is-
evidence of coercion, you're saying?
We would not expect them to say I was coerced
Why
in
do
a
they say
lawsuit,
it now?
like Harvard has. Okay, because they're not initiating a lawsuit, like Harvard is, because it didn't. And the
Right,
reason
so
why is because they didn't have their
initiate a
funds withheld.
lawsuit when they feel like they've been coerced, right?
No, but they would initiate a lawsuit. Can you sue for being investigated? That's
You
what
can
occurred.
sue for having
so-
funds withheld from you by the federal government on account of politically protected speech, which
Dude,
anti-Zionist speech
that
is.
did not happen in UCLA. Adam, I feel like your attention is distracted, but UCLA did not have their funds withheld, so
Then
they
why
would
did you
not
bring
be
this
suing for that
example
reason.
up? You said you're giving me something analogous to Mahmoud Khalil and what's happening on the anti-Zionist, anti-free speech things under Trump. So then that's on you for giving this example.
No, dude. It is to say that you're saying that okay, we would expect them to say they're coerced if they were coerced, and that was a reason to believe they were not
Okay,
coerced.
we can phrase it a
Okay.
different way. What's your evidence they were
Okay.
coerced in this specific case?
Okay, my evidence they were coerced is because they were under a DOJ investigation, and they wanted to avoid the penalties of having a Title VII investigation, and so they were, how do I say, like, enforcing it so there would be no ambiguity.
To the extent that they
clearing out the
accepted,
campus protesters.
to the extent that they accepted the lawsuit and they fought this lawsuit against them by the students.
Yeah. The students, they reported what they're suing for, I believe, is that they
Yeah.
were mass arrested. Yeah, they were mass arrested, and they were zip tied.
I can read this.
with-
It says case overview, a
Yeah.
public interest advocacy group representing students who oppose race-conscious admissions and hiring policies. Wait. What's the case? This is what's coming up for the case you gave me. 35 students and faculty. This is for alleged racial discrimination. This is an affirmative action case.
No, so I think here's the ZS. I think I found it. ZS and this is maybe not the case where you'd find the PDF of the case, but it's something that affirms it. ZS ETAL v. Regents of University of California. The website is
ZSETAL.
Yeah, ZS ETAL v. Regents of California, of University of California, and it's by Duke.edu.
Hold, it's ZSETAL v. Regents of the UC California, right?
Yeah, ZS space ET space AL space V space Regents of the University of California. It's by Duke.
I see. Let's read this. On August
there's some
14th,
information.
2024, 5 UC Irvine students filed a petition for writ of mandate against the UC Irvine chancellor and the regents of the University of California, challenging suspensions imposed for their participation in a Gaza Solidarity encampment. The petition alleged violations of due process and free speech rights, including failure to provide notice of charges and meaningful opportunity to be heard. The filing sought cancellation of the suspensions, removal of disciplinary records, and injunctive and declaratory relief. Organizations within the encampment, including the UCI Divest, Students for Justice in Palestine at UCI, Anak Bayan at UCI, also received interim suspensions. On the same day as the filing, the ACLU of USC submitted an amicus brief supporting the students. The disciplinary actions arose from events beginning on May 6, 2024, when the students established a Gaza Solidarity encampment on campus during the Israel-Gaza war. The encampment involved setting up tents in a prominent public space, holding teach-ins and demonstrations, and refusing university requests to vacate the area. UC Irvine issued suspensions on May 9, 2024, citing violations of campus policies, including obstruction of university operations. Okay, that just seems like it was against policy, failure to comply with administrative orders, and disruption of campus activities. Students and supporters held a walkout in solidarity on May 13th, drawing additional faculty and community members to the opposite to oppose the suspensions and link the action to the broader conflict in Gaza. The students allege that the university targeted them for interim suspensions, that they were not applied consistently with university rules, imposed without prior notice or opportunity to respond, and without demonstrating that their presence posed a safety risk. They argued that the administration did not follow its own procedures before suspending these particular students, singling them out in a way that violated due process. Let's see. The lawsuit remains ongoing as of March 2026. Okay. Let's see what the status of the lawsuit is right now. Because I don't want to be clear, this is a very far cry from what's happened to Mahmoud Khalil, but I'm willing to still look at it. But let's see.
I mean, I think that this is I think what we found is actually another separate lawsuit, because in other articles which describe the previous lawsuit we were talking about, I think this is just another lawsuit.
But again, I'm looking at the lawsuit because you're number one. I just want to be clear how many steps away we are. So we've established Biden didn't do this. His DOJ did it, but then it's actually not even the DOJ. It's the UC schools. And then it's not even for sure the UC schools because the case is ongoing. You see how we're like 4 degrees separated from what would be the supposed analogous thing under Trump?
Yeah, but I think your initial, it's not Biden, it's DOJ. I think that's a linguistic trick because you're supporting Biden's
It's not
administration.
it's a categorical difference.
Dude,
4 degrees
you're voting
of
for Biden
separation,
and
as I
his
just
DOJ.
showed you. And again,
You don't have it.
The case isn't even resolved yet. The case of Khalil is resolved, that his rights were violated. It was pretty clear cut.
Yeah, Adam, what I'm saying is that with Biden and the DOJ, you don't have a choice to parse out, support one, oppose the other. You're voting for Biden or you're not. So you're voting for the entire
and
package.
what you're
with the
arguing
DOJ or not.
is, basically, before we even know who's going to win this case, you're arguing, well, the people suing the college are going to win the case. And if they were to win the case, then that would prove that UC was in the wrong. And UC being in the wrong proves that the DOJ is in the wrong, even though we haven't established that connection exactly. And then that would prove that Biden is wrong, and that would prove we shouldn't vote for him over Trump. That's just, we're stretching this a long way from where we started. That's all I'm saying.
No, look, bro, I don't think that's a stretch at all. And Biden's DOJ investigating for Title VII.
And is it DOJ or
fictional
Department of
violations
Education?
is probably both, right? Investigating for, maybe it'd be the
DOJ
DOJ
would be for
investigation.
criminality, maybe, or discrimination lawsuits, and then Department of Education
I can
would be
imagine
for
both
maybe
being
funding
involved.
and grants and stuff.
Yeah, I could imagine both being involved.
Well,
But
I know you
I think
can
regardless-
imagine that, but to be
Is it really a massive difference?
to be
towards the
honest, I mean,
DOJ?
I don't know that I would rely on your imagination after this conversation, where you've imagined a lot of things and then they're not borne out when we look into them.
I think we've literally fact checked everything, and we've an array of data, which is completely expected under all of my claims. And
You've just
I don't think
shifted
that I've
the
imagined
goalposts
anything.
many times at this point.
I don't think I've shifted the goalposts. I think I've been
So
litigating.
you've shown
trying
me
to
there's an
litigate them.
ongoing case between students and the UC schools, and that is, remember where we started, that is equivalent to what happened to Mahmoud Khalil. That's analogous.
Yeah, and what we found is that there's a plethora of lawsuits against this one university.
Hold on,
right?
before we get
That's
to the
extremely-
plethora, this is your own example. How is this analogous to what happened to Khalil?
Yeah, so you said that, number one, you said that it was an ongoing case. So, it's for us to not conclude anything. And so I just provided more data, which would say we should, if there's multiple lawsuits, probably there's an inciting reason for those lawsuits. And as well,
Yeah, the inciting
how is it
reason is
equivalent
that
to
there
not
were
conclude?
protests happening in a unique point in time, which caused a lot of turmoil between campus faculty and police and organizers and students. I'm going to assume more legal stuff is going to be happening in general, regardless of what the reason for the protest is. It's just, I mean, if you've ever lived on a college campus, this is a pretty common point of friction. To go from that to say that it's because of Joe Biden, and not just that it's because of Joe Biden, but that it's equivalent to Donald Trump's attacks on anti-Zionist speech, I've just not been substantiated yet.
okay, yeah. So just a summary from my side. I never said it was equivalent. I said that both were egregious and both were
Well, you said they were
the difference of administration. Well, okay, let me. I
Said they were
was letting you-
analogous.
Okay, I'm saying that both administrations and how they presided over the college campuses were, in my view, across the line, so to speak. It's
Okay, this is just
something
back
which
to
I
your
cannot
Rubicon
support at all.
argument where, okay, maybe one is better, but they're both bad, so who cares?
There is a threshold. There is a threshold.
And after that
and-
threshold, does it stop mattering if something's better? That's the
After that
question.
threshold, I stop supporting you. So that's
I'm
that's
asking,
it.
okay,
Whether-
before we get to supporting what or not supporting what, does it stop mattering if something is better after the threshold is crossed?
No, I guess.
Okay, so it would still matter,
Yeah, but it wouldn't
but not
motivate
enough
my
that you would
sport.
have a preference you'd actually exhibit through your power to vote.
Well, I would have a preference, which I would exhibit through my political activity. I would just not vote.
So right, so
There's very
you wouldn't exhibit that preference insofar as voting is concerned, which is one lever of power of many. Because you could do all the other DSA
Yeah.
stuff you're saying and then still vote harm reduction. Those aren't mutually
Okay,
exclusive.
that's true. That's true, and this ties on to something I was earlier saying, but I never got to explore out. And also, I know that we've been chatting for a long time. I do actually appreciate that you've had this long conversation.
Mhm.
But previously, I was saying that I think voting is detrimental to your other your other organizing that you're conducting. Similarly, like if you were like a Democrat locally, and you live in a red area, and you're going to vote for your mayor or something, and like let's say like it's extremely like 80% odds that Republicans can win. Would you vote for the lesser evil Republican
Say it again.
in the
Sorry,
primary?
I zoned out for a second. Give me the example.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we could imagine you live in like a Republican area
Okay.
for a Republican mayor.
Yeah.
Would you like register as independent and then vote in the open primary, or would you like organize Democrats locally?
Wait, if I vote in the open primary, you're saying I can vote in both party primaries, or just the Republican?
Yeah, if you
primary?
register independent. If you register independent, I think you could vote in open primaries for Republicans. Yeah.
For harm reduction, sure. If it's like Donald Trump versus John McCain, I'll probably vote for John McCain.
Okay, but that's if I was like local in like a local area,
Yeah.
and let's say I have progressive organizing I could do, and I could vote for the Republican, or I could do progressive organizing without voting for the lesser evil Republican. In my view, voting for that Republican harms your progressive organizing that you're intending to
How
do
does it harm?
because it reduces your credibility because you're supporting.
Well, I don't.
It reduces
I
your
don't think it's smart that the credibility of my political ideology is only apparent when things are like really bad and everyone's dying and there's like a fascist in office. I'd like to think that these things should be appealing even if things are doing relatively okay. Like if the argument is that we just needed Trump to come in so that everyone dies and everything's so bad and now people support Gaza enough, I actually don't think we should be using innocent people's lives as like political pawns in that way. I think we can do both harm reduction and political canvassing, which is why I said, going back
Okay,
to
but
Biden,
that's what
I'd vote for Biden and then I'd vote for super progressive Democrats in primaries. So you have people like Abdul getting in the midterms and then putting something on Biden's desk that he has to sign that reigns in Israel. Because, I mean, another thing about Biden versus Trump is Biden is going to do what Democrats in the House and Senate say, and Trump's going to just be a fucking authoritarian if he doesn't like what they tell him. So.
Okay. I actually do have to get going right now. But honestly, Adam, I did actually appreciate, this is a long conversation. I felt like it was pretty respectful the entire time.
Yeah, I appreciate
And,
us keeping it chill.
Yeah. Honestly, and sorry, bro, if I was distracting you a little bit for your Minecraft. So.
No, you're good.
you know.
These are more
Okay.
important topics than Minecraft.
Okay. Well, you can have someone else up.
Okay.
I did. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
You too. Am I cooked? Am I seriously cooked again? Fuck this game, bro. This is why I play UFC. Fuck this game. Am I cooked? Oh, nice. Nice. I just need some wool, bro. I need to at least set my spawn point because we've established I'm ass at this game and I'm gonna keep dying. What do we feel about that conversation? I was like half paying attention to Minecraft and half paying attention to that debate. So what you get is that I don't know what I've been doing in Minecraft this whole time. How do we feel about that conversation? It was frustrating for me because I feel like I didn't get an answer to anything. But I guess it wasn't a screaming match at least, so it could be worse. Oh, thank God. I would have lost my shit too if I if I wasn't playing Minecraft. And this is the new method, okay? I wouldn't have gained anything from losing my shit in that conversation because optically he would have been like, "Oh, bro, I'm winning. You're triggered." Do I have dementia? Why do I keep forgetting where I came from? Is this the right way? Okay, I don't have dementia. Let's fucking go. I swear to God. I swear to God if something kills me. Okay. Okay, bro. God damn. God damn. You were too nice. I have yet to see any real benefit in like losing my shit in a debate. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I've never been like, oh, if only I had gotten really angry and triggered, it would have all went great. Because also when you get angry and frantic, I feel like you're more likely to die on hills you don't need to die on and miss over specifics. But what you are is a 25-year-old playing Minecraft. You're wrong. You're so wrong, dude. I'm a 24-year-old playing Minecraft. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked, loser. I don't even know if that's a DSA guy or a Trump guy, but you're fucking wrong, bro. Get cooked. Big difference. Exactly. Huge difference. And again, I need to give a disclaimer because there's more people in here now. This is my first time playing Minecraft since 2015 or 2016. Okay, so cut me some slack. Cut me some slack. I was cracked back in middle school and fucking early high school. You don't know what I'm capable of. You know what? Fuck that old house. I don't need that place.
N is for nut, nut on my head, nut on my nose, nut in my mouth, crunch, crunch, oh!
What? Okay. No meat? I just killed a child for nothing? Wow. I'm such a fucking neoliberal, bro. Literally all I care about right now is getting some fucking food and getting some wool so I can respawn in my house. And even that... Oh. Spoke too soon. Come here, little fucker. Oh my god, I'm so... What is this? Bro. I'm ass. I'm actually ass. Okay, did the baby ones not give you meat? I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop with the war crimes. I'm sorry. I hear... Where the fuck is that sheep coming from, bro? I just want to talk. Bro, does the wool have to be the same color to make a bed? Because then I'm actually fucking triggered. Oh, I used a stick. My bad. I didn't mean to make that longer than it had to be. Does the color of the wool matter? If I have a black wool and a white wool, am I just cooked when it comes to making a bed? Yeah, the 2020 elections could develop into Trump attempting a coup. Like, it's not outside the realm of possibility. It just depends how much he cares about whoever the nominee in 28 is, or if he's like, fuck it, I'm sailing off into the golden sunset of Mar-a-Lago. Okay, you know what? Food is more important than a bed right now. I need to get back to my place and just fucking cook some food. Oh. Was that an arrow? Come here, fucker. I don't know if I have time to make it back to my... Hold on. We're doing the Saddam Hussein method. I need to hide out in here for a bit. Just long enough to... I'm gonna watch this back later and be like, wow, I'm so fucking ass at Minecraft. Why was this the idea? Honestly, though, if I wasn't playing Minecraft, I would have ended this live a while ago. This shit's low-key fun, even if you're ass. Okay, what am I looking for now? Do I not have coal? I guess I can use wood. Or did I miss? No, I don't have coal. I want a coup attempt to happen so bad. Would be crazy lore. I don't know. I don't know about all that. White flowers exist. Daisies give white. Thank you, Patriot. Holy shit. These? Is that what this white thing is? No, it's iron nugget. Where do I get the dye? I'm so confused. Yes. I'm so goated. Holy shit. Look down. Okay. Oh, true. So true. You just own me with facts and logic, Loki. I thought you were a socialist? Why? When have I ever given that impression? Why does it matter that I'm not? Is a more important question. Dye everything gray? Okay. I'm so confused, bro. What is this orange dye? Wait for this. Bone meal. Okay. Let's fucking go. I still need one more piece of wool, though. I disagree. It's the only hope. I think the Nordic model is pretty great. Get a sovereign wealth fund, get some robust social safety nets, raise taxes on the wealthy. Who represents your views the most? So far, from what I can tell, probably James Tallarico. You can't be liberal and progressive, but I am, though, so... Well, again, when I say liberal, I mean like classical liberal values, individual freedom, democratic pluralism, free expression, negative rights. And then progressive refers to like my ideal fiscal policy. So I believe in individual rights and liberties, and then I believe in like a robust social safety net. So yeah, you can be both of those actually. You know what I don't understand? When people on my left disagree with me, why is the energy always so adversarial? Because I tend to view people who are like to the left of Donald Trump as broadly being in the same coalition. Like we want the same things, you just have a different method to get there. But the ideological purity testing stuff is a little weird to me sometimes. Oh shit, we have 2 guest requests. Zachariah S. What do you want to debate about? Trump. Wait, is this the guy who came on earlier and was screaming like a crazy person?
You fell for it again. You guys.
Can I debate? Yeah, what did you want to debate? I'd rather debate MAGA people than lefties, unless the lefties really want to debate, I guess. Trump? Hey, how old are you?
I'm 19. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You support Trump?
Yeah, in an aspect.
Like, would you vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Well, I don't know, like if it would be Kamala Harris, but like if it was like AOC, maybe.
Well, what about in 2024?
Um, yeah, I'd say Trump.
Over Harris?
Yeah.
Do you support fascism or no?
No, I support Israel.
Is that the most important thing to you?
Yeah. I'm extremely Jewish.
Okay. I don't know what that... Is that why you support Israel?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that more important to you than, like, free speech and good economic policy and, like, not having an authoritarian state?
No, I'm just trolling. I hate both of
Okay.
them.
Okay. So you're not a Trump supporter? Okay. Fun. I don't support Israel, no.
Get it on your hand.
Hey, how old are you?
Oh, you just got lotion on your shoe.
Hello?
Hey, oh, sorry about that.
You're fine.
Adam, what's up?
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 51 years young.
51 years young. Hell yeah. And you support Trump?
3-time Trump voter. Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, I think that number one, he's already been president, right? So I believe in putting, the immigration issue in the forefront. I believe in America first. I don't. I haven't given up on capitalism.
Do you believe in the U.S. Constitution?
Of course.
Do you think it's important for the president to protect that?
He took an oath, did he not?
Right. So I'm just asking, you think it's important for him to protect that?
Well, it's his job to enforce it.
And do you think that's important? Like, do you care about preserving and protecting the Constitution as he swore
Well,
to do?
that's his job as a president, sir.
Right. I'm asking if you care
One of
about that,
them.
though, as a person. Like, is that important to you?
Well, I've already answered that question.
Is the answer yes?
Well, yeah, I said.
Okay, so
I
then
said that's his
Donald
job.
Trump is the only person to ever
Mhm.
occupy the presidency in U.S. history to say he wants to terminate the United States Constitution and then actually govern in a way that does so.
Do you have evidence of that?
Yeah.
Like a audio, a speech, context?
Mhm.
Okay, sure. Hmm.
Pulling it up right now.
Time, place, and manner as well.
I got everything for you, buddy.
Man, Minecraft and everything I need.
Yup. Could you ask for more?
Ooh. Well, and the gum to go along with
I
it.
know. You're
Dang,
welcome.
bro.
You're welcome.
You got a lot. You got a lot going on, man.
I know. What more
You're
is
gonna
there?
go
There's Minecraft, there's Gum, and there's this Donald Trump tweet, which I'd love you to read now.
tweet.
Or a Truth Social post. So sorry.
I thought we were back in like 2007 or something.
No, this is 2022. You want to read this for us?
Oh, I can't read that.
I
You're
can read
small.
it. With the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC, and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner, or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Yeah, and do you know what the context of that statement is?
Yep, he's mad about the election being quote
No,
unquote
no, no, no,
stolen.
no, no, no. I didn't ask you about his opinion. I said context.
Yeah, the context is he's talking about the 2020 election wanting to be overturned, him wanting to overturn it.
Well, because of why?
Because he claims it was stolen publicly, although privately he's admitted he knows he lost.
No. Hold on. No, let's save the privately, because that's not what we're discussing right now. We're talking.
Well, we're
about
discussing
public-
what's true.
Hold on. Excuse me, sir.
Your excuse.
Private conversations cannot be truths because you can't verify it.
Well, they're in an indictment.
Okay, an indictment is not an admission of guilt.
No, but indictments have evidence, right?
Okay, again, sir. So let's back up for a minute. Context. What would that mean?
Wait, so do you first, just
Hypothet-
before we skip forward to that, you do now acknowledge that Donald Trump called for the termination of
No.
the Constitution?
No. I'm
Simply
right
yes or
there.
no.
Listen, I'm not going to be directed like your dog, yes or no answers and questions.
No one
okay?
called you my dog except you. I don't know
Okay.
where your head is at right now. I'm just trying to have a normal political debate with you.
Hey,
Before you explain,
Minecraft.
before you
Zen,
explain,
calm down, bro.
before you
Calm down.
explain what you think is the important context, do we just acknowledge the base reality that Donald Trump called for the termination of the Constitution?
In reflection of treason.
Sure, whatever
yes.
you think the reason is, but he did call for the termination.
An emergency order, an emergency condition in a constitutional republic that had been usurped potentially, then yes, I would think that statement that you just referenced would be completely
Justified.
understandable and in the context. Like if there was an apparatus that nullified the people's votes or manipulated them, would you not think that there should be an investigation and or
Of
charges
course, and that would
or
happen within the
treason?
context of our constitutional system.
Wait a
You wouldn't
minute.
need to terminate the
Hold on,
Constitution to
sir.
investigate that.
Sir,
Would
sir, do you think that
Can we
the
not change
judicial
the
sys-
subject from your own subject?
I'm not.
So why
do
would you need
think-
to terminate the Constitution to investigate something?
Have you ever heard of martial law?
Yes, that's not an answer to my question.
Yeah, it's an exact answer to your question.
You don't need to terminate the Constitution to establish martial law.
So if the country was
Do you
cooed,
understand that, right?
hold on, excuse me, if the country
You need
was
to answer what I
cooed
say if we want to have a
by
conversation.
foreign and or domestic threats, is it just the judicial system, or
No,
would that be
there is
the
a
military
way to declare
as
a
well?
state of emergency. You have the Insurrection
Oh,
Act. Those are all things that
oh.
exist within the constitutional system. They don't require you to terminate the Constitution.
Excuse me, sir. So
You're
martial
excused.
law, you have all your constitutional rights under martial law?
No, but the Constitution is still operating.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you wait a minute. So
You don't need to terminate
so
the
you don't-
Constitution, right?
Sir, hold on. Did he say terminate the Constitution?
Yep.
No.
Termination of all rules, regulations, and articles found in the Constitution.
Ah, okay. So under martial law, isn't that the same?
The Constitution outlines parameters for establishing
Answer the
states of
question.
emergency.
Answer the question.
What's the question?
Martial law, an act of emergency for the security of the nation.
Yeah. You're the one who's not answering the question.
No,
Why
no,
would that
you're not answering the
necessitate? Why would that
question.
necessitate terminating the Constitution? There's
Do you have all
constitutional.
your?
There's
Do you?
constitutional. There's constitutional ways to declare a state of emergency, invoke the Insurrection Act, suspend habeas corpus. That can all be done through the Constitution. You don't have to terminate it for that. Right? There's
Again,
been,
sir.
we've been through the Civil War. We've been through World War I and World War II. Presidents have declared states of emergency. They've taken drastic measures. The Constitution outlines a process for that. You don't need to terminate the Constitution for that.
Lay it out for me.
So Congress can suspend habeas corpus in times of national emergency. The president can also
Congress?
invoke. Yep.
You mean the president
Nope.
through executive order?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's why when Lincoln tried suspending it unilaterally, the courts later ruled he needed Congress's authorization to do it. Back
Do we
in the
have
Civil
three
War.
co-equal branches of government?
You
Yes or
didn't
no?
answer what I just said. Why are you changing the topic?
Okay. Because you're going down a rabbit hole that's
No,
going
I'm
to go
just giving you
nowhere.
another example of habeas corpus being suspended by the president and the court ruling that's not how you do this. You have to have the Congress authorize it. President can't unilaterally suspend habeas corpus.
So, I'm going to ask you one singular question. Where do you
But
get
wait,
your
why are you changing the
skate-
topic?
No, I'm not.
You are. You
No,
haven't
I'm not
answered a single
changing-
thing I've
no.
asked you so far.
Where do you get your skates sharpened? Because you're skating
I should
around
ask
every
you because
fucking
you've brought up
question.
multiple topics
No.
and run away from actually addressing them when I ask you for clarifying
Do
questions.
you realize that you are so focused on Trump that you are blind, sir?
I think I'm more
Like,
focused on Minecraft right now, for
hold
being
on,
honest. But
Marshall, well, yeah,
gotta find
because
my
you're.
stuff, man. So I'm going to
I don't
ask
know.
you again. Why would you need to terminate the
I'm
Constitution
going to
in the state
ask
of
you
emergency?
again,
You don't
because it's
have to moan,
called
you can just answer the question.
treason. Called treason.
Yeah, we
and
have- hold on.
national emergency and martial law.
You don't need to terminate the Constitution to prosecute
Put your
treason.
chips down, my guy.
You understand that, right?
Nobody wants to hear your chips, man.
You understand that?
Listen.
You don't need to terminate the Constitution.
Have
to
you
do
answered
that.
my question?
I've tried, but you don't want to engage with my answer because you have nothing to say.
No,
for
no,
it.
no. You listen. You're going to answer
We're
my
listening.
one question. Great. Martial law for a national emergency
I
of
can
a
answer it.
coup against the federal government.
You don't need to
Go ahead.
terminate the Constitution to establish
Okay.
martial law.
So what do you do?
You establish martial law through the processes that are outlined through
No, no, no.
declaring a national
What do you
emergency.
do?
You invoke
Mhm,
the Insurrection Act, which is a legal statute, and you invoke your Article 2 powers that come from the Constitution. You don't terminate the Constitution.
hmm
Yeah.
So
Now watch
again,
how he's not going to address what I just said.
no. That's exactly what that tweet or
No.
Truth Post or
It's to
social
terminate the
post.
Constitution.
Okay. Again,
Yeah.
my guy.
Yeah.
It's not terminating, it's suspending.
No. Why
You
are you
realize
you
martial
misquoting Trump?
law-
Donald Trump's own words right here. It's just
No.
termination of all rules, not some, not a state of emergency. Termination of all rules, all regulations, all articles
okay.
found in the Constitution.
Okay. So
And just
again,
a quick history lesson for everyone watching in case they didn't know, because it
History
seems like you
lesson.
didn't know this. We've
That's
had
funny.
a civil war before. We've had 2 world wars before. Presidents have done drastic measures, Insurrection Act, declaring states of emergency. That's all done through the Constitution, not in lieu of the Constitution. And when someone says they want to terminate it, that's something else, actually.
So,
And it's crazy how this guy's talking about where to sharpen your skates. I'm asking him, where are you lifting? Because you've picked up the goalpost and moved it miles and miles in different directions over the course of this short conversation, where you first told me that Trump took an oath to the Constitution and you support him defending the Constitution. Now you're justifying why he has to terminate it. So then you're backtracking on your initial statement. Make
Are
that
you
make
done?
sense.
Are you done? I just want to make sure you're done because I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm done when you're ready to respond to what I have to say, or otherwise I'm never done.
Yeah, so one of the things that you failed to mention in your short history lesson is 135 million mail-in
Why
ballots,
aren't you
which was
answering
the
my
first-
question? Now I answered yours.
Excuse me. No,
You're
no, no.
excused.
Listen. I was speaking. Why'd you interrupt me?
Because you're hiding? You're running?
No.
Yes?
This is not. Listen. This is
I'm
not
listening.
a fucking debate. This is a conversation. What you failed to mention is
you answering
135
my question?
million mail-in ballots.
Hello?
That is the most in history.
Yeah, it's almost like there's
Isn't
a
it?
pandemic happening. So can you answer my question now?
Pandemic? You mean a plandemic, maybe?
Who planned it?
I would say probably Pharmacia.
Who's Pharmacia?
Yeah, that's the name for medicine.
I thought people called it Big Pharma. Pharmacia is the first I'm hearing of this.
Yeah, that
sounds kind
is
of like
the
a party
correct.
or something. But okay, why would you?
That's the
I'm going to
correct
ask you
pronunciation
again.
of it, my guy.
Cool. Thanks for telling me. So I'm going to ask you again. Why did you backtrack on you finding the Constitution important to now saying it's situational whether or
And
not you care about the
I've
Constitution?
already answered that 8 times.
Sure. Then give
dude.
me a
You're-
ninth time because maybe I'm deaf. I never got it the first 8.
Yeah, it's called martial law, invoking.
No, but that's
an
not
actual
terminating the. You're
emergency.
answering a different question than what I'm asking you. You can declare martial law without terminating the
so-
Constitution.
Hold on, hold on a minute here. So, if you have limited rights under martial law,
Mhm.
is that not eliminating constitutional rights?
Nope, it's declaring a state of emergency within the context of the Constitution. The Constitution
I
lays
can't
out
argue-
that Congress
listen,
can pass statutes on this.
again-
Presidents can declare
again-
emergency. They have Article
again-
2 powers.
again, listen to this guy fucking skate once again. Answer my fucking question.
I'll answer your question when you answer a single question I've asked you, because all we've done so far is me answer your questions and you ignore the questions I ask you.
Have fun playing your 5-year-old game, my
Is he
guy.
gonna run away now, guys?
You don't answer questions.
Imagine being so cooked you have to run away from someone playing Minecraft. I'd be embarrassed,
Again,
bro.
answer my one question.
I've answered
I've
multiple of your
asked the
questions.
whole
You haven't
fucking
answered a
time.
single one of mine.
You brought up a Hold on. You brought up a subject.
Why
and
would you
then
have to
asked me
terminate
a
the
question.
Constitution to declare
I've
martial law?
answered it
Why would you
8
have to
fucking
terminate the
times,
Constitution to declare
and you
martial law?
won't
Why would you
engage.
have to terminate the Constitution to declare
Maverick,
martial law?
engage.
Why would you have to terminate the
Engage.
Constitution to declare martial law?
That is essentially suspending constitutional rights.
No, it's not. Why
Fucking
would you have to
wow.
terminate the
Yes, it
Constitution to declare martial law?
Oh my god, dude, you're
Hello?
so fucking lost. Seriously.
Hello?
I don't know what to do with you.
Why would you
I
have to
don't know.
terminate the Constitution to
Listen,
establish
Mhm.
martial law?
are you on repeat, bro? Are you broken?
I'm just asking you a question you're refusing to answer for some reason.
Are you broken? Are you glitching out, bro?
Asking you a question.
You ask the same question
Yeah, because you don't answer it.
18 fucking
That's
times.
usually how
I've
it works.
answered it every time, and you
You
won't
said
engage
that, oh,
with
we
my
have to
response.
suspend people's rights and stuff, but yeah, the Constitution lays out a way to
No,
do
it's
that. You
it's,
wouldn't have
it's
to terminate
called
it.
it's called martial law
Yeah,
and
but-
national
Yes,
emergency.
but why would you have to terminate the Constitution to declare martial law? You can keep the Constitution and still declare it.
Dude, seriously,
He didn't even say
Like, how old
suspend.
are
He
you?
said terminate.
how old are you?
Why aren't you answering my question?
No, just how old are you?
It's been the same question
Adam?
the whole time.
Yeah, I know, and you're stuck on fucking repeat.
Yeah, because you won't answer it. Isn't it frustrating?
Okay. Are you gaslighting right now?
I'm asking you a question, dude.
That's all you are, questions. I thought we were gonna have a conversation.
Yeah, conversations
You're
going
li-
back
you're-
and forth.
you're
Like,
you're
you've
like
asked
an
me
an-
questions and I've answered them, and I've asked you questions and
you
you haven't
haven't.
answered them.
No, you haven't. You haven't answered the one question that I have. You keep on running from it. So, are you going to be a fucking pathetic debate, bro? Or are you
I've
going to have a
answered multiple of your
conversation?
questions. You can just tell me, why would you need to terminate the Constitution to establish martial law when you can do it with the Constitution?
Well, I would say that most likely, being that it's a national emergency,
Mhm.
that we would probably have tribunals, military through JAG, and yeah, that's
And
exactly
that
why.
would be the suspension of habeas corpus, which is allowed by the Constitution. Right.
Again. Now you're tracking, my guy.
Wait, so you're saying we can suspend habeas corpus? I don't disagree, but why would you have to terminate the Constitution for that when the Constitution allows for that?
So, under Articles of Engagement through the military justice system, the
Why aren't you answering my question?
ICMJ, I am,
Okay.
and that is civilians go through the judicial branch and have a jury of their peers. When it comes to the UCMJ and the tribunals for treason,
Yeah.
it's under different standards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those standards are still laid out by what document?
It has to align with mostly align with the Constitution, but there are several exceptions.
Oh, okay.
Several
So why are we
exceptions.
terminating it then?
Mhm. We're not.
Well, he said the word termination. I read it to you.
No,
Everyone saw it on
listen.
screen.
Listen, it was again.
So
time,
are we
place,
or are we not
manner.
okay with terminating it? Just to clarify.
Listen, I get it. You don't like Trump. That's cool.
Mhm.
But your obsession with this point is kind of pathetic. I'm just going to tell you.
With the Constitution, I thought you were also pretty concerned with it.
How many
but
articles?
Maybe you're not.
How many articles
Why
in the
aren't you answering my
Constitution?
question?
How many
Why
articles
aren't
in the
you answering my
Constitution?
question?
Tell me.
Why aren't you answering mine?
How many?
This is not trivia night, buddy. You're going to answer
How
my
many?
question, then I'll answer yours.
How many articles?
You're going to answer my question, then I'll answer yours.
Look, just kick me. You got dog walked.
Why aren't you answering
Go
the
ahead.
question, though?
Just go ahead and play your fucking little child game.
Okay.
You want to play fucking games. You don't answer questions, okay? You want to smack your gum in the fucking mic
why
like a
aren't you
fucking
answering my
4-year-old.
question, though?
You have no fucking manners. You have TDS. It's okay, bro.
If I promise to stop
Okay.
chewing the gum in the microphone and tell you how many articles there are after you answer my question, then will you answer it? Or do you still not want to
What-
answer it?
I've answered it 18 times. What's
No,
wrong
well,
with
you
number
talked about
19?
suspending habeas corpus, and I agree that's a thing that exists, but why would we terminate the Constitution for that?
Has there ever been a coup over this country?
Why aren't you answering my question?
I just did.
No, you asked me a question. It's not an answer. It's kind of the
Because
opposite,
there's never been a coup in this country.
Why aren't you answering my question, buddy?
It's national emergency, martial law, UCMJ, tribunals, hanging by the winds. I mean, the list can go on, my guy. But unfortunately, you don't want to see the truth for what it is, right? That's okay. I mean, I get it. Little guy. You don't want to think that like there's like a fourth branch of government that
Hello?
had tried to
Hello?
like usurp the people's vote. I get it, bro.
Hello?
Like I get it.
Did you answer my question yet?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so why would we have to terminate the Constitution to just suspend habeas corpus, which is allowed by the Constitution?
So what is a martial law for 200, please?
Why aren't you answering my question?
I just did. The only thing that you need to do now is to accept that you've been dog walked. You don't want to
Hello?
engage because you know that martial law does exactly what I just said.
Hello?
It suspends your constitutional rights. But it's okay, little guy.
Yeah,
I
but
get
it
it.
suspends them in accordance with the Constitution temporarily, right? And you're talking about
So what-
terminating it outright.
So what rights
So
do you
why
have?
would we have to
and what
terminate
rights
it?
do you not?
Why would we have to terminate it to do that? That's the only question I've asked
Because
you
it's
this whole
an-
time.
National emergency, sir. Did
Yeah,
we not take?
But you don't need to
United
terminate the
States citizens?
Constitution to
Hold on.
establish a national emergency. You can just use the Constitution to do that.
Wait a minute.
That's why
Didn't
there's-
FDR?
That's why the
didn't
Insurrection Act is
FDR
there.
Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Insurrection Act. Isn't that when we encamped American citizens?
Are you going to answer
The
my
Const-
question?
I just did.
No, you didn't. What's my question?
Yeah,
Wait, what's my
Insurrection
question that you
Act,
think you're
okay.
answering?
Yeah, Insurrection Act. Okay, go ahead.
Why would you need to terminate the Constitution to invoke that?
Why is the Insurrection Act constitutional?
Why aren't you answering my question?
I am.
Nope, you're asking me a different question.
Because it's Article 2 authorization
Oh, that's the
of
Constitution. But
emergency
you're talking about
hold on.
terminating it, which would include Article 2.
Emergency powers. Emergency powers. That's why the Insurrection Act is constitutional.
Yes,
I understand. It
exactly.
hurts. It hurts,
But you're
my
not
guy.
talking about what's constitutional. You're talking about terminating the Constitution.
So, terminating the Constitution is getting rid of it and it never coming back, right?
That's what termination would mean. You're ending something
Okay.
permanently.
Okay, so suspending through emergency martial law, right, is exactly the context that he was referring to. The fact that he didn't use the language that is convenient for your little mind to understand is not his problem. It's more of a you problem.
I'm going to ask you again, why would we have to terminate the Constitution to establish a national emergency?
We don't.
Oh, so then you disagree with Trump.
I would say that maybe he used the wrong word. I don't know. I mean, whatever. Did he?
You don't think he knows what termination means?
No. Did he terminate the Constitution?
He's certainly governed
Did
as if
he-
it doesn't exist.
Did
Yeah.
he? Hold on. Did he enact the Insurrection Act? Did he declare
Enacting the
martial law?
Insurrection Act doesn't terminate the Constitution.
Listen, dude, are you glitching again?
You know that, right?
Dude, you're like on a fucking repeat, bro.
It's the
This is
first
getting
time I've
boring.
said that. You know that, right?
You're getting boring.
Invoking the
You know what?
Insurrection Act doesn't
So
terminate
are you-
the
are-
Constitution. You know what would
Is
terminate
this-
the Constitution? Would be like defying the courts
Your
over
mom.
700 times.
Your
Or like
mom.
defying congressional appropriations.
Your mom.
Bro, how am I the one playing Minecraft, but you're the one who's coming off like a child? Come on, lock in.
Listen. Do you have any other talking points, or are you just stuck on repeat?
I have plenty talking points. I'd love to get to them when you answer one.
Let's
of
move.
mine.
Let's move on
No,
from
you don't have to run,
this.
dude. We can talk. I promise.
I'm
You're,
not
you're
running.
safe. You're fine. You're gonna be okay.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I'm great.
You're not acting like you
I am the epitome of greatness.
are. Oh,
Yes.
okay.
You're talking to greatness right now, by the way.
Could have fooled me.
I understand, but what are you, all of like, what, 23?
So close. But I'm gonna ask
Can you read a tape?
again.
Can you read a tape measure?
Do
That's
or
what I
do
want to
you
know.
Not
Hold on.
support Donald Trump.
Listen,
Saying he wants
listen.
to terminate the Constitution.
You
and
have
then
asked,
violating
hold
it.
on. You've asked a ton of questions. It's my turn to ask a question.
I've actually
okay?
asked the same question over and over again, but you haven't
Oh,
answered it.
yes. Yes, I've answered it. Yes. So let's move on, okay? So can
Why
you
do
read
wanna
a tape
run away
measure?
from like the one and
Can
only
you-
thing I've asked you to
can
grapple
you
with in
read-
this conversation?
Can you read a tape measure?
Hello?
Can you read a tape measure?
Anyone there?
Have you ever used a skill saw in your life? Have you ever built anything in your life?
Just built this house in Minecraft, bro.
That's not real.
Yeah, it is.
Dude, like, this is the problem with your whole generation.
I know.
Like,
My
you think
generation, we
that-
see Minecraft and
Yeah.
we think we're looking through a window or something. We're like, that's got to be real.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. You know what else is
So
weird?
let me ask,
Going from saying I
Uh.
support the Constitution to he should terminate it to that's not what he meant, which is like 3 different positions. That's what's weird. I don't know.
was that a jackass? Or a donkey?
Hello?
Why do you do that?
What?
Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
So like, do you or do you not support the Constitution exactly?
I support the Constitution, yeah.
So then if someone said they want to terminate it and then they governed in a way that is as if they terminated it, you'd be against that?
Yeah, let's look at that. Govern in a way to institute that. Can you give me an example?
Yeah, defying over 700 court orders,
Which court orders?
habeas petitions.
Okay, and let me ask you, does the State Department have the right to detain individuals for national security based on the Secretary of State authorization?
In compliance with courts.
Yeah. Do you file in Washington D.C. or in the territory that you're being detained?
Whatever would be the district court that you're in.
Yeah, it has to be within the territory that you're in, right? So
What does it
why
have to
did the
do with
people in
defying over
Texas,
700
excuse
court
me,
orders?
why did the people in Texas file in Washington D.C. with Boasberg?
Why are you changing the subject and not answering my
I'm not.
question?
I'm directly addressing your claim of 700 cases.
Yeah,
You do realize we have 3 co-equal branches of government,
exactly.
and the
And you
judicial
can't defy the judicial one.
the judicial cannot overstep Article 2 authority either.
Yeah, habeas petitions
How many
are
times?
not
How many
article. Hold on,
times?
habeas
how
petitions are not
many
Article 2
times-
authority.
How many times has the judicial system been overrode because they're trying to override Article 2 powers of the president? How many times?
You can't just keep evading my question by asking
A
me more
lot of
questions.
times, right? I know. It's okay, little buddy.
I
It's
told
okay.
him he wants to terminate the Constitution, then I gave you examples of him defying court orders, which is what you would do if you were trying to terminate the constitutional co-equal branches of government as outlined in the Constitution, Articles 1 through 3. So I'm just going to ask you again, is that okay with you that he's defied over 700 habeas petitions and dozens of other court orders as well?
Well, let's give you an example, right?
Not to mention defying
one,
congressional
one
appropriations.
of your
so
no,
that's like
let's
he's
dig
just
in.
defying
Let's
everything.
let's dig in. Let's dig in. So hold on. The Supreme Court ruled that the president and the administration has the right to remove TPS protections.
You're changing the subject.
And the hold on, no, I'm not.
Yeah,
The
you are.
courts came in. Excuse me.
700
The
habeas
court,
petitions violated.
the court. Excuse me. The courts came in.
You're excused, but you're not excused to
give-
change the topic.
Dude, okay. You are very dogmatic, and obviously
question.
you have your mindset.
He said
I'm not
he wants to
answering
terminate
anymore.
the Constitution, and then administration has violated hundreds of court orders.
I'm not talking to you anymore until you can let me finish.
You can finish when you answer my question, and then we can move on to the next thing.
Okay.
That's how a conversation
Have a
goes.
nice day. Listen, this isn't a
You're
conversation.
gonna run.
No, I'm just not going to talk to a child
He's gonna
as
run.
they try to have a fucking debate, and you don't want to let the other person finish. So you can
So you
just
don't want
fuck
to have a
off.
debate. You came to give a speech and ignore every question I ask you. Oh, fuck no. You see that creeper, bro? It's bad news. Ah, he left. That's a shame. I know I have to eat, bro. I don't have food, and I don't know what the fuck is going on. I have half a heart. I'm cooked. If there's any mobs up there, I'm cooked. I'm one hit. I'm done. I'm gonna pivot to UFC maybe. Fuck, I've never played UFC live. What if I'm fucking ass at it live? Fuck, I'm gonna be so ass at this when I play live. It's fine, whatever.
Hello,
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, did you want to debate me on something?
Why not communism?
Well, it depends how you're even defining communism before we get to why not.
Sure. The doctrine and the conditions of the liberation of the proletariat.
I just think that, broadly speaking, the best system is going to be markets with heavy government intervention to mitigate market failures and externalities and maximize social welfare by ensuring parity between capital and labor.
And how would you exactly do that?
Hold on, let me turn this down a little bit. Is this too loud, guys? Hold on. Go ahead, what are you saying?
I said, how would you use those regulations within those markets?
How would I what?
How would you use those regulations with those markets?
How would I use those regulations with those markets?
Yes.
So I would establish things like single-payer healthcare. I would heavily subsidize infrastructure and education. I would put in place regulations on like carbon emissions and pollution, on like labor standards, a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, you'd have to be more specific than that. I could go on for a while.
Okay. There we go. I was just waiting for you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Turn it down. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so you were talking about the single parent healthcare.
Single-payer healthcare, yeah.
Okay, so do you want to elaborate on? So would this healthcare still be privatized, or would this be?
No, it'd be single-payer.
Okay, can you elaborate a little bit more?
Meaning there's one insurance provider for health insurance, and it's the state.
How is this different from universal healthcare?
It's a form of universal healthcare. It's a specific form. There's multiple forms of universal healthcare.
Okay, so why would you oppose the communist approach to universal healthcare?
I don't even know what the communist approach to universal healthcare is. I've never heard of that.
Okay, sure. So like, I would personally do something like what Cuba did with like polyclinics that offer different kinds of services, such as dentist, regular checkups. There's I would have to pull up the study again, but basically they would offer many services, and they would reach out to different rural areas and to the people that don't necessarily have access.
Yeah, like I think the
Within
government
those-
should ensure that everyone has easy access to healthcare.
Right, but this. So I'm guessing that since you're opposing the communist, well, I'm not necessarily saying
I didn't
you
know communists
oppose-
had a specific plan for healthcare. I mean, does this
Well,
come
I
after the
would
communist
just- I would
revolution, or
just
like how
run
does this
off
work?
I would just do it like Cuba does it with, like I said, the polyclinics. I thought the way that they did polyclinics.
What's
was-
wrong with like how Canada does it, for example?
I mean, that's still. Aren't there what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, I think there would be some like downsides to like I don't because the way that healthcare systems work under capitalist systems are a lot more, I would say, like tedious, like having to wait in like
Well, I don't know
long
how
like
much you would call it a
lines and
capitalist healthcare system if it's single payer. Maybe a public option could be considered a mixed system, but single payer is like
I
government
don't know
run.
why can't we just nationalize the healthcare system instead
Well, we're
of just going
nationalizing the
single?
insurance. I don't know if we should be nationalizing healthcare providing.
Why?
Because we doesn't seem necessary. There's systems that have private insurance that are able to make sure everyone gets coverage. So why change that?
Because private insurances don't. Private insurances don't necessarily cover certain
I'm not talking
things.
about private
That's
insurance. I'm talking about healthcare providers. That's different than insurance. I'm talking about public insurance for everyone.
okay, but those healthcare providers don't necessarily cover everything. That's why.
What do you mean?
But because like okay, so like within our system in America, right? If I have this public insurance, what does this cover? Maybe
Public
that's the question
insurance,
I
it would
need.
cover all critical care, and I would want it to cover preventative care as well. Elective care, you'd probably still want to pay out of pocket or maybe get supplemental insurance.
Okay, so what about things like surgeries?
That's going to be critical or life-saving care usually, right? Unless you mean like plastic surgery, like BBLs and stuff would not be covered, I'm guessing.
Yeah, okay, so then how much of out of pocket would that cost underneath your system?
You'd pay for it through taxes.
Yeah, okay, so how much of the taxes would that cost roughly?
It would depend on how you structure the system. I can't give you a dollar amount. There's different ways to do
Okay.
single payer. You would raise taxes on predominantly the upper middle class and the wealthy to pay for the single payer system. You could maybe have some kind of deductible or premium that is on a sliding scale based on your income or something.
I mean, sure, but wouldn't that money go back into those companies?
Which companies?
So you said it would be public, right?
Yeah.
But then would there still be an existence of private companies within the system?
For what? For health insurance?
Yeah.
No.
So you'd abolish all private property of health insurance? Like there would be no more.
What is it? Abolish all private property of health insurance. What do you mean?
Like like healthcare insurances wouldn't be able to profit off of.
Well, under single payer, there wouldn't be private insurance. There would just be government insurance.
Okay, maybe I am failing to see how this is different from what I'm proposing, but nevertheless, I will definitely look more into what you're talking about, the single payer. But is there a reason like you're not, so to change points, but is there a reason like you're not a communist in specifics?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by communism, so I don't know how to give you an answer on that. But I don't believe in that. I believe that we can create a great system that has a mixed economy that's capitalism with government intervention. Seems like that works really well in the Nordic countries.
Yeah, but would that not still require the exploitation of labor?
Which labor?
Labor of the workers.
Which workers? I don't believe in I mean, I want people to have fair pay and strong unions. I don't want people to get abused by their employers.
Sorry, Zion. Sorry.
What?
Yeah, but I was talking to someone in the comments. This is capitalism. Yeah, sorry. I misspoke. That's what happened. I
Okay.
misspoke. That is true. The North countries do exploit the global South in order to thrive.
Sure, I'd want to make sure we use our diplomatic leverage to help people in the global South as well to ensure worker fairness like everywhere.
Okay, so how would you do that?
Do what? trade deals with like the South, right? So if you want to trade with us, these are like the standards for how you have to treat workers.
Would this still not be exploitation of the global south in some form?
To push for workers' rights in the global South?
Yeah.
it
So I mean,
exploitation?
are you actively going to arm the global south that way they can
Like with weapons?
yes
To do what?
overthrow their oppressors to
I
liberate
don't
themselves from
want
their
us to be
government?
funding coups in other countries. That's what you're asking me.
But this how is that a coup? That's not the same thing as when America like went over
You're
to
saying
like
you want us to give weapons to other countries so they can overthrow their governments, but that's not a coup?
no. That's there's a difference between an actual coup and installing a U.S. friendly dictator and
I'm not in
helping.
favor of installing a US friendly dictator.
No, I'm saying that there's a difference between installing a U.S.
You're
friendly
talking about
dictator
going to some
and
group of people you align with politically in a different country and then giving them weapons so they can become the predominant political power. I don't know what we would call that other than some sort of coup type thing. Maybe you don't like
okay,
that exact word.
okay, I'm back.
Okay.
So, okay, so if I take out a leader and then install a dictator that is U.S. friendly, how is that the same thing as giving the arms and supporting
It's not the same thing. It's
liberation?
obviously different
Okay,
things, but they're
okay.
both different types of coups, or like you trying to change the power dynamics in a different country by intervening.
I mean, sure, but don't. So you're agreeing that both are bad coups? Is this what you're
It depends if you think
arguing?
all coups are bad or not. Sounds like you don't.
I don't think liberation is bad. No.
Okay, well, if you call it liberation, then everyone has to support it, of course. That's a nice choice of words there, but
What I mean, what else would you call it?
call what? Giving other people weapons to establish a communist government in their country?
Yeah,
Isn't that like the Soviet Union was doing during the Cold War?
sure.
Yeah, I'd call that interventionism of some kind.
Okay, so are you against all forms of interventionism?
In terms of hard power with weapons, unless there's like something really serious happening, yeah, I'd rather use diplomatic power.
So again, the person that they're overthrowing is putting them in horrible working conditions. They don't have any food.
Wait, is this the
And
government? Or are you talking about like corporations, or they're working together here, or?
no, I'm talking about the people. The people in this country are overthrowing the person that put them in horrible, like Tsar's Russia,
Yeah.
horrible conditions where they didn't have any food. They didn't really care. They would
Yeah, I'm not
hoard
in favor of
everything.
people being put in bad conditions.
Right. So then, why are you against the
I'm just talking
liberation
about
then?
using diplomacy and soft power to say, hey, to all these countries that want to trade with us, if you want to trade with us, we just want to make sure that you're treating your workers well. How's that bad?
What would that trade consist of?
Whatever we trade with them, whether they're exporting stuff to us or we're exporting stuff to them, that's how a trade deal would work, right? You have typically multilaterally multiple countries saying we're going to engage in trade back and forth, and because we're agreeing to do that, we're all going to agree to certain labor standards or emission standards, and I would want the United States to use its economic power to push across the world for fighting pollution, for fighting for workers' rights. I mean, I would assume that most people would agree with that.
I mean, it seems like you're.
Seems like less people would probably die under that than if we gave everyone weapons and stuff. I tend to not like
I mean-
violence. I mean, unless you have to do it in self-defense or something. But I think when it's possible to avoid violence and still have good outcomes, we should therefore, in those situations, we should try to avoid violence.
Okay, so question. All right, so you're against violence. Does that also include the violence by the state?
If it's unjust violence, yeah.
Wait, so if you feel like it was justified by the state, you would be okay with it?
Yeah, like if the police was going after like a mass shooter, I would want them to put that person down with violence. You agree, right?
No.
Wait, if there's an active shooter, you wouldn't want the police to come and unalive that active shooter?
I think there would be material conditions in which why that person would do that.
If there was an active shooter at a school or a grocery store or something, you wouldn't want the state to come and kill that person to stop them.
No, why would we need police?
So
You're not-
how
you're
would
not-
you
okay,
expect
okay.
that
I know
situation
you're
to
looking a
resolve?
little confused. Again, so there's
Hold on,
material
just how would you
conditions.
solve that solution, that situation then?
We would meet the material conditions in which why they would want to do that thing.
As they're in the middle of an active shooting, you would go and offer them health care or something?
No, it's transformative and reformative justice. We would educate them
I'm
on
saying
the harm
in the
that
moment
they
that
did.
a violent crime is being committed, you wouldn't want the police to come and kill or detain that person. Then what do we do in that moment? Okay, let's say you're the communist leader of whatever, and you get word that, okay, this guy is like pew-pewing up a school. Would you say, okay, go and tell him that we have healthcare and food and education for him?
No, we would do a process in which, again, it's
You understand,
transformative.
how long is this process? Because the more time you spend, the more people are dying. This is an active shooter.
Again, there would be material conditions in which that person would.
I'm not asking you, I'm asking what would you do in that situation as it's happening to address the situation?
Address the material conditions. I keep telling
In the
you
moment,
that.
like as the active shooting is happening, address the
we
material
would,
conditions.
we would arrest that person, and then we would educate them on the harm. and
Okay,
then
wait, so
go
we
to-
would use state-sanctioned violence against the person
How is that state-sanctioned violence?
to subdue and
Arresting?
arrest someone,
Arresting is violent?
to deprive someone of their liberty, put them in handcuffs, probably engage in a shootout with them if this is an active shooter.
Wait, you're against arresting, or you're not against
No,
arresting?
I'm in favor
so-
of arresting, but you're saying that this is not violence to arrest someone? It's not
No,
state-sanctioned
how-
violence to come up to someone with weapons drawn and say, put your hands behind your back and put your gun on the floor?
I don't think you would. Yeah, I don't.
Or would
think
you say the
need
police
to-
should go in with no weapons drawn while there's an active shooter and just say, hey, can we arrest you pretty please?
I mean, no, but we wouldn't. I
So
don't
just to
think
be
we- again, we
clear,
don't-
in the active shooter situation, does someone need to show up with a weapon and restrain that person, if not unalive them?
I mean, we could be armed without having a police force. You do understand that, right?
So you just want decentralized violence.
explain what you mean by
Like you
that.
don't want there to be a monopoly on force. You just want people just have their weapons and they go around and they do their violence however they personally deem fit.
No, there would be sets of laws.
Oh,
That's
so you want rule
ridiculous.
of law, right? And then in order to establish that rule of law, wouldn't you need a monopoly on force?
I mean,
Well, that would be state violence. A monopoly on force would be state-sanctioned violence. And even there, I think, as I said, it has to be just. You can't just say because the state did it, it's okay. You have to have proper rule of law, consent of the governed, consistent application of the law, regardless of how powerful or rich
okay,
someone is.
wait. But this is a different thing, right? Because the difference between state violence now and the state having the monopoly on violence would be way different than the proletariat having the monopoly on violence.
How would the proletariat have a monopoly on violence if it's decentralized? That would just be that there is no monopoly on violence. Monopoly would imply centralization.
How would it be just decentralized?
Because you're saying it's just like the proletariat, it's like the people.
It's not just the people.
Or would it be a governing body?
Okay, so the proletariat is the working class. They would have the monopoly on violence.
But would there be like, okay, this is like the working class party and this is their police force? Because then you're just doing government with extra steps.
No.
Or would it be anyone who is a worker or anyone who's part of the labor class or whatever? All of these people, they're vigilantes now and they have guns and they go out and do their thing?
That would misrepresent my.
That's why it was a question mark at the end of what I said. I'm asking you.
Okay. No, it wouldn't be. We just have guns and just do whatever we want. We would arm we would arm the proletariat, and then we would do like I said, communal, like some form of like communal policing.
So there would be police?
Sure,
Because policing
but,
is already
but,
communal. It's not the federal government that does policing.
but it's privatized.
Policing or
No?
prisons? I'm against privatization of any law enforcement stuff, prisons, police, whatever. That's not what I'm in favor of.
I mean the whole.
There are private
purpose of
prisons. Police officers are officers of the state.
The,
like,
the,
or the
yeah,
locality.
right. So the whole point of the police is to protect the state. Yeah.
It's to enforce rule of law.
So then, how would that be the same thing as the proletariat owning?
I don't even know what
The-
you mean by the proletariat owning what. Like you have to define that for me. That's not what I'm defending. That's your case, not mine.
Okay, so like I said, the difference between that is the way that I guess it would be some form of communal policing, but it would be on a communal level. And
Which it is right now. Like that's
How
why you
so?
have city police departments. You don't have the United States Police. You have like the New York City
yeah, but
Police,
under
and you have
under
the
the system that I'm recommending,
yeah.
right?
It would be
The
like
whole
local
there
police,
would be
right?
no cap. There would be no cap. There wouldn't necessarily be capital to protect it. That wouldn't be the sole purpose of the police.
Capital to
Because-
protect it. What do you mean?
The purpose of police now, right? I don't know if you would agree or not, is to protect capital and private property.
Purpose of law enforcement is to enforce the law. Now, if you
For
think the
who?
law is beneficial towards capital, it's a secondary question.
I mean, I can.
Because you
I
could
can
you could
go-
change the law by going through Congress and make America a much more labor-friendly country, and then you could still have law enforcement to enforce the law.
What kind of laws would you propose?
For what?
I'm sorry, ask again.
What kind of laws would I propose for what?
You said there would be labor friendly laws.
I'm just saying that law enforcement is not inherently protective of capital. You could have a state that is super pro-labor and super anti-capital, and if that state had police, it's the same thing. It's law enforcement. If you have issue with the law, what they're enforcing, that's a different question than is there some centralized apparatus or some apparatus with a monopoly on force that is enforcing rule of law. How that conducts itself, what laws it's enforcing, those are different questions than should that exist.
I mean, I would reject.
Does that make sense? Do you agree with that?
Could you break it down a little bit more for me?
Sure.
Maybe I'm not understanding.
Sure, that's fine. Law enforcement, as the name suggests, is you have laws on the books and then you have these people to enforce those laws. We agree so far?
Yeah.
Now, those laws they're enforcing, they could be good laws, they could be okay laws, or they could be bad laws. We agree so far?
Yeah.
And then the ways in which they enforce those good, okay, or bad laws could also be good, bad, or okay, right? Maybe they're super aggressive. Maybe they resort more to mental health stuff. Maybe they have a mixed approach. So the question is not how should police conduct themselves or what laws should they enforce. It's should there be a law enforcement? Like, for example, if there's an active shooting happening, do you want a monopoly on force to show up and say, hey, this is illegal. We are going to try to detain you or maybe kill you if we can't detain you to protect the community?
Well, I would say detain, and then again.
But to be clear, detaining would involve violence. It would have to.
It would have to.
Yeah, because if you show up to an active shooter situation without a gun drawn, you're a victim. You're not just walking up to the active shooter and saying, hey man, I get your material conditions are super rough. Can we just talk it out? I think it's going to work.
No, there would be a process in which we would do that. That's not again. That would be misrepresenting my.
Well, the process comes after the immediate, like in the moment of an active shooter, there's one goal, and that's quickly stop this from happening, prevent more people from dying. Process is once you've detained that person, how do you hold them accountable?
Wait, could you hold on? Could you agree that in the instance that we would have to stop this, while I could possibly shoot that person in order to disarm them without actually unaliving them? and then detaining them, and then going and putting them through the process.
Sure, if that's feasible, you should try to do that so you can properly prosecute them.
Great. So then that's what I'm proposing.
Yeah, but that would still be violence even if you don't kill them. I'm just saying that I think most people agree you need some kind of state-sanctioned violence for society to work. The question is, what laws are they enforcing and how are they enforcing them? That's where you want to make sure people's rights aren't being violated and that the laws are not unjust, right? Because, the SS under Nazi Germany, that was also a form of law enforcement. Not a fan of that, assuming you're not either. So there's a question of what laws are they enforcing, what methods are they using to enforce them. But the existence being necessary of a law enforcement apparatus, I think, is pretty uncontroversial.
I mean, we're disagreeing on how we would enact that. I mean, you would just outright unalive them. I would at least
No, I would go in with guns drawn and try to detain them, understanding that if it's an active shooting, oftentimes those end with you having to unalive the active shooter.
Right. So then I detain that person, then they go through.
Sure, that's ideal. As I said, it's ideal to detain and prosecute.
Right. So then they would then be educated on the harm that they have produced or have done, and then go through trials, and then that party that was affected by that act would then decide what would happen to that person.
Okay, so you're just talking about criminal justice reform. That's we can. I guess what I'm saying is what you just outlined for me can be done through like a bill in the state legislature or whatever.
They're not ever going to let transformative justice.
Why? Why can't you just elect people that would vote for that in Congress?
And who in Congress would ever vote for that?
People that agree with you, that run for Congress. Aren't there DSA people running nowadays? They probably like that stuff.
I am not DSA.
I know. I'm just saying the DSA people that are seeking those offices would probably agree with you on these sorts of things now. So I'm saying there's a way to get this without a full-blown communist revolution being necessary. It's all I'm saying. I think there's other ways to get to these goals.
I mean, revolution's necessary. That's
like violent revolution.
Sure.
It's the only way.
Yes.
But I just told you, like, you could easily craft legislation to just reform criminal justice.
I think that the DSA, what they're proposing, is more of a Keynesian model, and I don't.
They're definitely to the left of Keynesians. I think it's like the mainstream Democrats who are more Keynesians. DSA is maybe more like new Keynesian or even like just straight up Marxist economics.
I think it would be silly to try and suggest that we just vote our way out. I don't think that's ever worked.
It
without having
hold on, just to be clear, we have existed under. You agree that since whatever 1876 or whatever it was, like the late 19th century until now, we've existed under the Constitution and under the United States of America, right? So far,
right?
And in that time, have good things happened?
What do you define as good
so
things?
Abolishing slavery, civil rights for black people, civil rights for women, labor rights, the introduction of the weekend, minimum wage laws, the FDA, the EPA.
So how many of those instances do we have to violently go against our government to get those?
Well, the Civil Rights Act is legislation. Abolishing slavery is a constitutional amendment. Giving women the right to vote is a constitutional amendment.
So they didn't fight at all. They didn't do some
and
type
of like all these different agencies that protect the environment. They are also legislation and executive branch agencies. So I'm just saying we can.
So
clearly,
they didn't fight to get those
legislation.
Yeah, go ahead.
We can clearly solve these problems while still existing within the American system, broadly speaking. Right? We were able to solve much worse. I think you agree, like chattel slavery and Jim Crow and women not having the right to vote is much worse than anything we're dealing with in modern times. And those things, and even more backwards eras of America, were resolved through legislation and constitutional amendments, not through a communist revolution.
I would disagree with that premise, only on the fact that on those examples that you gave, yeah, they were passed through legislation, but they were fought through in some form of revolutionary acts to get those legislations passed.
Sure, but you're just talking about applying pressure to elected officials by protesting and engaging in demonstrations and maybe doing boycotts and stuff. I think that's all fine and dandy. That's all good. I think the boycotts
I
played a big role in the civil rights movement.
I think that nonviolence helps the state.
That feels like a complete non sequitur to what we were just talking about. You
Sure.
agree that we live under the same state that we did when the United States was founded, and under the continuance of that state, a man served as president who would have been considered a slave when the state was founded. That's serious progress.
Again,
There's just
that
no way
progress.
around that's major progress for a society to make while maintaining the same system of government around it.
Again, those progresses that were made through some type of acts. And no, I wouldn't just advocate just for like.
I'm just saying that
protests.
revolution was not needed for those things to happen. So why would it be needed now? And the problems we face now are smaller than the problems we face then. I mean, you
What
want
do
to
you
talk
mean-
about
what-
labor rights and stuff. Look at how workers were treated before we had weekends and before we had labor rights, before we had a minimum wage, before we had the government regulating businesses, before the
You
government
mean the
imposed
things
taxes.
you mean the workers that were in a violent riot in the Haymarket massacre? Like that's
Yeah, I'm talking
you
about
understand
the
that's what
workers that were abused and mistreated for decades, and then you had organized labor protesting on multiple different fronts, some violent, some non-violent, and then that all culminated with us actually getting legislation. And also, I mean, you have the constitutional amendment to tax income and stuff. So even on progressive economic policy, we've been shown that if you are applying pressure in a variety of ways and presenting a united front, you can actually use the constitutional system we live in to improve things pretty significantly for minorities and workers.
Wait, you just said that this organized what'd you say? You said organized
Organized labor.
no. Yeah, organized labor,
And
nonviolent
also
and
just
violent.
organized like black communities that were boycotting and protesting, doing sit-ins. That's all good stuff. That all made a difference, I'd say.
Right, but you also said nonviolent and violent, so you
Uh-huh.
conceded the point. No?
I'm not conceding the point of revolution, which is what your point was. I didn't concede revolution, no.
Okay, so
Obviously,
where
violence
are
is
you
always part
conceding?
of the political, descriptively speaking, it's always part of most political movements. But you're not arguing that there's going to be violence that takes place. You're arguing we need a revolution and I guess like a termination of the U.S. Constitution.
No, I would not fight for the U.S. Constitution. No.
You think it should be terminated, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just saying we haven't had to do that yet, and we've been able to get all these reforms when things were worse. So why would that stop working now? When I think you agree, things are better in pretty much every way now than they were when America was founded. We agree on that, right?
No. Better for who?
Just overall.
I would disagree. Like,
Chattel
more like-
slavery gone, labor rights established, civil rights for women and black people.
I mean, there's still slavery in the industrial prison complex. Workers are still working over 2+ jobs.
So you
living
just ignored
paycheck to
everything I said.
paycheck.
You're saying things that are still bad. I'm asking, are they better than they were? Not are they perfect and amazing? Just
No,
is it
but that's
significantly
not better. That's not better. How is that better? If we're
Because we
still
don't have
struggling-
chattel slavery anymore, and women have the right to vote, and black people have the right to own property and vote as well. That you can challenge
So-
unlawful, unjust detention with habeas petitions.
So
I
again,
mean,
there's
that,
still
that
slavery.
private companies cannot dump straight up parasites and toxic chemicals that the FDA doesn't allow them to do. You have to go through clinical trials when you're testing medication. That workers are entitled to overtime pay and weekends. That there are labor standards and labor rights for factory safety. I mean, I could pull up a fucking list here. We could go on for hours. What do you mean? How is it better? What?
I mean, again, the prison industrial complex under the 13th Amendment allows for slavery to currently happen. There's still disparities.
You're not answering my question. I'm
disparities-
not asking if the prison industrial complex is good. I'm asking, are things much better than they were?
No.
So chattel slavery being gone is not a massive betterment.
It is,
Like, you know
but
how
there's
there was,
still
like, the
slavery
Atlantic
today.
slave-
How is that?
Did I say that there wasn't? Do you know what better?
No,
do you,
but-
okay, let me
okay.
ask you something. Is there a difference between the words better and perfect?
I'm not arguing perfect, but you're arguing better, yeah?
Yeah.
How is still having slavery around in some form better than not having that version of slavery now?
You think that they didn't have this version of slavery at the founding of the country?
No. I'm saying
They had this
how-
plus
no.
chattel slavery.
Right. So
So now
how
that the
is-
chattel slavery part is gone, how's that not better?
because it still exists.
I'm not asking you if it still exists. I'm asking if it's better.
No, slavery is not better just because it's in a
Not
different
is-
form.
I'm not asking you if you like the concept of slavery. I don't know you're getting this. This country, from scooping up black people from Africa and putting them in ships and dragging them here and making them live on plantations and whipping them and treating them as property, to now servitude exists if you're arrested and convicted of a crime, which you might have problems with. That is clearly different and a lot better than what we used to do. And I'm saying, you want to get rid of the prison industrial complex as well, I'm guessing, right? You want to get rid of that slavery?
Yes.
If we could get rid of chattel slavery through the Constitution, why can't we get rid of this slavery as well through the Constitution? Since that was a way
Because
bigger industry, it affected way more people in a much more serious and harsh way. Same thing goes again for women having the right to vote and the right now to vote and own property with black people, for there being weekends are a thing now. There are restrictions on food and drugs that the government institutes for public safety. There are union protections that exist. There are taxes that exist on the wealthy that they have to pay. I mean, the idea that America is not better now than it was in the fucking 1800s and late 1700s, I don't know how you can argue that.
Again, so you're saying, yeah, we got rid of chattel slavery. Great. But if
That's good,
there's
right?
Still, yes, if there's still some
Wait, I
form
don't
of
want to gloss over that. It's good that we got rid of chattel slavery, right?
I wasn't arguing that.
You kept saying that it's not better that we did that.
No, I'm saying it's not better now because it's not much different from then.
It's not much different from when we treated black people as property.
How is the industrial prison complex different from then?
Those people are convicted of crimes. You're not fucking grabbed up from Africa and brought over here on a fucking ship to get whipped in a field. What do you mean?
So they deserve
Hold on.
to...
I just want you to repeat that. I want you to repeat that. You're saying things aren't that different from when we lived under chattel slavery. That's what you just told me.
Yes, because of the industrial prison complex, yes.
You understand it's possible for there to be still bad things that exist, but also it's still way better than what it used to be under fucking chattel slavery?
You just argued... Wait, hold on. You just argued for it, though, because they did quote-unquote crime.
I didn't argue for it. I told you it's different. Doesn't mean it's good. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just different. Two things can be different and still be bad, right? Do you agree? Do you agree?
Yeah.
Can two things be different and then still both be bad things?
Sure.
Can two things be bad and one is worse than the other?
How is one worse than...
And yes, I think it is bad. I don't think there should be any stipulation under which treating another person as property or a slave is acceptable. I think we should reform our criminal justice system, obviously. But I'm not going to go from that to saying things are pretty much the same as chattel slavery. That's a crazy take.
No, I'm not saying that.
You just said that they're barely different. You said it's pretty much the same. I want people to be clear. If you go back to the founding of this country, only rich white men could vote. If you were poor, if you were black, if you were a woman, you could not vote. You could not own property. That's crazy. That doesn't exist any. And by the way, if you look at like the Gilded Age, you look before the New Deal, people were working 6 days a week, 7 days a week. They were working 10, 11, 12-hour days. They had no labor rights. They had no fucking lunch breaks, no weekends. These food producers and agricultural companies were dumping fucking toxic waste into their shit. There was no one to oversee any of it. I mean, the idea that we have not made massive strides of progress in the last 250 years is crazy. And by the way, you can say, yes, we've made massive progress. There's still a lot of progress to make, including the criminal justice system. Then I would agree. But instead, you have to try to downplay how bad things used to be because you don't want to concede.
No, I didn't
because you don't want
downplay.
to concede that things are actually way fucking better than they used to be.
Okay, so whenever you said chattel slavery, who was affected by chattel slavery?
Black people predominantly from Africa.
Okay, and who is affected by the industrial prison complex mostly?
Black people predominantly. You think I would dispute that? I literally just said that I want to reform the criminal justice system.
No, that's
and I
not
think
gonna
we should
work.
reform the 13th Amendment to make
That's
it so
not
that
gonna
even,
work.
being convicted of a crime is not grounds for enslavement. What do you mean it's not going to work? It worked for chattel slavery. Why wouldn't it work for this? Is this harder than chattel slavery?
The only reason you get rid of racist institutions by overthrowing the government through revolution.
We've literally just established we've made massive revolutionary changes without ever doing an actual revolution over the United States government through constitutional amendments and through legislation.
Again, legislation that we got because people fought for those.
Sure, but they didn't do a fucking revolution to overthrow the U.S. government, which you're advocating for. We still have the U.S. government.
They did it through what? How did they get those legislations and all that passed?
They put it through the two chambers of Congress, and the president signed it into law.
No. That's not what I'm asking.
That's how legislation works. That is what you asked.
How did those people get those Congress to pass that legislation?
Through protests, through collective action, through boycotts, through public pressure campaigns, through social sentiment changing. You can look at how many people were in favor of desegregating before the Civil Rights Act, and then by the end of it, especially as you started integration, public opinion started to shift as very much as well in favor of integration and ending segregation. So it's on multiple different fronts. You need boycotts, you need political pressure, you need public pressure.
So would you disagree that through some form of violence we got these things?
I'm sure violence played a role in a lot of them, yeah. To say that
Okay,
violence
so
is
then-
hold on, but that's different than saying violence is the only way to achieve them or violence is the main reason we achieve them.
Okay,
I think
so
in any
give me-
can I just finish? In any major change movement, you're going to have violent and non-violent actors. You're going to have media, politicians, the public, corporations, all with different interests, all playing in different ways. I mean, that's how society works. Like I said, I prefer that you avoid violence unless it's needed. But all of that is different than your point. You're not arguing that sometimes historically, whether it's like South Africa or here, that you need that you need violence to push for major social change. You're arguing that the system of government itself under the U.S. Constitution is so irredeemable that we have to overthrow the United States government in a revolution.
Yes.
Right, and I'm just saying we've been able to solve problems without doing that so far. So why are we now taking those kinds of drastic measures? Because we've solved much bigger problems than the ones we have now.
So if I was to, give me an instance where we got these things through non-violent acts.
I mean, you can look at the creation of like Medicare and Medicaid. A lot of the New Deal programs, those were done just predominantly as a response to the Great Depression. Those also improved just access to, or rather conditions for labor, access to food and like necessary goods that you need to live in the midst of a depression. So mainly it'd be economic ones. You have a lot of like labor strikes and stuff. You have boycotts during the civil rights movement.
Okay.
You have this,
So
the
wait,
Civil
wait,
Rights
wait.
Act itself.
I'm
that
sorry.
was like a law that was
So
passed.
you do understand that this revolution isn't just violence, it would also entail strikes, right?
Sure, but you're saying you
And
want to do
different-
that to overthrow the United States government.
Yes.
I'm saying that we haven't had to do that so far, so why would that be different now?
Because it's known to work. We can look at historical
What's known
communist
to
models
work
for
is
that.
operating within the Constitution to get reforms done. That's literally what's been shown to work.
Did Cuba do that?
We're talking about America. Cuba
but
doesn't
I'm
have the
s-
U.S. Constitution, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I'm saying that violent revolutions have known to work to overthrow the government to change systems.
So has the U.S. constitutional system of checks and balances and laws. Unless you prefer violence for some reason, even if it's not needed, which that's just weird.
No, it's not. The conditions would get bad to where we would just revolutionize. It's not arbitrary. So,
I'm just going to ask you again. Have problems not been worse before in American history than what they are now? Like we did do a whole civil war and stuff, and If things have
I-
been worse and they didn't require a revolution to address them, why would they require a revolution now?
Because the way that the system works.
That's
The
not,
system
that's not
isn't-
really an answer. It's like an extremely vague bumper sticker or slogan or something. The way the system works is if you elect the right people in the right places, you can add amendments to the Constitution
No, because
and you
those
can pass
people are
legislation.
those people are upholding capitalism. You can't vote in communism without having a revolution
You
first.
understand that it's like the U.S. government and the U.S. legislature and the U.S. Constitution that has been used to facilitate like income taxes on the wealthy, labor rights, the weekend, like the FDA, the EPA, regulations on corporations, taxes on corporations, workers'
You
rights.
said this already.
Yeah, but wouldn't that not
It's just
happen
so
if it was
weird.
only capitalism that was running the Constitution? Wouldn't they just say like "fuck you" and not do that?
It was communists that fought for those things. Like I said, the Haymarket Massacre.
Yeah, but you're not just
in the
saying that
1930s.
communists need to fight for a constitutional amendment or for legislation. You're saying they have to fight to overthrow the government. That's a different thing.
Because you can't reform capitalism into communism. You're just
Why do we have
trying
to
to
reform it into
reform.
communism? Why can't we just reform it till it's better? Like it's been getting better over time as we reform it.
How is reform better?
We don't have like child labor anymore. We don't have, again, you're going to say I already said this, but you keep asking me the same question. I'm going to keep giving you the same answer. No more chattel slavery. Women can vote now. Medications and food are regulated. Rich people have to pay taxes.
Great. So those rich people can definitely afford those taxes that you plan to implement. There's
Good. Then they
definitely
should pay them,
problems
and then we
with,
should use that money to help people.
but then you're still using the
Is that an
exploitation of
argument that
labor.
like because they can afford it, it's like it doesn't matter if we tax them or something? It's like it's
Yes.
because they can afford it, which is why we should tax them. Yeah. If
That's
they,
because
if
it's
they
not
didn't
gonna
have the
help.
money, I wouldn't want to tax them.
I say we just get rid of all of them. But
This is like saying, hey man, my pipes are leaking and this plumber said he can come over and patch the pipes, and you're like, I think we should burn the house down. And I'm like, bro, why? We've had
No,
leaks in the
no,
pipes before
this
and we
is
got a plumber to show
replacing a
up, and you're
new
like, no, no, no,
pipe.
no, no. Trust me, bro, we need to burn the house down. And I'm like, I don't know. I think we've been able to fix the pipes before, dude.
no, this is replacing a new pipe. But your argument, well, maybe we can just start putting duct tape on the pipe until it stops leaking, and then your house is flooded. Instead of doing
No, I
what
think we
I
should
would
do
suggest
proper
and replace a
solutions.
new. Like you're putting duct tape on the pipe. Why are we
No,
putting
that's
duct
not a
tape
proper
on the
solution.
pipe?
A duct tape on the pipe would be like an executive order or something. I'm talking about legislation and constitutional amendments. That's not duct tape. That shit sticks. The Civil Rights Act, that was how many decades ago? The 13th Amendment was how many decades ago? That's not duct tape. Last I checked,
Okay,
chattel
so
slavery is
so
still
then
illegal.
the pipe could still leak, right?
Yeah, and then you get a better plumber and you maybe replace the pipe, but you don't burn the house down.
I'm not burning the house down. I'm replacing the pipe. You just said
No, you're
replace the
saying you
pipe.
want to do a revolution
don't-
of the United States government. In
Yes.
what analogy is a revolution of a sovereign state just fixing a pipe or replacing a pipe? The house is the country.
Because that pipe relies on the exploitation of labor
Which
and the monopoly on violence
you're
against
saying
marginalized
passing
groups.
laws relies on the exploitation of labor?
No, I'm saying the system we currently live in relies on the monopoly on violence and the exploitation of labor.
Well, you agree with the
It has
monopoly on
instant-
violence. I thought we established that. You said you
Yes,
agreed
but
we
I
need
told
like a
you-
centralized monopoly on violence for like law enforcement stuff.
Yeah, but the way that it would function underneath a proletariat monopoly on violence, I think, would be a little bit different.
Okay.
All right, my head's starting to hurt a little bit.
Okay.
I'll catch you later.
Okay. It's the first I've heard that if there's an active shooter, we need to address his material conditions. That's like something that someone would say as a joke about Marxists, and I'd be like, okay, man, let's not generalize. I don't think Marxists would actually say that. But I guess I'd be fucking wrong. What the hell? I can't even believe we just fucking glossed over that shit. If there's an active shooter, what do? You address his material conditions. Holy shit. Not how do you prevent active shooters in the future through social policy. How do you prevent an active shooter in the moment? What the fuck was that, bro? Listen, I know you've already killed 10 people and you're aiming a gun at me right now. Please don't pull the trigger. We can give you health care and a nice place to live. Jesus Christ, bro. I say this with all love and respect to my Marxist viewers, okay? Because I think I can fix you, okay? I think it's not too late for you. There's hope for you. Y'all need to get out of the bubble. Y'all need to have your ideas pressure tested by other people. Because most times I talk to someone who's a Marxist, it seems like they've never had to contend with like the most basic pushback on the face of the earth. Like one clarifying question in, and they've just never considered this before. And this is the worry I have with people that are on the left, is it seems like they just take as a given that like I'm so correct and I have it all figured out, and they never have put that up to any scrutiny. And then when you debate them, they like just don't know how to respond to anything you're saying. I'm not an atheist, no. Hold on, I need to cook this shit. But look, in the time that we did that brain rot exercise, I found my house, I made a bed, I got a fucking helmet. That's what matters. That's what counts at the end of the day. Feels great. Feels good. That was a rough start. And I played that one UFC fight, and I was like, if I get knocked out, I'm cooked. Everyone's watching. I slept his ass. Slept his ass. Fuck, I need to eat something. W game. See, I got the hang of it. Everyone first is like, oh, why do you have so many snowballs? Why are you so hungry? Let me fucking learn, bro. The snowball, thank you. Thank you. Because I was like, I have half a heart. If I get too close, I'm cooked. Let me just fucking throw some snowballs from here. Are you Muslim? I don't speak about my specific religious beliefs publicly. It's not a topic I am super keen to discuss. Can I come up for what? Those last few debates really fucking took it out. How does David debate lefties, bro? Those like 2 debates with lefties, I feel like I exhausted more patience than 10 MAGA debates. That really is up there. You would fix the active shooter's material conditions. I can't believe, I still can't I can't metabolize that those words just came into my ears. Jesus, bro. You know what? The house is coming together, though. See, my worry here, though, is like, if I die and I lose my inventory, do I just use stone tools and keep my iron shit tucked away? Because do I really need an iron pickaxe if I'm not mining diamonds? Like, do I really need it? Is that sound reasoning that I could stick to stone tools so that if I respawn here, I have all my iron shit with me still? Is that too risk averse? Am I being a Democrat? Gentle parenting of a mass shooter is wicked. Yeah, that's crazy shit. Are you a two-state solution guy? I'm a Palestinian sovereignty, however, is the most effective, quick way to get there. And the most just way to get there. Palestinian state. Whether that's two-state or you somehow managed to do one state, that'd be awesome. I don't know how you do that, but the specifics to me are secondary to the categorical thing of like, should there be a proper Palestinian sovereign state? And should you rein in Israeli expansionism and hawkishness in the region, which obviously. And hold the like war criminals accountable across the board. Might wrap up the live soon. Holy shit, it's almost midnight. Not a bad place to save. Could have sworn I had iron ore, whatever it's called. Did I already smelt that? I guess I did. How could you support Kamala? Because she was better than Trump? And there were two options. Her domestic policy was genuinely good. Her foreign policy was better than Trump's still, and she would have been more malleable than Trump is, right? Like Democrats are actually shifting in the right direction. When you put pressure on them, Republicans don't do that. If you were the leader of Palestine at the time, would you have agreed to the Oslo Accords? I would have to, I don't want to jump the gun on that. I'd have to read over. It's been a while since I've read up on the Oslo Accords. It's been like a couple of years. So I'd have to look more deeply into that to say yes or no on it. Are we cooked with Francesca Hong? It's rough. It's not looking good. Although it's one of those things where it's like, if this is like a D+9 year, then maybe even if you have a drag of like -3 or 4 or 5, you can still win just by smaller margins. So I think the thing to compare is going to be what margins are DSA candidates winning by versus progressive candidates versus moderate candidates. My hypothesis would be that progressives are doing the best. Which again, progressive is not the same as DSA, not the same as moderate. People forget. It's not just two things. Like Abdul Sayed is not a DSA guy. He calls himself a capitalist. Trump's election exposed MAGA for being lunatics. I don't buy any argument that like Trump winning is going to like work out in the end. How many innocent people have died both here and abroad or had their rights violated? How many billions of dollars of fraud have these people engaged in to enrich themselves? 2016 is going to go down in infamy as like, if Hillary Clinton had won 2016, what a different fucking world we'd be living in. Holy shit. Like, it's actually crazy. It is actually insane to think about where we'd be right now if Trump just never won in 2016 versus what ended up happening. It'd be a fucking night and day difference. She was talking about we have to raise the capital gains and corporate tax. We have to move towards establishing a public option. We have to raise the minimum wage. We could have been on our way to single payer, strong unions, increasing revenue, lengthened Iran deal. Man, what a world it could have been. And yeah, I'll say I did underperform polls, and I'm worried about him in the general. But every time I start to get worried about Democrats in the general, I remember that Donald Trump has like a 30% approval rating. And I think he has like the worst approval with independents like on record. He's like -60 with independents. For context, in his first term, he was like what, like -15 with independents. Now he's like -60. Republicans are cooked in the midterms. And they could be so cooked that Francesca Hong manages to win. Like, that's how bad Trump is. Does Abdul have similar views to Mamdani? I don't know. And it's hard to judge because he's a senator, which is like a federal position. Mamdani's in a local position, so they probably have similar political philosophy. Okay, that might be it for the live for today, guys. I think this is a good place to save it. Go to bed. How do we like the new setup? How are you feeling about this one? Yay, nay on the Minecraft? W? Okay. Because I thought people might complain that I'm not as actively engaged in the debate, but honestly, keeping my hands busy with the game kept me a little bit chilled out. And honestly, I had fun. I enjoyed playing the game. It's been a while since I've played. It's been a while. Love Minecraft. Based. YouTube chat. So sorry, I always miss YouTube chat. Edit these debates and put them out as content. I should do that. It's another Niev. I'm just reading what he said. Niev, brainwashed, dumbcrat, dumbass. Niev, brainwashed, dumbcrat, dumbass. Wow. I would say if I could rub a lamp and make a wish to a genie for who would be president in 2028, or I guess January 2029, who'd win 2028, I would say find someone else to fill Tallarico's seat in Texas so we don't lose the Texas Senate seat. Give me Tallarico, bro. He's different. He's built different. I've been saying this for so long. You can go back before he had any name recognition, like way early on. I've been saying Tallarico is built different. He has it. Whatever like the X factor, the it factor is. Tallarico, you watch him speak. He leads through. He's actually just based as fuck. He gets down to the core spiritual stuff, man. He has this line that I love. He's like, our politics is corrupted by money and our society is corrupted by social media algorithms. And no one ever talks about the second thing, which is like address money in politics, pass good progressive policy, but also just like there is like a social illness and like a moral rot. And I hate that Republicans have taken ownership of this type of language, but like people are becoming nasty and cynical and hateful across the board because their material conditions, because of social media algorithms, because of incentive structures in our political system. There's so many things there, but like Tallarico is not just running to make politics better. He seems to be running to change the political paradigm. Like, as in like, what is the game we're even playing? Not how do you win the game we're playing right now? How do you change it to a new game? So I just think, man, Tallarico. And here's, some people might say, oh, Obama was like that too. And then look, he came in and he was so conciliatory towards Republicans. Tallarico is not a Republican ass kisser. He'll reach out to Republican. Here's the mistake Obama made, right? It's one thing to say, hey, Republican voters, normal people who are Republican, you can vote for me and whatever, we can be friends. Obama like was trying to like be friends with Senate Republicans and House Republicans. He thought that if I'm respectful to you, you'll like vote for the fucking Affordable Care Act. And they were like, you're black, fuck you. Literally. That's what it was. That's what the whole fucking Tea Party movement was. Like, you're like a black communist. Go away. Tallarico has that appeal to independents and moderates and even moderate Republicans, but he is not pulling his punches against Republican politicians at all. He's patched the Obama thing. There's a lot of glitches in the Obama model. One of the big ones is like, why are you trying to be friends with Republican politicians? Tallarico patched that shit. He just did. I like Ossoff a lot, but I still think he's performative. And to be clear, he's good at it. And I think politics is a lot of performance. So when I don't say performative as a diss, he performs well. He knows what to perform and how to perform it, and he does it well. So I love Ossoff. Tallarico is being real as fuck. You can watch his speeches and you can watch his debates. He's real. He's being real. He's being genuine in a way that is very rare for politicians. And he's locked in, he's tapped in, he cares. He's just based in every way. And that's that. Okay, before I hop off, any questions, comments, concerns as I keep going over if I missed anything on YouTube chat? No call-ins, I noticed. No call-ins. We do have a call-in number, y'all. If you can't request a debate on TikTok, you can call 312-834-3216. You're asking me a tough question. Do I donate to TBA or to you? Whatever you're going to donate, split it up and give me some and give TBA some. And that's, first of all, it's my bad. I need to put my TBA link in my link tree. The ActBlue donate link. So you can Google that and find it, I think. That's my bad. I need to put that up. But if you want to just give me money on Venmo right now, go to my profile on TikTok. Click the link tree. Venmo is right there in the link tree. That's based as fuck. ACA Afro-Leninism. It's not just that, bro. It's like... We're going to close on this to show you how fucking just crazy Republicans have low-key been for a very long time.
Daddy, daddy, make me cream. Daddy, daddy, make me scream. Daddy, daddy, pull my...
Not exactly sure what to say. Thanks for the gift. That really caught me off guard. Wow. I was like, I know for a fact there's not a guest in this live. Who the fuck is that? My fucking... Whoever is my deep state fucking chaperone watching me online just tapped into the mic. Okay. Let's just watch this to see what were Republicans, as Obama is saying, hey, I'm a president for all Americans, not just left, not just the right, not just white, not just black. I'm a president for everyone. And I want to work with Republicans on legislation. I want to hear your input. Let's compromise. Let's compromise, Republicans. How do Republicans respond?
I need your money to kill babies by abortion. You, taxpayer, give me your money to pay for baby killing.
No, I don't believe in abortion.
I don't care. Render to Caesar what is Caesar's. Give me money to kill babies.
All right, I'll pay you.
Give
Don't
me
hit
the
me
money.
anymore. Please, please, kill my baby. Kill my baby.
You, kill that woman's baby. Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's cool. That's fun. Well, it's certainly been a night. If there's anything I learned today, it's that when there is an active shooter situation, you should address their material conditions. I'll clip it. Don't worry. I'll clip it. Don't gotta tell me twice. Well, I'm hungry as fuck. Love you back, Pistachio Blue. Love everyone who tuned in today. You guys are goated. Even the communists who gave me watch time, you're goated compared to the other communists. You're one of the good communists. You're one of the good ones. The people who watch my entire live just to tell me how I'm not Marxist enough for them, you guys are the real fucking goats. Thank you. Because what are you doing? But thanks, yeah. Stick around. And hey, if one day someone who's a Marxist on the left wants to hop on and have a good faith conversation where they don't start with the assumption that I'm an evil pro-imperialist, pro-slavery, pro-whatever, I'd love to have that conversation because I'm actually not dogmatic. I think, hot take, there are good things about capitalism. There are bad things about capitalism. Marx said things that were correct, and he said things that were not correct. And as human beings, we don't have to worship one dude's philosophy. We can analyze and synthesize and use critical thinking and test things and evolve over time to create a system that combines the best aspects of everything to produce the best outcomes for people in a sustainable, just, equitable way. I know, crazy. So crazy. Thank you all for watching. Completely agree as a conservative. I'm telling you, man, I think people agree on these things. I think 99% of people agree on a lot of this shit. I've said this before. I think a lot of division in our politics is artificial. A lot of these divisive issues are not so divisive. I've been told immigration is so divisive, and you can't say the word immigration without creating 3 different camps, and everyone disagrees. I promise you, if you did a poll of the entire United States, people who come here by secretly, illegally crossing the border to commit any kind of felony crime should be detained and deported. People who have come here undocumented and have been here for over 5 years and they've been paying taxes and they've been involved in their communities, we should get them on a pathway to legalization and get them work authorization. And we should make it easier to come in legally, reform the asylum system so it's more streamlined and more efficient. Criminals go. Vast majority of normal people stay. Do your thing. We'll legalize you. Look at that. How is that controversial? Is that really controversial? I think a poll would show like 70% agreement on that. We should raise capital gains rates by like 5% and create more brackets, or just maybe equalize capital gains rates with income rates for people above certain net worths or certain incomes. Raise the top income brackets in terms of creating more brackets and raising the rates, bringing some more revenue. A couple $1 trillion on infrastructure, smooth roads, bridges, public transit. Seems like pretty simple stuff, actually. And we don't need a revolution for it. It's not easy. We need legislation. We need to pack the courts. We, I think, need to find a way to change the Constitution a little bit. I think we need to take drastic measures, don't get me wrong, but, and this is part of what I'm getting across in the YouTube video I'm working on that's in production still. America is not, it's not perfect, and there's a lot to change, a lot to complain about. But again, going back to my first debate here, or maybe not the first one, the most recent one, things are a lot better. We used to have chattel slavery, and women couldn't vote. And workers used to work 7 days a week, 10 hours a day. From as young as the age of like fucking 8 years old. And to Mr. Blue, when the video comes out, you'll see why it took so long. That's what I'll say. Everyone's saying I'm edging them. When the video comes out, you'll say, oh, I understand why this took so long. You'll see the time it took. The edging will be for something. I don't know if I like how I said that, but you get the point. I forgot what the video was. Even better. Even better. Let it be a surprise to you. But now you have these lives, okay? So now no one can say I don't make content anymore. I'll do these lives more often. I'll post TikToks. I'll post clips from the lives as TikToks. So you'll get content from me. But the good stuff, the big stuff, I'm going to take my time on that shit. I have to find the balance, okay? I understand the criticism. Where are you at? You haven't posted in so long. Fine. I'll post more. But I'm not rushing the good shit. I can't rush it. Can't. And I don't like the phrase how it was intended to be, because the founders intended the US to be run by like property owning white men. So there are certain ideals laid out in the Declaration of Independence, and there are certain ideals laid out in the Constitution, and the people that wrote those documents did not embody those ideals to the fullest extent. Because they were not gods, they were products of their environment, meaning the racism, the sexism, all the prejudices, all the biases, the Eurocentrism, whatever it is. But those ideals are still there, and generation by generation, we've moved closer towards them. And sometimes we have to take 2 steps back before we take 4 steps forward. You earlier said the Constitution. So yeah, I'm talking about, I don't know if I should say this for my video. I think there are things we should be doing that could seem a little crazy, but they're technically legal. They're novel legal theories. Amending the Constitution is hard. You need a lot of states. We don't have all those states. But no one ever said we can't create some states to get the numbers to do the Constitution thing. Just saying. No one said you can't split California up into a few states and then just get the numbers you need for an amendment. And I do think it is that serious. And then obviously Puerto Rico and DC statehood. Am I dead ass? I think the next time Democrats get power, they should not hold back at all. And we need constitutional amendments. And it would require power grabs. I want to be clear. Not illegal power grabs, but nonetheless power grabs. But that would be required to set the system straight. That means Puerto Rico and DC statehood. It means some other things. You'll get that fleshed out more in the video probably on YouTube. And yes, statewide governor coalition. And yeah, I think to the extent that you have U.S. territories, I don't think that should be a thing. I think U.S. territories should either be independent or they should be U.S. states. Assuming there's like civilian populations there, right? So that's the first base you cover, is giving statehood to as many of these territories, if not all of them, as you can. After they do referendums, I would assume most of them would want to be U.S. states rather than brand new countries that are going to have to figure out a military and a bunch of other shit. You do that, and then you start looking at some novel, interesting things about North California and South California. That's 2 states. That'd be interesting. Would it work? This is why I have to look a little bit deeper into it. Could you do it temporarily and revert it back to one California after? These are the ins and outs of these novel legal theories, you know? I need to get fucking Kenneth Chesbro and Rudy Giuliani and all those people involved. Maybe they can help me. They're really good at that stuff. But what I'd want to know is if it's possible to temporarily grant statehood or not. And even if not, is it just worth it to say, you know what, there's going to be 3 Californias now? The UP. See, I like this. The UP, then we got 3 California. Let's go. UP, California 1, California 2. Maybe we won't go California 3, okay? DC, Puerto Rico. That's already 5. That gives us 55 states. See, and that's just the tip of the iceberg here, dude. And then, ideally, and I'd have to look into the legal mechanisms here. I don't know if you can just say, we're going to temporarily make these things states until the Constitutional Convention is over, and then once it's over, they'll go back to what they used to be. I don't know if you can do that. Maybe you can't, because you've then created a new state legislature, new governors, all this stuff. So maybe you can't. Maybe it's a bullet worth biting. But if you can, then you just do it temporarily, and then you do one amendment to the Constitution, just one. And the amendment is you make it easier to pass constitutional amendments in the future. And there I need to figure out what that threshold would be, because you don't want to make it too fucking low. But it's what is it right now? It's like 3/4 of the states. That's just never happening. The video better be the best political visual essay I've ever seen in my life. That is my intention. Like, that is what I'm going for. So it will be, to the best of my ability, I'll say this. It will be the best political, visual, and video essay that I am capable of making. That I can promise. How you judge that is subjective. But if you have any faith in my ability, it's going to be the peak of what I can do. That I can say. Yes. Way better than the Shapiro. The Shapiro video is going to look like fucking amateur hour compared to this. It already does to me. There's so much I learned from that Shapiro video and what I can do better. Where have I been? I've been working on some YouTube video essays. If you haven't, I'm not taking requests anymore. I'm sorry. Next time. If you haven't watched the Ben Shapiro video essay, you're missing out. That's where I've been. I'm working on my next one, which is going to put that one to shame. Lock in. Lock in. Uzi cover. True. Okay. Give a date for when the video comes out? I can't give you that yet. I'm sorry. Can't do that. I can't. When I have a date, I'll give you a date. I don't have a date yet. Can we get a range? You'll get it soon. You'll get it soon. And here's what's more important, okay? You'll get lots of content in the meantime, I promise. You'll get TikToks, you'll get lives. That's what you care about, right? You'll get content. You'll get content. I've been saying soon for a month, and I was right then, and I'm right now, okay? It is soon. That's crazy. Fiscal policy short series starts within the next 2. I mean, here's the thing, right? I want to clip more of my JLP interview. I want to clip more of my Andrew Wilson debate, and I want to clip more from my lives. So there's those things for short form. Then there's the fiscal policy thing. And then I also want to be able to still react to news and stuff here and there and give my takes on news. So content's coming, I promise. That specific video, you guys just have to trust me. You just have to. You're getting it soon. I know I've been saying soon for a while, but believe me. I'm going to address your material conditions, bro. Saw the olive jar Andrew couldn't open. Damn, that's tough. This video's never coming out. It's coming out. It's not going to be like the Destiny J6 video, I promise you. If that's what the analog is being referenced here. It's not going to be like that. It exists. If I showed you what I had done so far, you'd be a lot more like, okay, there's something real here. Even if it's taken time, the time is going into something. I'll just say this again. I've never worked on something before where the brainstorming, not the scripting, the brainstorming is over 60 pages long on Google Docs. 60. Size 12. Whatever the normal spacing is, 1.5 or 1 or whatever. I'm just saying like that time's going somewhere. I'm not just fucking twisting my fidget spinner all day. Don't worry. Yeah, I will say the Haley Stevens concession has put the Crockett situation in a different light. Tallarico is still such a fucking class act, though. Holy shit. He just refuses to engage in anything negative against Democrats. Fucking based, honestly. Not gonna lie, splitting up the states sounds messy and impractical. For me, I don't care if it's messy. I don't care if it's impractical and shady. Is it possible? And would it work? That's all I care about right now. Because if we are concerned about the aesthetics of reform, we're just fucked. Like, there is a man in the Oval Office who has called for the termination of the Constitution, who has violated the judicial branch, who has violated the legislative branch, who on a daily basis uses the government to commit criminal acts. I'm not concerned whether something is messy or shady looking. Like, this is serious shit. This is really, like, this is an existential moment for the country. And I just know if the roles were flipped, Republicans would not be sitting around talking about, well, we can't be too crazy here. I just want to be clear. If a Democrat had done all the stuff Trump has done, I promise you, I would bet my life on it, that if a Democrat had done everything Trump has done so far, just flip the parties that have done this shit, red states would have seceded from the Union. They would have seceded from the Union. They would be gone. The Texas GOP is not going to pass federal legislation. I'm talking about federal legislation here and a constitutional amendment. You're talking about state legislatures. State legislatures can't create new states. Everything I'm talking about in terms of reform, I'm talking about on a federal level. I don't believe, maybe someone can correct me, I don't think state legislatures can create new states, can they? We set the precedent of splitting states. Under this logic, we just can't match the Republicans' because I want to be clear, the things that Republicans have already done is way crazier than splitting up the states into new states through legal means. Over 700 court orders defied, billions of dollars of congressional funds misappropriated, dozens of federal statutes violated, the DOJ turned into Trump's personal law firm. All of that is orders of magnitude crazier than and worse than using the United States Congress to just create new states. This is what bothers me. People who are on my side will say we have to neuter ourselves and hold ourselves back because we can't get too crazy now. I'm like, are we watching the same country right now? Are we seeing the same things happening? Like, this is not a joke. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it's fun. I'm not saying it's not messy. But it's like, it's now or never. Like, this is, this is so unprecedented what's happening. 700 court orders defied. Who has done that before? No one. This guy said, I'm going to terminate the Constitution, and then he comes in, and he pretty much does that. He violates multiple articles and multiple amendments on purpose and openly says, that's what I'm doing. And now we're scared. I'm not even saying to break the law here. I'm just saying use the legislature to establish power, pack the courts, grant statehood, make it easier to get constitutional amendments. One of them is going to be clarifying that the 14th Amendment does not just apply to Confederates, it applies to MAGA. I am now of the position that under the 14th Amendment, Donald Trump shouldn't have been on the ballot. And I understand the reason that didn't materialize was not because a court ruled that he wasn't an insurrectionist. They ruled something about how Colorado can't unilaterally take names off ballots, right? Something like that. But I think if you look at the history of that amendment, you shouldn't be able to... What is the exact wording? Okay. 14th Amendment, Section 3. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of vice president and president, or rather elector of president and vice president, or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state, who having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States, such as the president, or as a member of any legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any state, to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. Under this, if someone says, we should terminate the United States Constitution, and then he pardons people who tried to coup the U.S. government, and then he starts violating Articles 1 and 3, and Amendments 1, 4, 8, and 10. How would this person not qualify as being ineligible to run under the 14th? I agree but disagree with splitting up states. We already have 8 territories and they should be states. So I agree. I said start with the territories. I'm saying if it gets to the point where creating the new states is the only way to cross that finish line, I don't give a fuck. Just do it. I'm just saying I'm willing to go there. I'm willing to go that far. So in terms of the order of operations, obviously, you start with the D.C. and Puerto Rico statehood for other territories. You start with packing the courts. You start with getting rid of the filibuster. And if you're able to get what you need to get done through that, then fine. I'm just saying, if that's insufficient, I don't think we get to throw our hands up and say, oh, well, we did our best. No, we're fucking doing that shit one way or another. That's all I'm saying. The point where most people would quit is where I would say, no, keep going. That's the difference here. I think we agree that, like, we shouldn't jump to California 2 on day 1, obviously, right? But I'm saying to remove that from the arsenal is to ignore the severity of the situation. It just is. And I'll die by this. I think even most critics of Trump are too easy on Trump. I think most people in the United States have no idea how bad this shit is. No idea at all. Including people that get labeled as having TDS. I think we've become so insanely desensitized. TDS is what people call Trump derangement syndrome. Agreed, no unilateral disarmament. I'm glad we agree. And I'll also say, again, I'm not saying I want to use desperate measures and extreme measures as the first resort. I'm saying they're there, though. And we better be fucking ready to use that shit. Because at least that's legal, by the way. At least creating states is legal. You don't have to defy any courts or the Congress or violate anyone's rights. And I think we agree, D.C., Puerto Rico, U.S. territories, then we can go from there and see what else we can do. Yes, Pistachio Blue, what you're counting on, that's the whole ball game on what I'm doing. It's the whole ball game. I'm counting on your video to completely 100% open my eyes to see how bad the situation is. Here's the thing with this video and why it's taking so long. I'm not just going to open your eyes. I'm going to open your mind and your heart, okay? When you watch this video, you are going to be logically convinced and emotionally convinced. You are going to believe that shit down to your core in the fullest way possible, in the most fleshed out, robust, rigorous way possible. I'm covering every base times a million. Logical consistency, evidence, and emotional register, which is important. You should be sad and afraid and angry. Not just angry, not just sad, not all of those. Like, that's how you should feel when this is done to your country. Especially when you understand how bad it is. Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Luis Munoz Pinto, dozens of others, undocumented people with no criminal record, billions of dollars of corruption. It's insane. It's insane how many innocent people have just straight up been either killed or arrested. For what? It's not normal. Even in the past, when American presidents did power grabs, they were appealing to the Constitution to do so. Donald Trump says, fuck the Constitution. I appeal to myself, bitch. He who saves his country violates no law. There is no precedent for that in United States history. Even if materially worse things have happened, right? The Kent State Massacre, Japanese internment camps, suspension of habeas corpus under Lincoln unilaterally. Materially, all worse, but the mechanism through which they took place, these people were appealing to the United States Constitution, and they were appealing to the power of the presidency. Donald Trump doesn't say, I'm powerful because I'm president. He says, I'm powerful because I'm Donald Trump. And now I'm in the Oval Office. I have all the buttons. I have all the guns. That's my shit. I do that shit now. This is not the United States of America. It's the United States of Trump. When Trump obeys a court or signs a law, it's not because he has to. It's not because he sees those things as legitimate. It's that he picks and chooses his battles the same way other fascists have done. Sometimes you don't fight the courts or the companies on everything. You pick and choose, which is why when no one's looking, when no one's watching, 700 court defiances, billions of dollars of congressional funds just not spent the way Congress said to spend them. That's crazy. And again, this seems, I always bring this up and people are like, okay, we get it. This has never happened before. That someone has called for the termination of the very document that they swore to protect. The very document that defines the office they occupy. What is the President of the United States? You'd want to look at Article 2 of the Constitution. Oh, Trump doesn't believe that that's legitimate. So where does Trump think his power comes from? He doesn't think courts are legitimate. He doesn't think Congress is legitimate. He doesn't think rule of law, the United States Constitution, none of that is legitimate to him. What Trump does is what he can and what he wants. What can I get away with? And what do I feel like doing? We need our own Nuremberg trials. I agree. I think we need probably... That's another thing where I'm like, how do you hold Trump accountable without an amendment? I don't know if you can do that with legislation. And Dylan, we're wrapping up the live, dude. You can hop on next time. I saw your messages. We're wrapping it up here. But just lock in for the video, guys. No, bro, next time. I'm sorry. We're done for tonight. I'm tired. I'm hungry. But here's what I'll say to everyone who wants more content. Just forget about the YouTube video for now and stay focused on the lives, and I'm going to upload more short form, okay? Focus on that for now. And then one day you're going to wake up and the video's going to be up. YouTube video is going to be up. But I'm going to keep you guys fed in the meantime. You have my word on that. So that's what counts, okay? That can be our deal. Don't rush the YouTube video, and I'll give you guys good weekly content at a reasonable frequency. Is that fair? From Donald Trump all the way down to ICE agents, I agree. That's chill. See, we made peace. We can agree. And when I say that the Shapiro video is like ass compared to this, I mean that. So if you think the Shapiro video is really good, which I did when I first made it, and now I think there's a million things I should have done better, like this shit's gonna be fire, okay? At least to me. And yeah, for me, the big thing, fired everyone, true. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'd like to think so. The craziest thing to me so far is still Alex Preddy, and I'll tell you why. Because we forget the contours of Alex Preddy. ICE and CBP start recruiting random middle-aged Trump supporters, like high school dropouts and shit, people not with much law enforcement experience. We have reporting they were targeting people who were fans of the NRA and fans of the UFC and fans of certain right-coded things. So already, you're taking supporters of the president and giving them state power and state-sanctioned law enforcement ability, weapons, all this stuff. Then you dispatch them to Minnesota, and a bunch of them go to this guy named Alex Preddy, who is legally carrying a weapon. They tackle him to the ground, like 5 of them tackle him to the ground. They take his legally owned firearm out of his holster, and then he is shot in the back, face down on the pavement. Execution style. Like 6 to 8 times. As he's being shot in the back by these Trump supporters with state-sanctioned weapons, one of the CBP people starts clapping. He's clapping as the guy's being shot in the back. Okay. What happens next? The federal government of the United States calls him a terrorist and an assassin. And ICE does need to be abolished. He's called an assassin and a terrorist. Then what happens? Attorney General Pam Bondi sends a letter to Minnesota and says, oh, that guy just died? We'll take out the agents if you give us your voter rolls. The day he is executed in broad daylight, the Attorney General of the United States says, if you don't want that to happen again, give us your voting records and your voter registration. That's never happened ever. The federal government kills someone. Instead of apologizing, they call him a terrorist, and then they extort and blackmail the fucking state government and say, it's really a shame what happened there. It'd be a shame if it happened again, but don't worry, you can give us your voter information that actually belongs to you as a state, but you can just give it to us and we'll leave. Then what happens? Local police get a warrant from a local judge to go to the scene of the homicide and investigate. They get the warrant from the local judge. They show up to the crime scene, and the federal officers tell them, back away. You can't come investigate the crime scene. I know you have a warrant from a judge. I know you're local police. Go away. I'm sorry. That's the type of shit that people fought the American Revolution over. You can go back and read what was happening then. That is the same type of thing that people were like, oh, the crown is not legitimate. What the fuck is this? First, you kill an innocent guy, shoot him in the back, call him a terrorist. Then you blackmail the local governance, and you prevent them from investigating. So are you pro-revolution? I'm for a legal revolution, right? You can argue you've had sort of like pseudo-legal revolutions. Civil War is an example of that. The New Deal is an example of that. These are a step beyond reform, but they're also not like a complete overthrowing of the government, right? So I am talking about a paradigm shift. I'm talking about a constitutional level shift, not just an executive order, not just legislation. I think you need the foundational bedrock of the country needs to be changed. It's on life support, if not dead. Doesn't mean it can't be revived. You know, you can do the things you rub together and you bring someone's heart back on or whatever. That's the shit we need to do now. But it's true. Like, that's the type of shit that was happening around the American Revolution. One of the king's men came and he killed this dude. And then, like, our local people were not allowed to investigate it. And then the king told us, like, give me your fucking money or give me the shit or I'm going to do it again. But because it's 2026 and it's haha TikTok, it's like for some reason it's like just politics as usual, and this is like not that deep, it's not that serious. Okay, but like why is it not that deep and that serious? Oh, well, because that's a scary thought. Okay, it doesn't actually change anything. Just because it's a scary thought doesn't make it not true. Just because we have a presumption of normalcy doesn't mean that things are normal. I've taken the LSAT. Taken it twice. I got a 169 and a 171 on the second attempt. Trump is doing exactly things King George did pre-1776. The difference is hopefully now we have a constitution that's robust. We should be able to use it. We should be able to use it to fix this. Back then, they didn't have much recourse like we do. We have an amendment process. So I'm not going to say we need a new fucking government from scratch, but there's orders of operation, right? The most surface level shit is like executive order, and then you can do like legislation, and then you can do like, okay, it's really, really fucking serious. We can do constitutional amendment, and then it's like, for some reason, if like none of those things work, that's where you talk about doing a new government or some shit, you know? And I don't think we're at that last thing, but we're definitely at the amendment thing, where that's how serious it is. Are you just holding it off? Yeah, I just don't know if law school is like the path for me for sure, given what I'm doing here. If I don't want to practice law and work at a law firm, then I guess other than the credential of like, oh, look at me, I have a law degree or whatever. The scores are valid for 5 years, so there's no rush on that shit. What's the LSAT? It's like the exam you have to take for law school. The challenge is finding people who can understand the Constitution. Again, my video seeks to do this. I think that there's a way to understand the Constitution that is very intuitive and straightforward, that doesn't require you to be steeped in constitutional theory or whatever. Are you self-taught or did you get professional help? I did, I think it's called 7 Sage online prep, and then just self-prep and practice tests and stuff. So my first test, I got a 169, and then I was like triggered because I was like, that's literally almost in the 170s. What the fuck? And then I was aiming for mid 170s. I took it again. I got a 171, and I was like, and then I think like 2 months later, I started blowing up on TikTok, and I was like, this is low-key way better than fucking studying for law. So if I can monetize this, I'd much rather do this with my life than sit in a fucking cubicle working at fucking, I don't even know what law firm, wanting to fucking die. Not knocking lawyers, but I took it in 2024. I took my second attempt in 2024. My first attempt was October 2023. So I got till the fucking next president is sworn in for that shit to stay valid, if I ever decide to do something with it. And it's now 12:40. I need to start ending the live when I say I'm going to end it. And the credentials. The credentials, what everyone says, oh, don't you want a law degree? And I'm like, I guess. I don't really care, but I guess I can see why that's cool or whatever. Clipping it and posting it over TikTok. If it's clippable, I will. But it's like, it is very much a film. That is like, it's one cohesive piece, and there's a real arc across it. Man, I have done storyboarding, sound design. Like, I'm really treating this shit like I'm making a movie. I've watched hours of interviews with fucking directors on like how to storyboard things and like different narrative structures and storytelling devices and like Chekhov's gun, like all these different, there's just a bunch there. And I would say it's going to be in the same ballpark as the Ben Shapiro video, maybe a little shorter, maybe a little longer, but somewhere there. I actually don't want it to be too long. I think one thing I do well is I'm able to fit a lot of stuff in a few words without losing anything. Because I think I can be good with articulation, like picking the right words. So that's another reason this is cool, is like, you're not going to have to fucking put aside 2 hours to watch this shit. It should be within anywhere from 20 to 40 minutes. And I do think every creator needs to react to it. I'm gonna ship that thing out, bro. I want everyone watching that shit. Yeah, people, it needs to be pushed. I'm like saying this is like the effort I'm putting into this shit. Y'all need to especially decentralize. Y'all need to be fucking hopping in everyone's thing and letting them know to watch this. 1.5 to 2 hours. I would say on the upper end, maybe an hour. Maybe an hour. Doesn't look like it's shaping up to be an hour though. But 2 hours, no. What I have to say in this video can be said. And by the way, this is true of so many, like, the Declaration of Independence is not very long. The Common Sense by Thomas Paine is not very long. Things don't need to be long for, like, length's own sake, you know? So, and I always try, don't meander, don't stretch things out. Here, I let things breathe in the sense that for the genre I'm going for, you want things to breathe a little bit. You don't want to be too snappy. But at the same time, I don't want to be like, oh, this has to be the length of a feature-length film, because then I'm solving for something else other than just quality. For me, all I'm solving for is quality. It's, am I cooking? Is this cooking? If yes, then I don't care if it's fucking 10 seconds or 10 hours, you know? My Shapiro video, I hope this outperforms the Shapiro video. The thing is, this is a lot more of an abstract concept. The Shapiro video, like, Shapiro is a hot topic. Everyone loves to see a video dunking or shitting on Ben Shapiro, you know? This is more, but hey, thumbnail's coming along great. Title is gonna, would you click a video that's titled America Died Before 250? Thumbnail is a big part of that, I know. And I'm not spoiling the thumbnail yet. I'm putting in work on that thumbnail, I'll tell you that. But okay. I've really yapped a lot. Peak video type. Thank you. That's good to know. That's the one thing also. And Jacob, I see you in the request. I'm like literally just about to end the live. I'm on my YouTube live thingy about to end it. But you need to hop on next time for sure. I know, man. My bad. Next time I got you. Not 2050. America died, because this was America 250. And that's a big impetus for the video, is that this is supposed to be America 250. So it's titled America Died Before 250. Anything beyond that, you're going to have to wait to see. Okay. There we go. I think it's time for you to go to bed. I did say it was midnight 43 minutes ago, and here's the kicker. I still need to eat something. I completely lost track of time. I didn't know I've been live for 5 fucking... This is the downside of playing Minecraft. I'm like, I'm going to give my viewers more content, and then it ends up being 5 hours of content. And I'm like, okay, I could have done other shit there. But I'm glad I did it. Okay, it was fun. What am I looking for here? Okay, YouTube. We're ending the YouTube live. Thank y'all for watching. Stay peaceful, stay patriotic.